Bye. ค Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this
everyone, to the LEC live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. Zyra, can he play football as well as he can play League of Legends? I don't know. Maybe that would be a little OP. Who knows? Blackgate is telling us to shut up already. I like it. And I was told maybe we'll see some... Okay, here we go. Yes. BDS.
That is some Shrek.
That is amazing. Let's go, BDS. They got a win on the board yesterday as well, so it's great. Hello, everyone. My name is Shox, and I'm joined here today in the studio with our wonderful fans. I think the Fnatic Dragons are there once again, and also by Goldberg, and by someone who was a weak side king when you were still in diapers, who made it to the World's semifinals, who is exceptional at swimming! Oh my God! Swimming! There we go. And who is as good on the desk as he is on the bench. Just ignore that whatever I said.
You have been throwing around some fists.
I'm not going to say anything, but yeah,
Swimming.
Yeah, I'm good at swimming. I'm good on the bench. I'm also good on the analyst desk. Yeah. So everything's good.
I'm never going to try to freewheel an introduction ever again. Okay, let's take a look at a couple of things that happened yesterday. Goldberg, SK Gaming, they have a new bot lane, and to be honest, they were really impressive.
Yo, I gotta say that laning phase was kind of smurf from them. What we saw they did against Rogue, you can argue that the first dive is just good setup play, and you can then say, well, that's really good integration into the new SK roster. But also just after this dive, the fact that they're able to turn it into a 3 versus 2 and just playing cool, calm, collected by themselves in their first stage game on the LEC, that's really impressive and a good sign if you're an SK fan.
Yeah, definitely, because there was a lot of pressure on them being put especially with this draft, playing Varus Ashe. That's a lot of confidence being given to them from the whole, SK lineup, and they delivered big time. I feel like throughout every point in the game, they've been doing good, finding arrows, finding picks with their champions, setting everyone up for success. I think they did a pretty good job for their first game here.
I think they did as well as they could do, right? And I know there was a lot of, oh, what is this going to be? Are we going back to the era of just getting imports for the sake of getting imports? So I definitely hope that there is a lot behind this in terms of the scouting, and that they are the right fit for this team, and that they bring SK to higher heights. But one game sample, everyone.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I also think like you could reach into that mid-game as well. There was a lot of arrows that didn't connect. There was still the messiness coming about it of SK still not being as clear-cut as they can be. But once again, really good start to the season for them.
A good start. That's what we want to see. Of course, for this whole summer, what is so interesting is that if you get to the top 3, you can still make it to Worlds. And I think a lot of people are looking at KC specifically, Odo. They made a big overhaul coming into the summer. What did you think of their first game versus Fnatic?
Pretty positive, I mean, they ended up losing, but even here we see that they're being a lot more proactive. There's playing to win conditions and everything. I really liked Closer and Kana in the early stages of the game, and Closer throughout the whole game. He was a little bit of my question mark of how would he integrate on the squad after the failed end of the 100 Thieves stint. But they've been looking pretty good.
Well, am I a bronze from home, Andy? Because I wasn't too happy with what I saw. I think Kana, yes, they had the early moves and whatnot, but in terms of what I expected,
what was your expectation of KC?
Well, I think one is that in the top lane, obviously you make a change for a reason, right? That you think that's gonna really show in the first game, especially versus someone with a lot less experience than you. And what was most frustrating is that unfortunately, a lot of games seemed like the ones they lost already in the previous parts of the year, where specifically versus Fnatic also, they got ahead, and then they can't seem to push that.
Yes, but I also think there was a lot of times where they didn't get ahead at all, and they just got completely outmatched.
That's true.
And those are often the losses that I remember a lot from them. So to see them not just get completely outgapped individually on each role, that was nice to see. But obviously there's still some blunders, right? A Jax into an R5 Poppy, the throws we're then seeing in the mid to late game where the objective setup just isn't there, and you're going into the skirmishes of chokehomes. But yeah, I think still fine, good start, like better than I expected.
We want to see them do that upwards trajectory, right, Toto? So I think we're being a little harsh on them for that reason.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of good things. I think they did blunder in the draft. I feel like it was an impossible task for them given how the draft looked like. But they still faltered on the objective setups. But at least we saw a lot more coordination and setting it up and being playing a lot well. Okay. A lot better together.
A lot better. Fair. We'll see how they do today. Now, yesterday also for Mad Lions Koi, Elyoya was playing the first Zyra jungle in the LEC ever. Luckily, we have a couple of experts, Broxa and Lord, to break it down.
Of course, my girl is back. She's flexible now. She still sucks. She's still losing, but at least it's a flex
Are you
girl.
sure about that?
No, honestly, given the early game, I think it went well. The thing is, we're still not picking back up win, but I think we can talk about what happened this game, because when we know what happened for Mad Lions at the beginning of the year, they got success through being creative. And I do feel like when you're going to play against G2 Esports, you can't play standard League of Legends. So I do feel like there's an argument that Zyra from LEC in the jungle yesterday could have been a great pick. If some people want to play it at home, though, this is how it goes. I feel like we had a standard rune set. There's an argument that can be made between Electrocute and Dark Harvest, but I do feel like what we saw from him, Broxa, was kind of what you can expect from Zyra.
Yeah, this is pretty standard Zyra jungle stuff. These are the runes that you should be looking into if you want to try it out in your own solo queue games. Core build being either the red or the blue jungle item. You can get Lucidity or Sorcerer Shoes, Leandry, Rylai, Cryptloom. You can consider adding a Blackfire Torch, but yeah, this is the LEC recipe to hopefully Zyra success.
Get a bit more beefy with some HP here and there, but also the fact that you played in the jungle, unlike support where you're not going to have a lot of resources, you get so much more gold faster to do all the damage you want to do in the early game. What can be expected from Zyra jungle here? We know that the clear is super fast. I think Yuya ended at 3:10 to 15, but if you really maximize it, I think the world record is at 2:44. That's what you want to see
I
here.
think we should pull up his clear to begin with, to look a bit at Zyra jungle pathing and how you can optimize and really get that super fast clear. So as we roll out the clip, we can see that he starts on the red buff. Make sure to stand there a little bit early so seeds will start spawning. Smites red to get level 2 earlier, moves directly to Crocs, and in a lot of ways a very standard jungle clear on the current patch, where you just go from red to blue side. You make sure to do Wolves and Grump, leaving blue for last. So on your second clear, you can do all the jungle camps one after the other. You have blue buff up for a bit longer as well. But like you said, Law, 3:10, that's not ideal. It should have been at least 20 seconds sooner.
And that's the thing,
And the reason is, he didn't do Crocs over the wall. He didn't, manipulate his seeds and use them perfectly. But despite that, man, is it strong into the enemy comp. Like if you're up against Camille, Sejuani, Tarek, all these champs that just want to go forward, as you saw right here, Zyra's ult, her root, everything she offers just makes it so difficult for them to walk back out once they've already engaged.
Yeah, it was a super welcome to play into, I feel, but as the Zyra biased OTP, I have to say that when you want to play these team fights, what I would have loved to do here is him playing maybe more around the positioning of the Ws, because you really want to maximize the fact that the opponents are going to run at you, set up the plans the best you can so that once they're in, they can't go back. You set up the ult, and this is when you get them. I do feel like his early game performance was amazing, but I wish I would have seen a bit more maybe in the later stages of the game. Could they, though? With what he did, I feel like it was.
I think more than anything, they just took Zyra and then played the game the way they normally would, instead of playing it around the pick, as they were really good at earlier in the year. And yeah, I guess Alioya, next time, ask Law for a bit of advice and you're going to be good to go. Maybe it could have been a W.
Surely that's how you win games. Well, thank you also for playing this here. Yeah, we love the creativity. Maybe we're going to see more today. Shox, what do you think?
Abby, would you have won the game if you were playing this? You would. I believe you. I definitely do. But we love to see the creativity. Nonetheless, our first game of the day will be BDS up against Team Heretics. Let's talk about BDS yesterday. Man, was it rough in the early game. And I hate to also point out that the opponent was maybe running it down a little bit in terms of vitality, Goldberg, but they were given a couple of gifts.
I certainly agree with you, because it's not often I feel like a team that has this rough of a start can come back on their own terms, and then didn't either. But let's start with the beginning, right? Ice completely forced out of the laning phase in the beginning from the bot side. Mid lane as well, well, that's also a losing lane where bot lane priority suddenly becomes mid lane priority. Okay, now he can play the game. What do we do in top side on an individual level as well? Well, we get to see it in just a second as well, with a solo kill as well coming through from Photon. So BDS faltering on all fronts in the early game.
Yeah, it really didn't look great, because after this early game, I feel like there's just no setup anywhere. I also didn't really like the priorities that they've been having in the draft, where I feel like Diego doesn't really have a lot of friends, especially after what happened in the early game on the bot lane. So I don't know, they won in their traditional BDS fashion, losing lanes everywhere. Then some miracle happens at one point in the mid game where they're like, okay, our setups are good, but I don't even know if they were that good yesterday. It was more like Vitality dropping the ball repeatedly.
Absolutely.
And after that, they're just they get the random Nash and win the game.
It makes sense. We talked to Jankos from Team Heretics after the team that BDS is playing now. He also said, I wasn't happy with the way we played either yesterday versus Giant X. We also dropped the ball a lot, but they won. So what can we look forward to for Team Heretics?
Yeah, even if you say that, I was really happy with what they played because I felt like there was a lot of thought and a lot of setup. They found really good ways to counter GX's team comp. You know, everyone was marking the Zac. At least there was one person looking at him all the time. And every single time, like even now in this replay, Zinza was ulting the Zac away, and it's really, really hard for him to find anything. So they had a clear setup, a clear game plan, and they've been rolling with it for the whole game.
Yeah, but I also think that to go back to what Janko said, they could have upped the pace a bit more when they got these leads, and they could have looked for more plays. As you, of course, said, they win anyway, but it was in a very slow fashion. It was in an individual level that it came down to in the team fights, but you could have forced that more often. You could have taken more advantage of the leads that you have, but still, they take the win on game 1.
Yeah, they do, and we love an introspective king, even on a win, getting that criticism in to see what happens. But now we're going to head over to Laura, who's standing by with Zyra in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
We're back here in the interview lounge with Heretics mid laner Zyra. How are you doing? I feel like I'm saying your name differently every time, Zyra.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I don't really mind. Zyra sounds a bit weird. I remember in Italian league they were doing it. I told them to not do, but I don't mind. So for me, it's fine. No, it's fine. I don't mind, but it's like it sounds like different player.
All right. Well, you're coming back this split. It's different for you. You were the rookie last time, having to take in from Perks. Big shoes to fill, but still, I feel like you've been doing an amazing job. But how is the approach for this split now that you had one split to get your groove going with the team and everything? What is the goal here for you?
I feel this split way better because I feel like as a team we are on the same page, at least in the discipline way, I would say. Like we improved a lot and our scrims are going in this way better. I feel like we are, even though like if we lose scrims, I feel like I always take something out. Last split I didn't feel it, to be honest. Yeah. And about the rookie, I still feel like rookie, you know.
I mean, you were already confident when we talked last split. I remember at the desk about yourself, your level within the league, the fact that you considered yourself a pretty good mid laner in the LEC. How comfortable are you right now? What is the level of comfort, especially when you consider the mid lane changes, more AD champions coming in? Maybe that's at least what we expect. But how comfortable do you feel right now?
I feel like 9 out of 10.
9, okay.
I mean, for me, it's the same as last split, mostly. I still like enjoy release scrims and playing against other mid laners because I feel like they are good, or some of them are really good. So for me, everything is the same. I feel really confident. When I play against someone, I mostly play against myself, you know, because it's like, I need to be better every day. If someone is showing like he's better, next time I meet him, we fight again.
How do we get to 10 then? You said 9 out of 10.
I'm not sure if you can get to 10 because like, I put up my ceiling really high, so I don't think I will ever hit it in a way, but this makes me better every day and like grind more.
Any words on Nuke and what you're gonna do to him today?
It's hard to say. I know we expect like some I will punish him or something like this. Yeah. It depends on the matchup, right? Maybe he wants to go Talia and just scale like yesterday, you know, like play the lane, like please help me guys, you know, stuff like this. Maybe I will be the one playing Talia again and just asking for help, you know. We will see on the matchup. I hope we will just win as a team.
Yeah, no 1v2 for you against.
I hope like Sheo, if you're looking at this, don't commit. Labrov, if you're looking at this, don't commit. Leave it 1v1. Or if you want to commit, just take the prio and go away. Just leave 1v1 for 1v1.
Heard the man. Thank you so much. Best of luck in your matchup today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, guys. A great way to start us off, I think, saying get out of my lane, leave it as a 1v1. Dagda, myself, Asterix, we have decided to jazz it up to open things up because BDS and Team Heretics is good. They both started with a win yesterday. I think BDS were kind of given it on a silver platter thanks to Vitality. Team Heretics slowly gauged it and took it eventually as we looked at yesterday versus Giant X.
But I think that's the thing, right? Like when you look at BDS, if you have these slow games where they can find picks like they did against Vitality, they can very quickly turn that game back in their favor with their late game team fighting. So I want to see Heretics with a smoother transition into a win if they get those early leads, because it was quite a slow paced game.
Yeah.
And they just didn't quite know what they wanted to do when they got to that mid to late game portion.
So let's see a solid game out of both then, I think. Let's see that improvement coming into day 2 of the LEC for summer as Senna gets panned away. Corky as well has been first pickable. Dagda, we also know Dwayne The Rock Johnson also first pickable on blue side if it's left up and available.
Yeah, Skarner very, very strong. Also, you know, you're looking at Rumble, still very contested there. Skarner gone. Rumble probably going to be a red side ban here, had 100% presence from what we saw yesterday, but you're still seeing things like the Talia as well, very high presence.
Yep.
Rel being very high presence. Camille in the same boat.
Camille I like as well, especially since top lane has expanded its pool, I think, a lot. We can talk about that depending on what Adam versus Wonder ends up being. But as the Twisted Fate is gone, that's one of the range matchups that a lot of the Cassantes, a lot of the melee matchups really learn to hate. As Trimby gives us the short smile, that Rumble, Dagda, you nicely mentioned, is off. And Cassante B1. It doesn't matter how far we get, doesn't matter how many changes, buffs, nerfs, he always comes back.
I hate this. Cassante is like a 23 or 25% win rate in the LPL, and he was kind of a bit of a mixed bag yesterday.
Yeah.
But it was both Adam and Wonder who picked it up yesterday, so both of them going, no, I am the tank player. We have to see now what the other side is going to go for. But I think, you know, giving across things like the Talia, I think is incredibly strong because you've got that flexibility.
Yep.
Nautilus, another big support pick. I think you're giving a lot across here as BDS for that Cassante.
I mean, with the Nautilus as well, alongside that and maybe another 80 carry for Flacket, things like the Virus come into mind. You know, now that we've got the center off the board, now that we've got the Corky off the board, what else is sitting in tier 1 at the moment? And my other questions, Dagdo.
I mean, I think Rel is a decent answer into the Nautilus. We saw that a lot yesterday. You can try and go for it, but yeah, I mean, Virus still your S tier AD carry. You can play him the on-hit, you can play him poke. There's a lot of variability that you can bring to the table there. But honestly, I think the bot lane is still fairly open. Caitlyn was also one that I think was very strong in solo queue, but with the nerfs towards her and also First Strike, you're not really getting as much value out of that build. But yeah, I mean, at the moment, nothing too surprising coming out of the drafts, at least from what we saw yesterday.
But you are 2 for 2 so far, you
Jinx.
smart man.
Okay.
Jinx follows through for ISO, so we've got a hyper carry there. And we've got a front line, so it feels like a front-to-back building here for BDS. Wow, that's new.
Yeah, that's crazy.
A front-to-back for BDS, a team fighting comp, that's different.
But it's also, I mean, like, Jinx has been, like, has done well off this patch because she can go for the Kraken Slayer into a lot of those crit items, and because you only need the 4 crit items to get your 100% crit, she's doing really, really well. But she definitely needs time to come online, and for BDS, they were able to bounce back yesterday, but this kind of feels like a call out to Heretics saying, look, we don't mind if you try to play for at least some of this early game. We're actually going to be in an okay spot where once we get to that mid to late game, we're going to be able to pop off as long as this Jinx comes online.
Well, you got that safety here for BDS, for Team Heretics. Another pick tool added into the mix. A lot of CC building up so far with Spyro. As talked about in the interview, maybe Nuke will play the Talia, but it is actually the other way around. As he picks that up, mid lane bans start following through from Team Heretics. Things like the LeBlanc, Oriana's already taken away. Remember, Corky has been a flex throughout major regions so far, talking about LPLs especially. Now we just got a question, what else gets taken away as mid keeps getting pinched?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try and on BDS side target a lot of Wonder's champion pool. Wonder even tweeted out yesterday he's still the top lane tank player, so more than likely going to see him try and go for something. But you know, the Zac taken away, and you're going to be able to target more of his champion pool. I am curious what he wants to fall back to. Maybe it is just something like the Udyr or something along those lines that we saw yesterday into that top side. But I think the person I'm looking at the most is Jankos, because I know there's the whole meme around him with like Nidalee Spears and that kind of stuff, but AP junglers are incredibly strong at the moment.
They really are.
So do you want to try and go for something that's a little bit more carry orientated for him, or do you want to just fall back to what we saw from yesterday, which is kind of that middle of the road with the Zinzao?
Well, that's already banned away by Heretics themselves. Vi goes with it as well. Now let's see, because again, Shao hasn't picked jungle just yet. Rel jungle, few and far the days between that we sat on that little oyster. They could pick that, leave counter pick for top with the comp as well, considering there is still a lot available. Dagda, the biggest thing is, you already mentioned the Nidalee, you already mentioned some of the AP junglers. Those are definitely also on the board in abundance. The Camille comes through, the scaling matchup for the side lane for Wonder.
And I really like that, because I think having something that can match the scaling of this Jinx is going to be crucial for Heretics. And we saw what Broken Blade could do on this pick yesterday. Camille is so incredibly strong when she gets the 3 items, and you've already got decent setup for the Nautilus ult into into Talia flick back, Camille being able to access that backline as well. It just makes the team fight from Heretics so much more threatening. And finally, we get to see Tristana. I have been mind-boggled that these two haven't been seen yet. Karth is incredibly strong user for that Blackfire Torch, and the Tristana is 100% pick ban presence over in the LPL, has been a staple in that meta, and now we're going to get to see it on the LEC stage.
And I'm looking across to see if it's been banned so far. It looks like the answer is no, it hasn't been looked at all. Yeah, it's crazy. On the other side, pause, wait a second. AP damage needed or not? Yanko's putting his hand up as well. Is it bothering me? No, we get to Ivan instead. So Ivan here without something like the Tristana, without something as heavy pushing, but again, I shouldn't say heavy pushing with the Talia. An interesting duo that changes hands as Jankos locks in R5.
Yeah, traditionally I kind of like the Ivern in a, hey, we've got definitive AD carries that can use it with, as you say, Tristana mid. With a Varus on the bottom side, yes, you can go the on-hit build, but I think in this kind of situation, it can be somewhat threatening for a Varus to try and step up into a lot of these team fights when you got a Cassante who's going to be trying to play on that front line, the opportunity for a Rel to find those engages as well. But overall, I think we're seeing, BDS very strong front-to-back composition with a triple threat coming through from the jungle as well, whereas on the opposite side, it feels like it's a bit more, hey, let's try and play out those side lanes, let's try and look for picks and see if we can set up for some success with the Camille, I think, being the main dominant damage dealer alongside that Ivern to give her the shield she needs to pop off.
I mean, again, you put faith in Wonder. This is the player who, even yesterday on the Cassante, was carrying a lot of these fights alongside people like Spyro as well. For Team Heretics, it was slow and steady yesterday, but it still won the race. On the other side, BDS were hand-given, like a nice knitting needle, as thin as that at 20 minutes, an entry point into the game, and they took away from Vitality, who decided to throw it in the bin. Come on then, he says. He's been watching a lot of the Bulls. We'll get into game one to start off. What day is it, Dak? That's Sunday. I flew in a couple of days ago, to be honest. I thought it was Tuesday yesterday. So
it's going well.
It's going well so far. Welcome back on the Summer's Rift. BDS versus Team Heretics. And the battle to start 2-0 for your weekend. When we have such a short split, early entrances like that, big pace starts are exactly what the doctor ordered.
We have to see, though, if Heretics are going to find that early success, because I do think trying to play around this bottom side is going to be your best bet. Flacket has gone for the pressy attack, so we're going to see that on-hit Varus, which I think is your better option when you've got an Ivern there to try and support you. But if you want to try and influence on the bottom side, shut Ice down, make sure this Jinx never really becomes a factor in the game, I think Heretics are in a position to try and open up into this 1-3-1. Otherwise, I think BDS just take it slow, don't need to push the game too hard. You have insane scaling with your composition.
And can I just talk about my disgust for Karthus? I think this will resonate with a lot of people. Now, first strike is disgusting rune as he goes for the invade on this top side, which is not going to be matched for the time being, which means we are getting a lane swap from BDS. He can press R with first strike and he just gets so much gold, so much value, especially since, remember, 14-11, still 15 gold as a base stat. Added on early game, it's going to mean a lot.
Also, because Blackfire Torch builds out of Lost Chapter, it's really good for a ton of these AP junglers because you get a wonderful stat line off it, and you also get the extra opportunity to get the mana that you need to clear out your jungle. But we're seeing a lane swap, which is, first, I kind of thought the lane swaps were dead with the changes to the top lane turret, where it is that little bit tankier, but we're still going to see it here. It looks like Ice and Lavrov are just like, no, look, we know we want to try and scale, so we're happy to take the deficit that may be presented as long as we can continue to put the pressure on. But Adam here with Sheo.
I mean, Sheo is going to be level 2 here. Remember, he's got flash available as his Karthus, so he can just insta-dive and die himself if he so chooses. Level 3 picked up now as well. TP from Wonder, trying to get on out. Labrov, he's not going to flash Shattering Strike. So Wonder gets out of there, but now top turret is free for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see a very similar story on the bottom side of the map, though. The only problem is that Wonder won't be here to try and push in this tower as quickly if they want to, although Adam actually going to sit back, isn't going to try and take the tower alongside his AD carry. So looks like they're going to try and funnel a lot of this gold in towards BDS, or in towards Ice. Whereas Heretics now just going to move in onto this bottom side of the map to try and keep that split map, but get the farm that Jankos needs at the moment.
He's got Smite available as well. Let's see if he uses on the red buff. The answer, not yet, because he's waiting for the timer. He root callers over to Krugs as well. So we'll keep track of this Ivan and see what he can do to take away some of those resources from Sheo. But as we saw, adaptation in the lane swaps that have come from MSI. Might be a quick change from Ice and Labrov. We'll see, though, as first turret plate is going to be taken by BDS.
I think the big difference maker here is the fact that Adam got into lane faster, because Wonder TP'd out, then reset, then walked to lane. It means Adam is actually helping out on this top side a little bit more to get through that top tower, which will help out substantially when it comes to just her taking presence. Whereas the Camille now kind of been a bit jobless for a little while now. Yes, she's wandering around a little bit in mid, but hasn't really got anything.
Did it ever say he started calling people homeless from the top lane?
I think that was the background conversations we had with some folks.
About calling top laners homeless as they roam through mid. I mean, speak of another adaptation from MSI as well. We've had plenty of them. As Wonder roams back, he's eventually going to cross up to normal lanes as Sheo is now here in bot side. That's what we were talking about before, Dagda. I mean, Ice Lebrov push up for one plate. They get themselves in an okay position. They move away, but Dredgeline changes all that. Lebrov goes to half HP as Jankos is here to support as well. Remember, shielding available for Trimby. Not in time. He flashes over the wall. While meanwhile, Flackett is just doing the dirty on Lebrov. Jankos is out of there now, so Flackett is in a 1 versus 2. In a Karthus, he still manages. A double kill given over, but Ice gets 1-2.
I mean, 2 kills going across the Heretics is pretty huge. He's going to back now, be able to pick up some nice little items for himself. Will lose a substantial amount of this wave as he tries to get back to lane, but nicely done by Heretics to set that one off. And Labrov, just a little bit greedy on the play, starts to try and move in here, but Heretics are positioned well. They've got the ward down. They can see him there. They were looking for Sheo with that root collar, but they're happy to take Labrov. Now, Trimby, I was a little bit nervous for him here because he's only level 2, whereas Labrov has the level 3, but Trimby, good flash over the wall.
Yeah.
Flackett in a great position to follow up. Jankos can also flash away, so Flackett ends up with the 2 kills going across, and it will be Ice who's able to pick one up in return.
The eyebrows raised. Flackett's like, yeah, not bad, because I think as well on live, the wave either only just crashed, like he didn't lose too much. Flackett down a little bit, but that might be the start of the game. And in fact, as that camera shows, most of it is picked up. And with an extra kill as well, that's about a 500 gold lead for Flackett, with the wave now in a perfect spot to get that slow push going again.
Yeah, and you can even look at it basically across the board. Flackett, Ice, pretty even when it comes towards the experience as well, thanks to those purple bars just beside the portraits on the sides of your screen. Same you look at Wunder and Adam, so it almost worked out well for BDS, but they got to avoid some of the nasty early laning phases, but they're now swapping again, and Ice wants Wunder.
They're like, you know, we didn't like that, so let's see what we can do for the extra push coming through. Adam this time, as already mentioned, is going to be here to match as the wave slowly pushes in. Flackett at level 5, not 6. Worth mentioning as he backs on a ward here, considering the all-in that comes out of this 2v2 from Team Heretics that we gave a timer to in this early game. Adam, a pain, but I think very necessarily a pain, slows down Flackett's tempo.
Yeah, especially because they would have liked to swap Flackett now into this top side and he would have been able to catch this wave, but because Adam able to catch his own wave in bot side and still has the teleport available, Wunder's going to lose out on a huge amount of the experience in the top side, as is Flackett, whereas that wave gets caught for BDS. So nicely done by Sheo.
Hello there. Well, he's going to get locked down. Root Caller comes through. Zyra in a great position. Sheo's already flashed away, but it's matched, and that's a shove and a half. Sheo's just going to drop one down, and without ulti, he is done for. 0-2 start for the Karthus, and good movement from Team Heretics.
Great movement from Trimby and Jankos. It was Flackett who stuck around to push bot wave, but unlocked Trimby to start to move on the map, and just links up with Jankos, goes fishing for Sheo, and ends up finding him, and that helps solidify what was potentially BDS finding a little win on that top side, into now Heretics responding in kind with that kill.
And I mean, in this early game, as you look at gold and just supports having it out, has been Team Heretics' favourite. 700 gold lead here. The bottom lane double kill that's come through, the matching of plates, and as Heretics are now going to be losing out on the grubs, it's BDS's turn to get some of that gold back in their pocket. You can see pings are going down, Dagda.
Now, I think Heretics, okay, well,
never mind, Leprov's walking forward. Ivan does enough damage here, and Daisy is here to play. Double knockup with Ignite as well, but jump on in though. And Nuke in the nick of time just comes through as Leprov even gets the kill. The grubs go down, and big success for BDS.
It was a risky play from Heretics. They said, look, we're not going to fully invest for these Void Grubs because we need to get gold back onto Wunder. Wunder ended up losing out on that top side that we talked about. He was falling behind experience, he was falling behind in gold. So they're like, cool, you say bot, get what you need. But they think maybe we can get the pick on Lebrov and get out scot-free, but BDS were in the area, very quickly turn around and ends up being punished for Heretics.
And the teleport bot means that not much else is lost either. Adam now level 6-2, and he's picking up that full wave, and in fact, he's ahead by almost 20 CS. Wonder has been, Dagda's word, homeless for a lot of this game, as you'd expect for a top laner.
Why are you putting words on
Because it was a classic.
Jobless.
Jobless.
Jobless or unemployed.
Jobless, homeless. Top laners these days, I mean, it doesn't really matter, does it? At least Wonder right now has a wave that's shoving into him slowly. With partially a freeze, Adam is just going to tag him out. And remember, he's got level 6 available, so one misstep and an all-out is waiting there as well. Casante's damage is still unbearable. Just for audience members, not for the players necessarily, just for us watching at home. I hate that this champion is now back. Why is it 20 mana on his Q again?
Because he got nerfed elsewhere.
Oh my God.
Look, all we need to happen is to him to follow the same win rate as LPL, where he's sub 30, and then teams would just stop picking him.
True.
So, yeah. Not that, like, I don't want to cheer against BDS, but you're forcing me to cheer against BDS when you take Casante.
You do this. The coaches sit backstage and go, maybe we shouldn't pick Casante. The audience really starting to boo him and getting upset by him. I can understand. To be fair, though, then they start letting Skarner through. I mean, that's a whole new can of worms. That champion is ridiculous. That is worse than Cassante. And we'll see him. I know someone will make the mistake of letting him through soon, and we will see him. But let's just see. Team Heretics now level 6 for Flak at Dagda. This looks heavy, like they're going to do something bot.
Ice is just screwed. There is nothing they can do.
Root Caller's cleansed away. Daisy is now zoning out. Look at this 6th champion. 1, 2, and 3 for the pop. Ice does get knocked up. Chains of Corruption follow through, but now the new target is Labrov, who just cannot move. But a flash away in the end, and the damage is not enough. Somehow in the nick of time in that last half second, he gets out.
Yeah, Flakid just was trying to get into range. I wasn't sure how quickly he wanted to like flash in to get the root and try and follow up, but just barely able to survive his Labrov thanks to the little bit of extra magic resistant armor that he gets off of the aftershock.
Yep.
So nicely done. But Heretics will get plates on boss. They will get Dragon, and will really start to set themselves up nicely. Although Sheo getting some camps on this top side.
But is it enough? I mean, the Dragon stacking starting later, but at least it's starting. Flakid's getting turret plating, but the concern is that Karthus is still up gold as Super Mega Death Rocket ends up helping with the leash and tagging out for a bit of information. Dagda, my concern is that BDS are still struggling by it, but they're still getting by it with even Corp.
Yeah, it's a win on the mid to bottom side, but top lane, Wunder is definitely hurting a little bit.
And even now,
Nicely done.
Full dive is dodged away and nicely done again, I think you can say. Next wave getting pushed on in as 4 minutes left, or even less so, for the plating to be capitalized on.
Yeah, and you could even see Wunder opting in towards the first strike as well. The fact that he hasn't been in lanes against people is going to be really tough for him to really stack that up. So hasn't really got much value out of that. We'll have to see as these lanes start to even out if he's able to. You can see them trying to put Wunder now up against Adam to try and trade effectively there. But it's been a little bit of a sad time for Wunder.
Yeah.
And as I said, Zyra and Flakid are the ones that are really getting the value out of this. So if you're looking at team fights and if you're looking at, say, the Void Grubs that are about to come up, this could be a fight where Heretics look to push that advantage, but no first item completions makes it a little tough to really swing it apart from Shea, who already has his Blackfire Torch.
And Isu feels like he shouldn't be too far off. Yes, he's down in gold, but remember again that for this Jinx, as his first item comes across, it should be matched nicely by the virus. And Dagda, like you pulled out the grubs that are now spawned. Team Heretics are here first this time, but you can see Sheo moving into position as well. Nuke and Labrov sitting on the wing. And Adam has even walked all the way up from bot after getting a neutral wave to get involved too.
Yeah. You do have to be careful as Heretics because you can't play off of Sheo having that Blackfire Torch.
Look at the damage. I mean, back while there's the engage, the Root Caller comes through, but Labrov has already done the work with the Magnet Storm, and Sheo picks up the kill. A 1-for-1 trade with supports dropping on down. Everyone walks away from the grubs as one was taken by Team Heretics in the meantime.
Yeah, you still got a lot of damage dealers up here for BDS, so Heretics still have to be careful. They're trying to play for mid-wave push at the moment. You see Wunder moving up because he has no teleport to try and help out there. But here comes BDS.
You all in, remember that ulti, and speak of which is a Jinx. The Requiem follows through, and Flakid's going to get hit, helps the burn down, and the kill eventually. Good sidestep away from Zyra as another rock comes out, another sidestep from Nuke as well. Trimby can't get a leash, and a launch on is back on in. Adam looking for another flip. The damage being done is back on in is Labrov too. He just respawns, and just like his counter support, he's in for the action as the damage wasn't enough. Nuke, bit of a miscalculation, but a close one at that.
And look at top lane. Ice this entire time is just like, yeah, I'll chuck the rocket, I'll get a tower, this is all going great. So you looking at Sheo now moving over to try and pick up these Void Grubs. That worked out brilliantly for BDS.
And Nuke as well with the fancy beat is the one that launches it off. I mean, again, first turret blood, as you can see down the bottom of your screen, puts BDS in a 3k gold lead at 13 minutes here. And we're already complimenting the fact that they got through this early game with a bit of scuffness down the bottom side, with things not being perfect, but still gold within reach. Now it's more than that. Now there's a 1200 gold lead on this Karthus jungle.
Yeah, and this is just super nice. Nuke playing incredibly well around this Tristana is so strong. Adam there with the ultimate just to try and set up. And then the fancy speed here is Zyra is just trying to keep Nuke pushed back so Trimby can get involved, but the hook goes wide, Nuke dodges that. Then they turn on to Trimby, so Trimby has to disengage. And now Sheo is able to come in with Labrov, who holds this stun for a really long time just to make sure they can get in the direction for Zyra, but just a slight miscalculation on the damage from Nuke. But after everything he'd got through, you're happy with that one.
There's a reason he took int out of his name, Dagda. I'm not seeing it here so far. Gold is even in the mid lane, remembering that Zyra got a couple of the early kills with the skirmish from support and jungle mixed in. But the fact that it's even, the fact that Nuke has caught up a little bit is showing again where BDS are at this game, considering that is the lane with the weakest amount of gold right now.
I mean, the two big ones are Sheo and Ice, right?
Yep.
Ice, we already said, look, got an assist thanks to the ultimate and got that tower on the top side, so he's well on his way. The other big talking point is Sheo, because we already saw that he had his first item completed. He's now rushing up towards that Leandri's Anguish. So the Blackfire Torch, every time he hits someone with his abilities, he would just get 4% increased ability power, stacking for every person that he hits. So you very quickly start to get a significant amount of AP off that item, and you get the double burn from both the Leandri's Anguish and Blackfire Torch. So this combo is really strong on Karthus, and well, might need to help out here a little bit.
Yeah, might need to. Lebrov could be the one caught out though. Let's see. Ice is also isolated for Team Heretics, finding two quick picks as Wonder now getting some of the gold, but Flackett yoinks it away. And from range, you get the shutdown, which turns the tide a bit in Team Heretics' favor again.
Disrespectful from BDS. They're going topside for, oh, Adam, what are you doing here?
As well. You've got to question Dagda. He's got nothing to get on out. He's going to W into a wall. Flackett gets another kill. And BDS, it's like they watched Vitality yesterday and thought, oh, yeah, we could do that.
Sheo, this could be risky. Nobody on Heretics is going to come across. Instead, it looks like they're just going to go for bot terror, but that was bizarre. You know that your Sheo, your jungler, is moving up towards topside because he wants to go for Rift Herald, but they decide to go through the enemy jungle to get there, when all they had to do is back away, reset, try and move up towards that top half of the map, and then Adam, after seeing both of his bot laners go down, decides he wants to take a peek behind the curtain and gets punished as well.
There's a mega play, Dagda. Turret comes through for it as well. Rolls into a Cloud Soul now. Double Dragon for Team Heretics. So just when we're concluding that BDS's early game is looking hella strong from the bounce back, from the 3.5k gold bounce back. That is going to be stunned up. What are we doing? Trimby caught with his pants down, and it's time to pull him up, son. Ice is going to get the kill, and just like that, we do the do-si-do. Woo!
that was an explosion from Trimby, but it didn't quite work out. Now BDS back on into the mid lane. This is going to be the Rift Tower going down, and immediately this turret is going to fall as well. So BDS picking up not only the kill, but a little bit more on top of it too. You're going to see Adam moving up towards the top side to cover that push, whereas now you're setting up for a push with Tristan on the bot side for BDS. So they can start to snowball a lot of this into a good amount of control on the map. And with Dragons already in the favor of Heretics, trying to deny any more of them is going to be perfect. But Daisy taking a few hits at Lebrov here.
It's okay. Remember, she is a champion. She can be if she wants. Lebrov's like, how do I get out of this one? He has flash, and he does actually burn it over the wall with the horse down and about. So it's a small win for Team Heretics, if only a summoner.
It didn't really get much vision down on the bottom side, though, so the push from Tristana not going to amount to much. The Heretics get to move across into mid and put pressure on towards mid. So they're still life in Heretics at the moment. They just need to try and find these opportunities to try and play around Flackett as much as possible, because he's kind of going to start to crest over into his second item. He's the big strong point, so BDS still have to be a little bit careful at the moment.
I want to track a little bit, though, of what we're getting into item-wise, right? Second items we talked about a lot, considering Sheo. We saw the Faded Ashes picked up. We know Double Burn's about to be coming through as well with Leandri's on the way. I'm also tracking where Ice is going next as well, because remember, one of the big changes that's come to 80 carry items in the recent patches, the Kraken Slayer, the crit has been taken out, so you don't get that strong crit strike chance, if I can speak properly, on your first item as a hyper carry like the Jinx. Ice now sitting with a Cloak of Agility, so we'll see. Again, as we go to second item there. IE often being a second item in these days, and especially when you do, again, add that crit chance in, you already have extra AD, plus the bonus on hit that's been added in, the extra for Kraken Slayer. It's going to be a strong second item for Ice, who's doing a lot better than when he started the lane.
Yeah, and it's the same with Blade of the Rune King. Not so much the crit chance, but definitely changed to be a much more devastating item in the early stages. Like attack damage increased, attack speed increased, lifesteal increased. It's why we're seeing a lot of the AD carries start to rush it in these early stages, but it's gone back to that 3-hit passive that it used to have years ago. So definitely a strong item on a lot of these champions that can get multiple auto attacks off, like the Varus and the Tristana. So that when you get into these fights now with 2 items on towards Ice, potentially 2 items coming on towards Nuke as well, BDS definitely going to be strong when it comes to the AD carry department, and you're going to have to look for Heretics to find ways to disrupt that, whether it's Wunder diving into the back line or just having Zyra get a nice flick into the right position.
Yeah, maybe the damage amplification for Wunder as he gets that Ravenous Hydra second will enable him to do that a bit better, Dagda. Because remember, he's been behind a lot of this game with Adam sealing the laning phase and obviously being in lane a lot more as well. Kind of surprised that Wonder's been able to hit level 12 before Adam. Just interesting to compare.
Well, a lot of the way Heretics have played is trying to get that opportunity for Wonder too far.
Yeah.
We saw them like, you don't go for as aggressive for Void Grubs, though that plan kind of failed, to give Wonder those opportunities to farm up and get what he needs. But now, going to find Adam, and we're going to see just how strong he is here.
Let's find out. Wonder holding it out. Good dodge away, but the hookshot wall dive doesn't do too much. Thank you, Medic, for the correction. I used to say hookshot, wall shot. I thought that was correct. I thought it sounded smart. But as we look away from that, we look towards bot side because in a minute, next dragon spawns. And as Dagda alluded to before, the stacking from Team Heretics has already given them an opening in this game. Labrov is going to show us yet another one. Root Caller follows through from the dredge line. There's Chains of Corruption as well. Everything used into Labrov. He gets flashed away from, but the Magnet Storm does its job. Redemption gives him a lifeline here. He's into the back line. Wonder's just taking business himself. He runs through, takes a while to die, but ends up being a trade. The top laners sacrifice their lives to the better cause. But with 4 members moving away and only 3 at BDS, it looks like for now they'll try and use the inner mid track to get something more.
Significantly better health bars on BDS though, so they can try and set up the chompers here to deny Heretics access in towards tower. So yes, you get the kills, but it's tower and map presence going in BDS's favor. We'll get a reset for Heretics here, and I imagine they'll move directly down towards this dragon as it's about to spawn, but BDS may just try and stay out on the map here, cause some issues on the top half as Heretics focus the bottom side.
The other thing, Dagda, is just watching from that last play, how fast they push turrets as well as these items start building up. Tristana, we already know, does exactly that, but 5 grubs will do exactly that. As we watch here, everything thrown into Labrov.
Yeah, and he has so many shields and just a health bar in general. It kind of makes it a bit hard. Wonder goes over the side to try and finish him off as Adam trying to keep the rest of Heretics away. But when Shale gets that ult off, you can see just how much damage comes down alongside Ice, who's just poking and peppering down Heretics as they run away.
07 top laners again, just isolating themselves with the whole team. They're sacrificing 1 for 1. In the end, it was a favorable trade for Team Heretics, but we look back at the gold, we realize it's still a 3k gold lead. Thanks to again that pick on Trimby, opening up mid lane, getting gold back in their favor. And you can see because of it, it's all blue on the bottom of your bar, and it's blue especially in jungle when Ivan, a supportive pick, goes up against Sheo, who's 2 levels ahead. You know that clear speed's getting faster and faster. You know he's got double burn now as well, as BDS look to deny the first dragon in this game.
But the Heretics going to move up towards Baron area though, see if they can draw BDS in.
How fast is it?
It's not going to be too crazy, but they do need to get here. Labrov needs to get a ward down.
They need vision, as you said, but it's not fast
Look
enough.
Wonder.
His angle, Dagda, I'm watching now. Labrov looking to zone away at 6.5k. It's left for now, and Baron resets.
Yeah, Wonder hasn't been spotted. Will now just be spotted by Sheo. They're trying to see if they can hide him in behind the Raptor pit and just catch Ice as he starts to move up, but not going to give him the chance. So Heretics, they take a little bit of damage off the Baron, but now they need to try and reconvene in mid, so then BDS can't link up with that mid wave and just look for the tower.
And even top as well. They got threat on multiple waves, in fact, Dagda. You can see Nuke is pushing by himself. He's got safety from Adam, who's hovering in Fog of War as well. Zyra going to match this wave as mid is being attended to as well, and that also gives time for BDS to clear out some of the jungle, clear out the rest of the waves as well on the other side of the map. And maybe back for some of these item timers. As you can see, people like Ice shouldn't be too far off for his 3rd item with, what are we building here, Dagda? What do you reckon?
I'd imagine it's Terminus.
Okay.
Generally, that's the 3rd item we've seen these on-hit AD carries because it goes in lieu of the Last Whisper items, but still very, very strong. Gives you a ton of extra armor pen and also magic pen, and then having a little bit of armor in your kit as well once you start to move in towards things like the Jack Show is just really, really nice.
It's a League of Legends equivalent in putting dirt under your pillow, isn't it? See, I learned yesterday, I didn't know about this, but I've got a lot of pot plants in my house,
okay,
and I'm going to start putting dirt under my pillow. Because Medic taught me, yeah, I don't want to, because you go down in the mountain, you get sent in the mountain or something if you mess with him, don't you?
Yeah, he brings you to his lair.
Oh, man. And he's a doctor, so I'll believe what Medic says. You know, it's fair. It's very fair, actually. So I have to see, is Ice going to build the dirt 3rd item? Which Terminus is now known for. Safety and security.
I don't know where to take this, Jake.
It's nice being back. I have to say, like, I left Berlin in like the end of winter, and everyone was sad. The trees were dead. You know, there's a lot of people walking through the street, very upset. Now I come back, everyone's happy. It's like a different land. I don't understand.
I do find it hilarious because everyone comes to Berlin, you're like, it is significantly better in summer, and then you get to see it. But it may need to be a different spot here for Heretics as they immediately try to get on towards Adam over towards Dragon Pit, but opens up BDS now to just rush into this top
They
side and
do it
clear
so
all the
quick.
vision that's there.
I mean, Dagda, if they clear vision and they start the Baron, whether it's a lure or not, they do this so quick.
Yeah.
Ward at the back of the pit, I think it's unspotted. Yeah, no, Control Ward gets it. So they started off. Team Heretics have got a sus feeling.
Yeah, they just figured it out now. I think it was the blue ward went down, but not 100%, but here we go.
Okay, oh my god! Lebrov! The Magnet Storm sets it up, but the damage isn't there yet, so Lebrov's gonna die, but Ari's effort's in vain. Adam takes up Nexus, Wonder's angle is even better. It looked brilliant, it looked perfect, but Team Heretics fight back. They've got their spots and their angles set up nicely, and what looked brilliant, what looked game-ending, is a reality check from Team Heretics.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rel does not deal damage, so although it looks swanky and funky, there was nothing there, and...
Running into a Nautilus. No. That is not the way.
Maybe we need to put the int back in.
No.
BDS, that was a bit of a mess. You go in towards the Baron, you're like, cool, we can set up, we have a great flank from Labrov, but they just try and go that little bit too early. Nobody really there to follow up on the damage. Shea was the only one with his ultimate. Heretics punish well. Now they also get the pick, so nuke is desynced, so they can now push in towards this mid lane and get the tower, although Labrov looking again.
I mean, Trimby's also looking as well. You can see his angle for the dredge line getting set up, but with Adam there, he dissuades the play a little bit further, and the wave clear is enough from Ice with the AoE rockets. So Team Heretics move back, but the health bar maybe not good enough for Baron as they hover around this area, and looks like they're going to time their recalls.
Yeah, they just didn't want to overcommit there. I thought they could have gotten mid-tower, but looks like they want to try and get the waves pushed out instead, as you say, Dragon in 50 seconds time, so probably going to be the main focus for them. But this was kind of just a bit bizarre. Like, this was sick from Lebrov, but look how far away the rest of the team is. Even Daisy as well doing some good work to try and keep people away from that with the third knock-up as well, third attack knock-up, and then Wonder just immediately deletes Sheo, so massive threat gone. But from this point forward, it's like, this is over for BDS. There's very little that you can do, so I'm surprised Nuke tried to go back into that position.
By the way, I love the BDS jerseys, this split. I feel like level up, you know, it looks similar enough to like the BLG top esports jerseys at MSI, the ones that look like they're from the F1 or something. They've gone up another level, and Collar always advances the t-shirt game. As for BDS, as they advance into enemy jungle, Team Heretics holding strong here with Trimby, again looking for that potential hook. BDS sit in front of a Baron though that is losing vision fast, and remember again, one moment BDS can take it, because that's a pretty fast Baron.
Sorry, I find it really hard to take fashion advice from the man in the poncho.
Is this not fashion? Berlin is a fashionable place. If I'm wearing a poncho, it's okay. If I wore this back in Sydney, people would look at me and think, you know, he's going to like a siesta or something later, you know? Here, people just think, you know what, this guy's not too bad. He's got fashion. How dare you?
Heretics trying to make sure they don't fall asleep on this one as they move in.
Oh, Fiesta, sorry.
Lebrov once again, off on the side. Wonder has gone to collect the top wave, so this could be the moment.
Mega angle again. Lebrov's already found one before. The engage is a one-man onto Yankos, but it is the junglers going forward. It's easy. Magnet Storm lures him in. It's Flacken is next on the menu too, and Ice gets the free fire from behind. Nuke goes in on a weird angle, and he might die for it, but as he walks away, Zyra and Wonder are too far gone. Even getting Sheo in the way is enough, as Ice is tearing through. A penta for Ice out of left field is the perfect way to end.
I was just watching Wonder to see what he could do. I was like, hang on, that's his quadra kill on my screen. Ice picking up the 5-man slam down as BDS will shut Heretics out.
I mean, there's a reason he was on the top of our list for 80 carries last split, wasn't there? It's a nice way to intro. It's a nice way to set yourselves up for 2-0 to open things up. Yeah, he's got the plastic bag out. LeBron's like, all right, the mice is going in first. He's done his job. And to be fair, BDS, this was a much cleaner game than yesterday. A well-deserved 2-0 and pentakill to lead them into the standings.
What a sick performance from BDS. And shout out to Sheo as well, because I kind of had this guy pegged as this is the tank player. This is the guy who is going to be that main engage tool. We saw a lot over the course of the history for BDS, but stepping up now on these carries, having a performance like that in the Karthus, setting up Ice for that pentakill as well. This was really cool stuff from BDS.
And I think as well, showing the adaptation, like the lane swap comes through, back to match normal lanes. Okay, it goes badly. We go back to the lane swap. We keep it innovative. And the other big thing as well is seeing the reaction from people like Sheo, as you said, the tank player from last split. But I think more importantly, the carry player in this game on the Karthus. Such a dirty pick, but you can see when it finds a bit of a lead, when it finds that farm advantage in tempo, it's just unstoppable.
Yeah, and look, I'm happy I don't have to try and vote for this, but vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Sheo, Nuke, or Ice are your options. And honestly, great performance from them across the board.
He's got a penta. He got a penta kill. Surely it's going to be him. We'll go to a break, but ladies and gentlemen, after it, Nuke is standing by for an interview.
Red Bull gives you wings.
With Kaza's level 16, what's this game will not get to level 16. God help us.
He's just doing the dirty on Lebrov. Yankos is out of there now, so Flacken is in a 1 versus 2. In a Karthus, he still manages.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Booting. I have him.
Nice, nice. Nice, very good.
Yeah, I still have it.
I'm alive. Yeah, I give you vision.
You can end speed by the way if you kill one guy.
Penta.
End speed after. I did it.
Let's go.
And welcome back to the LEC stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Nuke. Here, thank you so much for joining me. A bit easier game for you guys than yesterday, but I think everything was said during the mic check. Karthus, level 16, we have to be careful. Pentakill from Jix. When I see comps like this, it really feels like you can just sit back, relax, and let the champions do the work.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Exodia, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's all this meme about Cassante, and then you come with like 2 auto attackers, Rel, which is the best engage in the game, and like a Karthus that press R when we want, so yeah, it was a good draft.
How much are you chilling when you have a composition like this, knowing that you have enough tools to just fall back on your feet whenever you guys want?
I mean, to be honest, like, especially, like, we swapped level 1, so it's like, lane doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
All it matters is like to be here at the right time, right? And we just get item, and I think at 2 item, no way we lose this game, so yeah.
On the swap note,
Yeah.
I don't want to see this again. I think we all got bored during resizing swap lanes. Do you really think that there's a place for swap lanes again, given the changes in the game that we had?
I mean, it's still good, like for lane, if you want to avoid lane, right? But I mean, it will be like G2 traumatized us with this, so we'll have to use it, right? So no way we don't use it.
All right. I hope we can get rid of this tech, but if it's good for you, then it's good for you. Nuke, thank you so much for the interview. We now have a new format for you guys in place. Medivedi against the world. In their new episode, they're taking on Finn and Markun. Let's take a look.
I'm Medi.
I'm Vedi.
Thanks for pointing at me, Vedi. Now I know I had to speak.
And we're talking.
Oh, we're taking on the world in a segment called Medivedi versus the world. Woo!
Today the world is Finn and Markun from Rogue. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How are you feeling?
I'm the world.
You're my world.
Today we'll claim ultimate victory over Finn and Mark.
Forget their names?
In a game of teeny tiny typists.
Okay, Betty specifically says squeaky voice. Come on, squeaky voice.
Okay, anyway, can you please turn over your card and you can please read out the instructions?
Gladly. Both teams have a keyboard in front of them missing keys and a bag of 50 potential replacements. Teams must identify the missing keys and reassemble the keyboard correctly. Teams have 5 minutes to complete the challenge. Your time starts when the referee crosses his hands.
Okay.
Okay.
Time starts.
But what are the tiny hands about?
Oh, we have to put these on.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we have to wear these on our fingers, and you have to do the whole task.
Make sure the right hand one is on your right hand.
Yes.
The thumb should be at the top. Come on, Marku. So we can
thinking which is which.
So we have to do the whole task.
But which
like
is the
this.
best finger to use it on? Is
I
it
don't know,
like
whatever you
index?
want.
It's got to be an index has the most versatility.
Can we start?
When you,
oh,
you got
to that's what I said.
Benny, don't use your whole hand. You have to use your fingers. Fingers only. What keys am I looking for, Benny? We need a T. We need a T.
Spacebar is useless.
We need a T.
Wait, do we need a T?
Yeah, T. We need a T.
Why am I even looking?
T. Grab it. Put it in here.
I'm very good at turning them around, so I'll just do that.
Can you get rid of that one? Oh, the spares we can chuck on that
Wait,
side. What is it? Hey, that's cheating.
Okay, that is fair. What if F got knocked on the floor, bro?
Okay, I'll check the floor.
Anything goes
I'll check the floor.
We need like the little dot.
But these are
I've got an F,
different
medic.
keyboards.
I've got an F.
It wasn't an F. I got a 9, but we don't need a 9.
ASD.
F.
Yeah, I've got the F.
Yeah, put it on there.
You said I don't
We need like the
know.
dot
No,
thing.
I got a 9. I don't need
Which
X.
dot is it?
Oh, that was there.
L.
Oh,
Maybe we should give it to them so they can hold this L.
I got a Apex. Do we need to get them in the
No, you
fingers?
fine.
Okay, you get that. What is the doing here? Hey, it's very
Wait, does it need to be the right keyboard one as well? Oh my, this is not gonna work.
Wait, does it have to be the right keyboard?
We need to get this out of
Wait, it
here.
has to be from the right keyboard? Oh, we're doomed.
I can't get it out.
Yeah, because this is a Razer keyboard, right?
We're allowed to take it.
You see how these...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I don't know what they look like. I need the flat ones.
Where's the wait?
Don't steal
What are
our
you
keys.
talking about?
Don't
Wait,
steal-
no, medic, you're wrong.
They have to have the white lettering on them.
Oh my goodness. So this T is a lie.
Wait, we need a U, right?
Bro, I don't have the muscle strength to push the F.
Brother, brother E! Wait, maybe the
I got
bottoms...
F!
Yeah, good job. Maybe the bottoms of them look different.
Oh, you're right. It's the bottoms. It's the chunky one. It's chunky.
It's chunky like a monkey.
Chunky.
Oh, I'm really bad.
Okay, L's in.
Dude, I need to like swap these out. It's like so hard to carry.
Is this
Here's your
is
key, buddy.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Bro, we are smoking them
We are
right now.
so
We're
good.
literally on the last letter.
No, we have 2 letters.
Oh
no!
Oh no, that's a comma. No, it's not a comma. It's a full stop. That's a full stop.
It's a full stop.
It's a full stop.
I feel like we might be missing this.
Oh no, here we are. N.
So now we're just looking for the full stop.
In the word.
Why are we doing it like this, by the way?
You put N in. I'll put the full stop
You
in.
put N upside down.
I know.
It's a
It's
Z.
really hard.
But this is impossible.
Okay.
We need to fix smarter, man.
I do not.
Yeah! Let's go!
No.
Yes!
The keyboard is way easier to shoot in.
Let's go. How do you guys
Here's the
suck
thing.
at Okay. Use 2 fingers.
What is this, man?
What did you guys do?
We put like 2 fingers on it and pressure.
That's what I did.
It's Rogue losing to the
Actually, no,
might
wait.
of Medivedi.
Let me find another L.
Give us an
Take
L.
the L. Take the L. Mark.
Take the
Game's
L.
over.
My hands
Take
are
the
tied.
L.
My hands are tied.
Thank you very much.
I'll take the L.
Well,
Thank you
that's
very
going
much.
to do it for our first episode of Medivedi versus the World, and we'll see you on the next one. Thank you, Finn and
Thank you
Martin,
very
for
much.
joining us.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
No, one finger.
Goodbye.
The content we didn't know we deserved, but the content we apparently needed. It's great to see. I'm Asterix. This is Dagda. And
Apparently when pros even have extra hands, they still don't have hands. It's
yeah,
what
true.
we're finding out.
I love the tidbit at the end. Take the L, literally. So well done, Medivedi. Waiting for the next episode. And in the meanwhile, we can get into this game because Vitality and Rogue is what stands upon us. And Vitality yesterday, I think we have to open up by saying that was a sad game because their early game was one of the strongest I think I've seen in the LEC maybe this year.
Yeah.
And then it all went to...
yeah, good word choice. Because I mean, first 20 minutes was spectacular. They looked great. They got an early lead.
Yep.
It all went fantastically, and then one person got caught, then the second person got caught, and then the dominoes started to keep falling, and it just became an absolute disaster. So I really do want to see Vitality kind of take the same approach in the early game. I think it worked really well. He's starting to roam from lane, but just when it gets to the mid to late game, just take a step back. Make sure you're all good.
And I mean, again, on the other side for Rogue, like, this is a team that we talked about not doing much throughout the entire year. I think we want to see proactivity coming through, especially since we are left with this same roster that they've now committed in with Finn's recent addition in the last split. Corky going to be the final ban away from Rogue on blue side, considering that that's a bit of a rarity. A lot of teams are first picking the Corky. Kazi did prioritize that yesterday, though, and Larson picked it in the mid lane. Same yesterday as well.
Is this going to be the Rumble ban, though? Because that's kind of been the
good
red
question.
side go-to here, and giving that across the Finn, it's just so nice because there it is. All right. I was going to say it's very, very strong against most matchups. You get great ultimates and everything like that. But
Ashe?
we are going back towards Ashe first pick here. So Ashe has kind of risen up as something that has a lot of flexibility because you've gotten a lot of damage coming through from junglers and top laners now. You can go for that more utility style AD carry, so you can play the Ashe as the AD carry role, or you can flex into that support role, which has kind of been the more standard spot we've seen Ashe in the past. But with Varus gone, I have a feeling that this is probably Ashe going into that more AD carry role and allowing then Marcoon to play something with a little bit more damage and actually go and be a carry.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll wait and see, but it's a good point there, Dagda, as we roll through to the standard mid lane pick. Video rocks up with the Talia through mid, and now we're just thinking about what to pair things with. Leona comes through, and this is something, again, you talk about rising through recent patches. Leona has started becoming more and more popular, considering that we are seeing some lower mobility AD carries like the Ashe now picked up first.
Yeah, especially because it's a good answer into the Nautilus in lane as well. You have the priority in that matchup.
Yeah.
So if you're going to go for the Nautilus, which is more than likely going to be the answer here for Zoelis, it means that you're in a significantly stronger spot when it comes to the laning phase, and then you have a lot of low mobility carries in the game at the moment. So why not go for Leona with a big L ultimate to come down? But Azir going to be taken as well. Azir is someone that I'm surprised to see as high in the meta, because I thought with kind of the changes to a lot of more AD mid laners coming into meta that we'd see the Azir fall down. But expecting that Talia to go into the mid lane for video, seems like Larson's just happy to go back towards his Azir.
Well, we get the Freljord duo in the bottom side. In the meanwhile, there is a lot of vanilla ice in the bottom side, Dagda. And as we slow things down, I'm just curious, do we round out with an AD carry? I thought that was going to be the answer, but no, the Yone comes through. Now, we've already got a Talia. Remember, Talia can go into the jungle, since we've seen the rise of AP junglers, so potentially showing the hand. But again, the other thing you got to mention is that we can also get the Yone in top side.
That is true. I imagine it will be for Video in the mid lane though, because you can get a lot of pressure on towards the Azir in the early stage, or in the early stages, and also then just as the game starts to go on, you're setting up for big team fights for Rogue with this composition. So Yone being able to disrupt that could be fantastic, and also just a lot of side lane threat where I think Photon is probably going to shine. I think Photon has shown that he's an incredibly strong top lane and carry top laner, so having that opportunity split off into 1-3-1 could work really well for Vitality.
Well, now we start going through the second layer of bans. Nah, taken off the board, but remember, Vitality do not have an AD carry yet. And things like Corki's already been taken off, Varus off the board, Senna's off the board. We've got an Ashe already on the board, Dagda. And as Renekton gets taken off, I mean, there's still a lot available here for Vitality if they want to go something like the Ezreal down tiers. I'm trying to think what else for Kazi. Historically, Dagda rolls into mind, you know, Lucian, Leona, not the most common duo, and especially when you're running into a Brom, maybe my suggestion there was a little bit int.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of seen Zeri creeping into the meta still a little bit. You do have Kalista, still an option here as well, although not the best into like a Braum Ashe. So I am curious what they want to go to, especially with Jinx now gone as well. Yeah, it's kind of looking like you're drifting down the champ pools a little bit. Maybe we just go back towards Jhin.
Ziggs?
I think Jhin is probably your answer here. Just go for...
Or because Kazi and SoloQ, by the way, is spamming Jhin at the moment.
Okay.
Ziggs also getting thrown in. I'm glad I also shot that shot. But, I mean, with Leona, it's a common duo, a lot of CC combination there, Dagda. So we do have a bit of AP already rolled through.
Yeah, I think you have to try and play hyper-aggressive with the Ziggs around like level 5, level 6, if you're going to have the Leona and try and beat this lane. Because realistically, it's try and lock up someone as Leona and then have Ziggs throw a whole bunch of damage down. Because once you have 3 points in Q, you can do a surprising amount of damage. But I think this is where it starts to get a little bit tough because Braum is going to be able to block a lot of that. Ashe is also going to be able to play at a decent amount of range and make it a little bit harder. So it could easily be just a case of Hilly trying to roam significantly more on this Leona and try to play towards Video in the mid lane, which is kind of what we got to see a little bit yesterday from Vitality.
But while Rogue do their final lock-in, Dag, there's something I want to mention. With the Viego lock-in here for Marcoon, a lot of time with the Viego, you need a lot of burst to set up the reset and build the composition. We have a lot of DPS, we have a lot of late game, we have a bit of a front to back here built up by Rogue.
Yeah, I think Marcoon is mostly going to be trying to play around top and mid to see if he can get some of these early resets or at least play off of some of the pushing lanes they'll have across mid to get into the face of Linces. The Viego can do a lot of work in those regards, and then it's more looking for resets, because look at the across the board, right? You've got a ton of value off a lot of these picks if they fall in a team fight, where you can start to chase down and get a lot more of these resets. So I think Marcoon can have a decent amount of play here on the Viego, but I definitely think maybe something like I don't even know, actually. I was going to say like a Lee Sin, but it is kind of tough when there's like Satchel charges and the Talia having that unraveled earth to get access into a lot of these fights for some of these carry junglers.
I'm curious to see how he goes for Marcoon, especially against Linces, who, you know, is his debut split coming through, has been hyped up. I got to watch him on KC Blue, and while his performance wasn't that great, you kind of see that this guy was already preparing for the LEC. I think by then he had the offer and he was a bit checked out, but he's been really hyped as a prodigy. A lot of people have been excited for his entry into the LEC. And I think especially seeing the first 15 minutes of yesterday, how he played the Lilia around these winning lanes was clean, calm, and collected. And exactly what you want to see out of a rookie debuting in such fine fashion. On a team like Vitality that has high expectations, you'd expect nothing less because, let's be real, this team has been hyped up as a top 3 team if they can perform at the absolute peak. What did you do in your power rankings for Euphoria?
For Vitality?
Yeah.
A tier.
A tier. I think deserved. I mean, people would put BDS above or maybe next to them under. Depends on where you go. I put Vitality in top 3 if they perform with members like Photon, with Kazi and Hilly being such a great bottom lane, with Linces being hyped up. Let's see how they go up against Rogue, because this needs to be a statement game after yesterday's poor performance.
Yeah, I'll also be keeping my eyes on Karzi because I want to see him have a better performance on the Ziggs than we saw from Comp yesterday. Comp had a little bit of a misfortune where ended up getting killed in lane, didn't really quite have the impact you're hoping from the Ziggs, but Ziggs definitely champion that can look to take over games as we launch ourselves into game number 2 of day 2.
It's good to be back, isn't it?
Yeah, it is nice.
The crowds come out. It's a beautiful 20 degrees outside. It is hot. Like in the sun, it is hot.
You're Australian. This is supposed to be cold for you.
And I hate the heat. I'll tell you one thing, it gets up to 30 degrees. I sit inside with air conditioning. And then today I asked Dagda, hey, so, you know, in Berlin, is there air conditioning? No. Gets up to
But the
33
thing was,
degrees.
I
It's
bought
hot.
air conditioning for my apartment and then realized I
the
can't
same.
get it out the window. It doesn't fit. So I have to go and figure it out.
Because all the windows open up from the top like that weird flappy thing. I've never, before coming to Europe, I've never ever seen windows that open like that. That flap open at the top. That was weird. I thought the window was breaking. I thought it was falling. So, oh my God, I'm about to break this man's apartment. Well, Roga walking into a face check here, but Vitality see them in a 2v2. I don't think they win that. And as they know, they pull back and pull away. Standard lanes to open up our game here. Remembering that for Kazi, it's just going to be about the push, the poke, the range. Comp and Zoelis, if they get on a target, Dagda, I think that's another thing. That is an abusive 2v2 that can lock down a target and make it unplayable to run away.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough for them to have that opportunity, though, because Karzi can play at such range, and Hilly just kind of wants to defend this bush to just let Karzi do his thing. So you definitely are looking more at a mistake or a misstep from Vitality to really get control over this. But so at least doing a nice job there, working with Comp to actually get control of this push so they can start to push back Hilly, get access to the wave, and already can see they're going to start getting that push advantage. So nicely done by the Rogue bot lane, at least on the level 1.
His Linces is, by the way, starting in the bottom side, so we'll be clearing up towards top. Opposite here for Marcoon as he makes his way towards the bottom lane, which is the only lane with real setup here in the early game. I guess you can count Finn in there as well, but hookshot wall dive makes it a hard task. As already Photon hits level 2, Finn is just going to get an uppercut. Great trade, and remember, he's taken Grasp into a tank, so it feels like 3 stacks with the way things are going.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty nice for Photon going forward. Finn actually needs to be a little bit careful here because you can trade very, very aggressive in these early stages. But I'm looking at Linces to see how he's going to try and work in these early stages, because I think we already kind of highlighted Hilly is going to have a lot of mobility or roam potential here as this game starts to go on. So I want to see a bit more linking between Linces and Hilly. We got a small bit of it yesterday, but not a huge amount. It was on the Lilia, so makes it a little bit more like, hey, I don't really have a huge amount that I can bring to like a quick gank.
You see that, Dagda, how annoying it is. Hilly steps in front of the cannon minion, Comp presses W, Zoelis tries to Q it for a relic stack, and Hilly just takes the damage and they deny the cannon.
Yeah, he's happy out. You're going to be a tanky Leona. You're totally fine.
Bro, you support that nasty Devils, aren't you? That's annoying. That's annoying. That's the most annoying thing ever. I'd be raging.
This is support life. This is what you do. In uninteractive lane like this is what you have to do. This is how you find your fun.
Well said. So Ellie's going to take a turret shot, I believe, by the end as well. Vitality get pushed in, and you can see Marcoon is trying to use this time to get a bit of vision, bit of information himself as the debate comes through. So Ellie's happy to step in as well. There's a Winter's Bite, and onto Hilly. He just gets poked out. 2 more for the concussive blows, and Comp gets close.
Yeah, Karzi going to get a good amount of damage off. Very low on mana, though. I imagine he's looking for the reset for the potential TP back into bot lane. Would have enough to pick up a tier at the moment, but maybe looking for a bit more of a substantial purchase. As yeah, he's just going to stick around in lane. So a lot of you can read essentially where Marcoon is on the map, thanks to the small play that Rogue made on that bottom side. So Linces already kind of aware, hey, look, I'm going to move back into the spot side. Both junglers getting a lot of vision on either side. So jungler's going to be spotted for the majority of this early stages as they continue on.
Good dodge away in the meantime as top lane again gets a little bit exciting. Maybe we should have had Odo on for this one as well. Finn versus Photon would have been an exciting.
They walk up and Photon hits him and then walks away. And Finn's like, well,
that's
that
exciting. I mean, yesterday I loved it, listening to you three talk about top lane as well. Just ask question after question. We get a quad cast going, get Aragon and Odo up here, and then learn more. Finn in trouble, he's got no matter. Wait, Photon close to kill range, but he needs the resets. Finn's out, has to goes for it as well, as TP now must be used to get back.
I do love the idea of a quad cast where we have 3 top laners talk about why it's really important for jungle
and
intervention.
then just me who's learning top.
And then Broxa, who just tells them why they're never getting a gank ever.
Here's my 1 gank top, and then that's it. That's a great idea. How many people can we fit onto the cast to talk about top lane?
It's just, how many top laners do we need to convince Broxa that it's useful to be on there?
Yeah, let's change his mind. All right, well, we'll stay tuned for that one. Let's see what top lane matchup could be expressed today. This one, again, in all serious note, I mean, Photon versus Finn is great. Finn now feels like, you know, a bit of the benchmark for Rogue, a change that came across very positive. Great team fighting top lane up. Photon's lane has been abusive throughout this year. And I mean that in a good way for Vitality.
Yeah, I think Photon was the best top laner we had last split. He was incredibly strong.
He's been top 3 every single split, whether you call him the best or not, right?
Yeah, and especially like his rumble was spectacular. Now, especially we start to move into a more carry-oriented top side. I think he's going to thrive even further, already having a good matchup as you can see in this top side. So I'm expecting big things from Photon as this split goes on, as Marcoon spotted.
Yeah, junglers are going to fight it out. Bot lane doing the same as well. Satchel charge from Kazi, but he's low on mana as the Unbreakable goes up, and Hilly's in a bit of trouble. He's exhausted, he flashes, but it's matched here. Comp steps back though. He's out of range of Hilly. He was scared of Linces because Zoeli's also committed forward. Linces here with the punish is massive as now this bottom lane of Rogue has stepped too far, and in the nick of time with a fate sealed, Video cleans it up. There's first blood, there's second blood, and Linces makes it his own as Rogue is hit hard.
He literally served it up on a silver platter, flicks Comp into the waiting arms of Video as he wanders down. Brilliantly executed by Vitality.
Yeah.
And I mean, it looked a little bit dangerous. I seen he went very, very low in that play, but just barely able to get the double kill.
The timing from the jungler of Vitality again, showing up massive. This is the guy that people have hyped up, and so rightly so. Second game in a row in an early game. The Vitality are showing their muscle. It's a 2k gold lead off that one play, and 2 kills over to your Yone early. I've seen this story before, and it is not a good one for Rogue as the all-in comes through. Flash still available. Video holds on. He gets stunned up, though. A double shuffle back, and he holds onto the summoner, but dies. Hilly has made the roam, but he can't get out with the Zenith Blade. Tries to run to the 2v2. The flash from Linces might have caught out as Hilly gets a stun on the way back as well. Survives for so long that the take it. He's there, the arrow for the counterplay, but Linces again. He's showing up Rogue. Vitality, meanwhile, are getting taken to the top side. Photon versus Finn. Hextech ultimatum, flash over the wall. Action is just beginning in this game.
Linces in the position constantly to get these counter ganks and get value for Vitality. It was just unfortunate that 3 members of Rogue were there, so Vitality get caught out, but able to turn that one around spectacularly. And Photon forced a flash on the top side. Finn a little bit more rowdy now that he's hit the level 6.
Linces may as well be a Bunnings. He's everywhere. People back home, if you don't know, it's a hardware store.
You're in Europe now.
Oh, what's the difference? What do they call it? No, what are the hardware stores here?
I don't know if there's one specific one for all of
Surely
Europe.
not. Well, we need to fix that. Let's talk about that in a second, because this Rogue do the grubs. One's going to be smited down by Marcoon, but Linces again is in the face of Marcoon. I think that's what we've noticed so far in this Vitality early game. Linces is mirroring enemy jungle quite well.
Yeah, and when you look at what Rogue have, it's you are in and there's no real coming back out, right? As Marcoon, you want to try and go in with the stun, but you're very much face first into Hylissang, into Linces with the Unraveled Earth. It's very difficult for you as you've committed to make your way back out of the play. So Linces showing up that little bit behind actually ends up working out fantastically for them. Now a 2.1k gold lead for themselves. Karzi already with the 4 assists, he's got a tier, he's got Lost Chapter, which means he's just never running out of mana in this lane. And it only opens up Hylissang now to start to roam even further and have more impact on the map as well.
I mean, he's going to make it so much easier. As Vitality's early game, I already mentioned the 2k gold lead. Outside of that Dragon, they've picked up 2 grubs, but they've got a lead in every single lane. This Zig's 800 gold up with a bit of a CS lead as Arrow flies through. Where is that going?
Going
Top.
for Camille, but no, not going to be able to hit.
Photon's out
Photon was quite low underneath the tower, but
yeah.
Looks like we're going to maybe get a counter punch on this bottom side. Linces is moving down here, and we've got push for Karzi with Video also in a good spot, so I think we're going to be looking at this bottom side in just a moment.
I mean, Larsen's got to deal with the wave, and Karzi, remember, I don't know if it was you, Dagda, but it was mentioned the other day, 3.5 plates, is it, for the satchel charge detonation on the turret?
Yeah, 1.5 left here.
Oh, okay.
Satchel, yeah.
Good clarification, but it's, look.
Well, just under.
It's getting there, isn't it? I mean, Karzi's getting the damage done, 2 turret plates taken here in this bottom side. 1.1k gold lead. Remember, this was a first pick Ashe from Rogue. They knew what they were drafting into, and Vitality's option here with all the pressure from Linces and that massive counterplay has just swung the lane completely to the other side.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that he got early kills onto Video too, so he gets the early Vamp Scepter. Mid lane is now an easier moment for him to try and play up, take a bit of damage, heal up. He gets more lane control. Linces gets to continue doing as he's doing, just farming on up. So you're in a great spot pretty much across the board, and it is going to be looking towards Marcoon. And honestly, Zoeli's roaming to try and break that, but we got a little bit of roams from Zoeli's yesterday, but that's never been his forte here in the LEC.
As Hilly shows his forte in exactly the opposite. Level 6 now with Solar Flare puts threat. Larsen farming at his turret while again Linces spotted out roaming through mid. That's because Dragon's up in 20 seconds. First one was picked up by Rogue only just as Marcoon was spotted out by Linces in that devastating gank bot. But now the setup this time is owned first by Vitality.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate for Vitality. Video just shy on the Blade of the Rune King off this reset, but you do have Luden's Companion already completed for Linces, which is a pretty big purchase, but it's still a bit scary. Karzi has a tier, not a huge amount of combat stats, even on the last chapter, so this is why Rogue still feel confident to look for this play.
For Larson, I'm looking at that flash timer. It's not up and available just yet to make the mega plays. Oily sends up the Unbreakable though, and in a choker might be okay as Linces can't get on out. He's interrupted with his Weaver's Wall, so kill picked on up. Rogue looking for a little bit more as the seismic shove would seal another deal. And yes, there might be a push here from Video in our picture-in-picture, but second Dragon for Rogue now looks unstoppable.
Nice job from Rogue. Work well together to get position now. Video.
Oh, let's it go. Video gets out of the way, or rather Larson does as the trade comes on back, but ulti for ulti. I'm surprised Larson didn't actually interrupt that, so he got stuck under turret.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the... Oh, no, not going to be able to get the steal. Rogue still get what they came for, right? Yeah. They got the kill, they get the dragon, and it's an overextension from Vitality. Linces was trying to link up with his bot lane to see if maybe he could try and fight for control of that side push, but Karzi, as we said, just doesn't really have control fully over that bottom side of the map, and unfortunately, Rogue able to catch out Linces as he's trying to move into position, so nicely done by Rogue. Way better than we would have expected from them in winter or spring.
Sure.
Now, actually getting into positions for these dragons early, looking to actually be active on the map, definitely a slightly better look from what we've seen from them previously.
And these responses as well, stamping out Vitality's early game lead. Yes, still 2k gold lead, but it's the dragon sacking now that might be a bit of a concern. But as I say that, you realize it's a Chemtech Soul, so who cares? It's rough, isn't it? That's the reality. Chemtech Soul is trash. Like, can we get a new one? It's unfortunate that they rolled the dice like this, but at least maybe sooner to the Elder, right?
But you could get 4 Void Grubbies, you know? You end up with a little bit of a... Well, little Void might spawn in every so often. It's going to be nice, but...
That is nice.
I think that's what Rogue are trying for, especially with the lane swap. You've already got Marcoon up here, Comp is shoved in topside, so definitely Rogue in a decent position. But Larson, I think, yeah, his ultimate is just up off a cooldown, I believe. No, actually, it's just a couple of seconds, so Rogue's still waiting for that to come up before they can fully commit to this.
As he's teleported in, we're now going to see if the play comes into fruition. Vitality looking off the wing to see if Larson overcommits towards mid as Karsi has the wave clear. Also looking at top lane as Photon has a TP advantage here, Dagda. Finn is stuck in the bottom lane without anything as Solar Flare comes in. Marcoon with a nice sidestep. Fancy feed at that, as now Hilly's ult is down.
And now Vitality want to start this up, but Larson, ultimate now available. Rogue want to try and commit to this, but the wave has been pushed in on top, so Comp needs to clear that, which means at least one Void Grub will be taken here by Vitality.
I mean, even more arrow comes in. Linces flashes away, but it exposes his AD carry. He's stuck in place. No Mercs Lamont, but the ult, the shuffle back. Maybe a counterplay. Zoil, he has to sacrifice his life. Karzi, lucky to be alive. Rogue used a lot to try and get the back line, but now with the seismic shove being set up on Comp, he has to flash away. A good Weaver's Wall, and Vitality with 5 grubs after getting a pick in the process.
The pick is huge alongside those 5 grubs. Video, great ultimate in that fight, because you can see now Karzi, he's going to be able to, off this next wave, use the satchel to clear out this tower. He's going to get a ton of gold. You've got Hilly already moving up to zone Larson away from this top tower to give answers to Video as well. So really nice stuff from Vitality. They get not only the play in River, but so much more as well.
Remember, Vitality had a great early game lead yesterday. That's all I'm going to say. It's a 4k gold lead just about. And with that dragon roll that I talked about before getting upset, Vitality are in a great position. More so as well with the 5 grubs on a Yone, on a Camille Dagda. It is side lane heaven. Like, they're going to have the time of their lives if they're going to pull off this 1-3-1 as Hilly is not being silly. It's the complete opposite. It's a sneaky tactic that could play off as Video and now gets spotted out. Hilly as well has to come on out as no one's here in the nick of time, and as he just gets poked through, Video's going to hold the wave in the meantime.
Yeah, just trying to make sure that he could move into position in case Larson went for any sort of play on Video, and you had the follow-up there from the Leona, but Rift Herald going to be taken here. You're not already in position for Vitality, although they're still really trying to push into this position, but...
Karzi's ulti, it looks like it's up. I mean, Herald might reset. It's on the edge of its temper, but manages to get smarted down, so Marcoon picks up a well-earned objective, and Rogue getting something back after the play went wrong in Crops.
Yeah, just going to be able to move away from this now, catch their waves. Rogue going to be very happy with that, because especially when you look at Vitality, they want to try and open up into this 1-3-1. We're already seeing this with Photon one side, Video on top. And with the Rift Herald, it makes it so much more of a threat if Vitality try to stay in this position, because you can always hard force on towards mid-wave, open up that tower, start to punish if Vitality do overextend on the map.
Just want to note out as Video, we're watching him split push top. He's level 12 Dagda, but more importantly, more impressively, 178 CS at 15 minutes into the game. Now, I don't know if anyone's seen Chovy, but man, Video's doing a good impression of him in this game. And as we said, his ult setup in the recent fights has been pretty good. We know when he's getting towards his second item here, that it's going to be even better. He's got a lead that he's playing well with, and for Vitality, they're still trying to accelerate that set lead. Photon might be in a bit of trouble, depending on what Finn can do, or the other way around, excuse me, because Photon has some friends. There's the Hextech ultimatum, and he kites away. Nicely done from the top laners as to get out. Finn tries his hardest, but Photon matches that flash, and now bot will be open in the nick of time as well.
Yeah, Vitality going to keep on pushing, but here comes the counter punch.
Well, again, there's no mercs coming through, so he's just going to stand there, accept the damage of Fate Seal, interrupted. Marcoon gets in the way. That flash was genius, and so Elise with a quick auto Winter's Bite will die for the trade, but it still might open up mid with a big Herald push to come.
But Karzi's still on bot side, and he's never used the satchel on that first tower, so second tower going to get satchel down, so 2 towers for it, basically an even trade as a Rogue. Yet they will get the tower, just a, do they? Maybe?
They don't. Yes, no, let's wait, maybe so. There's a ward there as well in the middle of the lane.
Get it!
He's defending! Winions to the rescue, no localized gold, but gold all the same. So Rogue do get a turret, but to mention what Dagda said, they get 2 turrets bottom side, and now as well, because so much was invested, it looks like this dragon stacking is going to stop, thanks to Vitality being on the map.
Yeah, really good job from Vitality, even Hilly moving up to try and cover that mid wave as well. Just made things a little bit uncomfortable for Rogue, so they never actually get the play that they really want to, or get the time investment that they need. So Vitality back out onto the map with a lot of gold off these last couple of plays.
And a lot of gold on the 80 carrier position. Look at Karzi's lead. 3,000 just on this Ziggs, because he's the one taking solo mid, solo bot, I believe duo bot in the end as well, in that inner turret this early in the game. Remember, inner turret gold is extravagant, to say the least.
And I like the way Vitality are playing, because oftentimes when we see Ziggs in the LEC, we don't get to see these trades that a lot of teams are going for. Vitality are like, we just push faster because the Ziggs with the satchel, so we're happy to take these trades of, hey, it's supposed to be 1 tower, but we always end up getting a second one just because of how quickly we can push these waves. So I like the way Vitality are using this Ziggs. It's something we don't get to see an awful lot of the time.
And I know it's an overused word, but it's tempo heaven, isn't it? Like, you can control the map much easier. You can get away with, I guess, egregious backs, and as the arrow comes through, wow! He flashed into it! Linter's flashed into it! Heartbreak around, he's stuck in place! It's his first day. Well, it's his second day, but it still counts. That's just unfortunate. Good sidestep from Video in the meantime. He Fate Seals out of there. But Linz has panicked and decided it was time to get frosty.
I'm heartbroken for him. He was so close to being able to get away, but not quite able to get in position. And now topside though, Finn getting a similar treatment as Vitality say, look, we've lost on bot side. Let's just try and trade on the opposite side of the map.
You don't see that often. You know, again, with the way he's been playing both yesterday and today, outside of yesterday's end, it's still been good enough, you know, to merit a misplay coming through from Vitality's jungler. But as we look at live and we look at what's happening on the map, it's a trade of turrets, top side for bot side here. Rogue, remembering they're the team with the Azir, the Ashe, the front to back we talked about, and how Marku can threaten throughout. They're the team that are behind, so trading, even in this regard, at least a win for them in some capacity.
Rogue just set up vision on the top side. They really want to try and dissuade Vitality from being able to push up past River, but they just don't really have as much control as they need right now. And with Dragon in 2.5 minutes, at least this is where they can try and force plays on towards mid lane, but Vitality actually going to try and commit on towards Finn in the top side, so responding somewhat well to where Rogue are putting the pressure.
It's always Healy again, face checking through, sees so well. He's going to take this up as Rogue are moving into position. They've got numbers advantage for now. Kazi's got range advantage, but Linus now with the weave as well. Zones on off, and Marcoon has to take another route. Good dodge away from the Zenith Bladers. The Mega Inferno Bomb is also dodged, but here comes Video onto this Brom support. He looks for his charge, he finds it, and Photon finishes the kill. Vitality with a big pick. They use some resources, but now they have numbers advantage in front of Baron.
Yeah, you can see the indecision around whether they want to try and go for Baron or not. They are just going to back away. It is only 20 minutes into the game, so yes, they have a ton of damage, but that could have been an opportunity for Rogue to bring it on back. Hilly going to move in to try and get Vision down to let Photon push in, but will be spotted as he makes his way through.
And look, with that pick, at least getting Vision around the Baron is what they're going to secure. As you said, a bit of indecisiveness in what they were going to do, but getting control around the area is good enough, as well as more gold going onto Vitality. 4K gold lead, I'll keep track for you guys at home as next Dragon comes up in a minute 30. I want to mention, in these next fights, I mean, you have the Navori Beyblade for Video picked up as a second item. As we pause, is it a Fnatic pause? We'll find out. Video, BF Sword, by the way, so third item on the way. Again, showing a bit of the prowess on the Yone.
Yeah, across the board.
Yeah.
Vitality are very, very. What have you started?
I didn't start this, I swear. They knew.
Vitality are very, very strong, though. You've got 2 items now completed for Photon on the top side. As you say, 2 items both on Karzi and for Video in the mid lane. A third with the Crypt Bloom already actually completed for Karzi as well. So Vitality in a very, very good spot. And you're not really hitting these big break points coming through for the other side on Rogue. Usually we'd see Kraken into Triforce, but we're not actually seeing that on the Ashe. He's going to go for more of the Zeal item, so a lot more of that attack speed. You've also got the Zhonya's stop off here for the Azir, so more defensive rather than offensive build. So I definitely think they're going to struggle over the next fight or two until they can get to those third items and really start to get the power that they need in their builds.
And we know there's going to be a fight because, again, we're getting towards Soul Point, especially for a team like Rogue, but some of these Dragon denials keeping Soul away from the game, excuse me, Elder away from the game is my meaning. Feels like it's got a lot of value. We'll find out what this pause is about. Who knows what Kazi's saying, honestly. Every time Kazi talks, I just think that guy's either trash talking or saying something funny. Did you see, it was yesterday. Who was he trash talking? No, he was talking to Linus on his team. He swears that guy was just running it down. He's a secret agent or something. You gotta love it.
I see Larson's left his seat, so I'm gonna assume
a player had to leave the stage, is what I was told. Isn't it? Toilet break? Was that shame, or we'll find out.
Still though, I like looking at Vitality. This is if you want to be a Vitality fan and get behind them this split, this is what you want to see. Like, even though they did end up throwing the game away yesterday, there was a exceptionally strong early game. There is very fixable mistakes that you can come back into it. And now, again, you're having a super strong early game where you're starting to snowball the game. You're playing off of Karzi. He looks absolutely fantastic. Video starting to look better as well, especially when a lot of people, when Video came off of Misfits, was like, this guy is going to be one of the next greats. We're going to start to see him really pop off. He had a team that was built around him on Misfits, and he really shone, but we didn't quite get that for the next little while. And I think now that we're starting to see him come in on things like the Yone, where he looks absolutely fantastic, and may just try to blitz down Larson in this bottom lane. It's been nice to see at least inklings of what we got to see on Misfits, which was him popping off on things like the Akali and the melee assassins. And if he can fall back on toward things like Yones and these things where he can be a bit more mechanically sound, I'm excited to see Video.
Let's hope you don't cast a curse. This arrow's coming up, but he's flashed on Marco and still gets him anyway, altered into the wall. Dagda's done it, ladies and gentlemen. Good on him.
Oops. Didn't mean that one.
All right, who are you talking about next, Dagda? Kazi?
Do I have to do both sides? Is that how it's
true? Okay.
Yeah.
Who's really important on Rogue?
I'd imagine, like, it's got to be Larson still, right?
Okay.
Like, he's kind of been the bread and butter guy for so much. He's kind of been the lifeblood of the team, and yeah, he was there when they won their championship alongside Comp, and it's been a lot of rebuilding since then, but hasn't been much success. So I think Larson with 2-0-2 now, we already talked about him stopping off, taking the pit stop for the Zhonyas. He's going to work up towards Rabadons. I feel like if you are going to see this team succeed, at least in this game, it has to come off the back of this Azir popping off.
And remember as well, I think a lot of people get the wrong impression about Zhonyas. We are no longer a low AP item, 120 AP, so he's got the damage. as well as the survivability. So it's not like you're sacrificing as much anymore.
I think it's still like, if you want to go for Rabadons, right? That's
obviously
significantly more, and then you get the 20%, which is where he's going. Or, you know, there's, yes, it isn't as much, but you also lose out on a lot of, say, if you want to go for Leandrix, you're losing out on that burn. There's still a lot you're losing, even if it isn't just raw AP. There are other stats that you lose.
Hang on, let's pause, because Hilly might be in trouble. He stepped forward to try and dissuade them, but he gets caught out, runs into Rogue head on. And as he charges like a bull, he may have given up this next dragon, then he'll move Rogue to Soul Point.
Is this looking familiar, Hysterics? Post 20 minutes, Vitality looking a little bit shaky, but Hilly getting caught, Video caught off in the side lane, and now Dragon about to spawn. Crucial moments where Vitality just misstep, and Rogue happy to punish. They'll be able to get the Dragon, get to move Finn into this top side to catch waves. They're going to be very happy with that one.
And they're giving resources over to Larson. With that kill as well, you add another one into this Azir, who's now leading in the gold disparity versus him and Video. Soul Point. And even if it's Chemtech Soul, which you say is what I said before, rubbish. But you get to Elder, right? And we know what this comp's going to do, Dagda. We know there's DPS there. They've got a front line. They've got Brom as well, which can be such a nuisance for this Ziggs in fights for his DPS that eventually comes out more consistently. And Brom's going to be a very big tool that they have to get past as Rogue slowly climb back in that gold lead that Vitality found in this early game.
It's even just the fact that you get opportunity to push out on the map and get your waves in order, because Vitality definitely been punishing when it comes towards, hey, Photon, very strong at the moment. Video in the 1v1 against Larson, quite strong as well. But if you're not getting these waves onto the Rogue side of the map, it becomes way more difficult for Vitality to operate in that style, because Rogue can group up with Finn and maybe look for a play.
Looking for the peekaboo. Finn jumps in first. It's 3 versus 2 for now. And especially with Photon coming down, Finn has to be careful how he trades this off. But again, isolating Hilly is the play. He flashes away in the arrow, follows through as well. Finn dodges away from the seismic shove and gets a flip. And Hilly just has to go in and die. But it enables a reset for Mark Hood, who's now ready to play again. Video out with the Fate sealed and Dagda in front of the Baron. Again, another Hilly death.
With Finn having teleport as well, he can come immediately back into the play. But Rogue don't feel confident enough to just immediately turn and burn on towards the big purple worm. Instead, we'll move towards this top half of the map. I think they could have gone for it with the way, with how much had been used by Vitality, especially Video using it as ultimate, but going to take a step back, reset, and look to just take that gold into the back.
We've been watching a lot of T1. Like, they find that pick, they go, well, you know, quick Baron, T1 Baron's a classic. But for Rogue, again, I think their trepidation and their lower pace of game is something we're used to, right? Whether it's the right or wrong move in this situation. Rogue is not known as the most proactive team, so the fact that they are still picking these fights and Finn is like handling this, hey, let's take a quick 2v3, the rest of the team's coming, these more ballsy plays, I think is still a lot better of an experience for Rogue.
I do think you need to learn to go for the juggler, though. As we saw yesterday with Vitality, right? If you give teams that opportunity to find picks, slow down the pace of the game, give themselves an opportunity to come back into it, that's really where you're just going to end up throwing games that you had firmly under your control. And
very true.
I think that's where the biggest problem has been with Rogue, is this lack of decision making. A lot of it was in the early game, not taking advantages there, but now we're still seeing it a little bit in the mid game, which is not pushing those advantages as hard as he could.
It's definitely better, though. I want to be
it's a better early game.
I want to be optimist, because it feels better as Finn might be called out. Hextech ultimatum with the solo laners moving into position. Finn has to all out. The Fate sealed uses Finn's mid ulti as well. Hookshot wall dive, but it's buffered. Finn gets a double knockback, and they're overstepping here. Vitality over chasing, over greeting, and over exemplifying their attempted kill on Finn.
And they won't get one over on Finn at all. Really nice stuff from Finn and the Kazante, breaking ankles and breaking hearts on Vitality. And now Rogue, they say, hang on, that's a mid laner down. We're way more comfortable to go for Baron now, but Finn, the sole member on bot side, Vitality haven't reset. They're just going to continue to try and push for towers with Karzi.
With the Ziggs, this goes down faster. They sacrifice inhibitor turret and maybe inhib. Maybe they want the gold Dagda with the Baron buff. So inhibitor's going to drop on down. Vitality backing away as Finn holds the fort just in case it turns into something more. But Baron will still drop. Rogue still with a mega pick. And we just watch that inhibitor if there's anything that can build off it with this side lane composition that Vitality have drafted, but are quickly losing control of.
At least it is on the bottom side, so for Dragon, which is the next big objective,
great point.
You should be able to defend that relatively easily as Rogue, but it does mean that you're in a bit of an awkward spot where, yes, you have the Baron, but it's going to be hard to push in on this bottom side, and it will give you control over mid. You can start to lean in towards River, but it's still just a little bit of frustrating that Vitality were able to get that.
I mean, look, the fact that Vitality get it is something, but Gold has shortened. 2k Gold lead is all Vitality hold on for the time being, as Baron now does its work. Finn in the bot side getting that push on. Marcoon sitting in a sideline as well. I love when jugglers do this, Dagda, when they also control waves. The bookworms amongst us will understand and love that as well. So Marcoon, as he absorbs a bit of pressure and at least takes some away, I should say, from Vitality top, with that push in, we now see what they can do with the rest of this Baron, this Red Bull Baron power play that has only just begun.
Karzi doing a good job of consistently getting this Banshee's Veil off of Larson. Just a couple of pop shots, whether it's a satchel or just a bomb that's managed to connect. Now Photon, though, on the wrong side. He's going to TP out. He's a level behind Finn, so feeling very scared that more members of Rogue were going to be making their way down here, especially as Dragon is now open available.
Yeah, I mean, with the TP out, that's just Sol. Leads to an early Elder. I shouldn't say early, you know what I mean? Elder's up next, so Sol, regardless, will still go to Rogue. As now for Vitality, the response on the top side of the map is to get the push in on the inner turret. They know that Dragon's up and available on the priority, but with TP with an arrow attempt as well in the Glacial Prison from Zoelis, or rather the Fisher, they get zoned out. Vitality only get half the damage down on the turret, remembering that they don't have the grubs this game. So they have to walk away.
Yeah, they didn't want to bring... I'm surprised they didn't bring Karzi up a little bit quicker. I thought they would have just gone for the quick satchel play. Even the passive auto attack from Karzi would have dropped that turret low enough, but still want to try and keep pressure mid. Weren't really sure where everyone in Rogue was, but now Hilly stepping forward. But Marcoon just can't really set these plays up when Linces is in the area.
They're trying to fish while in the meantime, Photon continues pushing down the side lane. You look at this Camille now, almost 3 items, and that's what Vitality putting a lot of hope on. You'd say the same about Video as well. They're starting to 1-3-1 Dagda. They're starting to believe. But again, the game state is not perfect here for Vitality. Even though they deny a lot of the Baron play with that push, that response, Rogue was still able to get the inherent gold from it, at the very least.
Yeah, but you can see from the Red Bull Baron power play, it's 600 gold difference, right? It's not really a big thing to write home about. So I think you're going to be relatively happy with the way things have gone as Vitality, because you got that bot inhibitor. It's causing a lot of stress here for Rogue. Consistently have to try and defend that, so can't really control top side. So Vitality at least trying to play off of that advantage. We're essentially going to just stick in this situation until 2.5 minutes until we set up for the Baron, and then maybe we can see Rogue play through a lot of these 4th items coming through.
All right, let's talk turkey then, because it's item time, isn't
I like
it?
Mama Gravy.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Good.
It's good.
There is no other way to have it. Some people have it with jam, some people have it with like apricot.
Oh, if I have it on a sandwich, I'll do it with like...
But is it processed turkey? Like, what are we talking about? An
No,
actual
I have it with
turkey?
like cranberry sauce. No, like, you know, the
cranberry
actual,
sauce. That's
cranberry
it.
sauce, a bit of stuffing, bit of mayonnaise.
Do they celebrate
Delicious.
Thanksgiving? Is that a Berlin thing? They celebrate
I think it's just
Thanksgiving?
American.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. Bro, I've never celebrated. As Arrow flies out again. Comp not going to find the target. Almost finds Photon accidentally. But Karzi just dodges away and continues farming up through mid as we continue talking about the turkey. My point was about the items that have been picked up. Karzi was on 3 quite a while ago, but this guy almost towards 4 with 310 CS at 30 minutes. And of course, he's outpacing Comp with that massive lead that we talked about earlier in the game that has remained relevant. Mid laners as well, heading towards their 4th item. And you notice Banshee's Veil on Larson, who you mentioned, Dagda, is a key player in this game. He's got a lot of tools. Some would say that's the vegetarian build of Azir, but I think with Zonya's getting a bit more AP in recent patches, maybe we change our outlook a little bit.
I still think you need some sort of damage in here. I can understand, look, the Banshee's Veil will help it a lot with the AP damages coming through, but it's popped so easily, and now Larson,
there it is. You're right. Hylissang flashes in, but under the sun turret, is it in? Never mind. Karzi's damage says no. Hilly might die here, but it's all about the range. Marcoon flashes away from the reset as Photon has moved on into position, so at least might be a trade, but the redemption keeps him healthy, and healthy enough he is. He walks back to base, and for Vitality, losing Hilly again here might pull back the play.
Yeah, I mean, he's able to survive. And look, you do have, as you say, a lot of armor and magic resist in this build from Larson, and will work well with the Chemtech, so it does end up like helping you to stay on that low health, but I think the lack of damage you can see there as Photon goes in, and even how long it took them in a certain extent to kill Hilly, is going to come back maybe to bite them. Although Rogue, at this stage, don't really have much access to the map either, so it is going to be a case of, can we find a quick pick and hopefully get something rather than an all-out big team fight, it feels like.
As Vitality continue controlling bot side jungle, you can see the vision gets deeper and deeper there. Adamant, that's right, English is good. Photon is the one splitting in a side lane, and again, he's getting that vision resource to make sure he can do so successfully. You can see this topside turret though. Vitality definitely want to be working on moving that down as well as Kazi continues pushing. And lanes have never been the issue for Vitality. It's about how far they can push it without getting punished by a lot of the tools that we've seen so far, Dagda, from Rogue.
Yeah, a lot of what the setup here, though, is trying to set up for Photon on the bottom side. You can see all the vision that has been invested even behind him.
Wow.
There to make sure that anyone who moves into that bottom side will spot him. So Vitality going to start up on towards the Baron. And Photon disappearing into Fog of War means that you've got to be a little careful from Rogue. They're not coming in behind them.
Massive cheer in the crowd for you doing circles, Dagda. Someone really likes shapes in the crowd. Sick one.
I'm hoping Rogue will start to throw some shapes in a little bit, actually. Step up, see if they can find Vitality. And they are going to start the Baron, so they're looking for that TP from Photon.
They do it really quick as well. I mean, again, as they bait them in, it might be for the turn and burn, as Dagda alluded to. Larson's got his 4th item. It's a Rabadon's death cap, so he upgrade to a bit of a meat eater here. Maybe a downgrade depending on your views as Rogue get zoned out. Wow! Mega Inferno Bomb from Kazi stings a little bit as here comes Lince's ult. It zones off double TP as well. Larson has to get out, Zoelis has to get out. Here's the Camille as well with Hextech Ultimatum, but Photon is baiting them in. Rogue looking for a turn as, again, Video goes on him, but doesn't pull the ulti button, while Comp just has to walk away. He was hit by the Ziggs, but they've done what they wanted to do. Vitality zoned them all away from the Baron with low health bars.
And now Vitality just gets started up. Comp won't be here. This is going to be 4 versus 5, and Marcoon on a low health bar.
No flash, he has to get in there mega quick, but doesn't, even without the smite landing perfectly. Video comes in with a fate seal, that doesn't land, but the seismic shove does. Onto Finny, looks to jump back in and stop the Baron power play with the all out. Onto Photon. In the meanwhile, Vitality have done their job. Mega Inferno Bomb is just being thrown left, right, and center. All 5 out with the Baron buff.
10 seconds until Elder Dragon, though, so Rogue need to reset. Vitality going to do the same. Rogue, though, aren't even going to go for the reset. They just immediately want to try and burn this down, but Vitality are going to be so quick coming out of base. Here's the TP from Larson as well.
Marcoon has a little bit of life steal, but it only comes off the passive. I mean, right now at half HP, he's in the danger zone, and we're not talking about Tom Cruise in another movie as Photon jumps on over, but without a smite, Elder's going to go on down, but they're looking. The TP in topside says, hey, with Baron, we want to end. It's a double TP as well. Stop the ports, Dagda yells. There's a Glacial Fissure that comes on out, and with the Elder, Hilly's going to die, but is it for the cause? No enhanced recalls. A slow turn to get back into their base as Larson is left here defending with only an inhibitor for the trade of a kill and Elder.
That's an Elder Dragon gone across though, but Rogue, every time they're getting these big objectives, are slowly but surely losing more and more of their base. You get a kill onto Hillisang, Rogue will come back out onto the map, but again, it's a pushing wave in top now for the side of Vitality.
Hilly's that kind of player that we know historically probably writes Worth in all. I know we know he doesn't write Worth in all chat, but I would in his position. Dives for some of these trades. Vitality getting something else on the map or something else in the game. Elder's been picked up, remember. Finn is about to face a 1v2 and we're about to find out how OP Kasate is, but all out is now going to be used for Photon. He's getting whittled down. Arrow is going to fly through. Finn's going to jump back in. And as you said, Sterix Gage gives him a bit of time though. Photon's life is saved for now, but Comp is running in with flash available and Linces is out of there. He calls his own ambulance and Photon's got one too, so saved by Asterix Gage is all I can say.
Yeah, Finn started to back away, but great arrow from Comp. Just unfortunate that there wasn't the communication on that in the video.
He goes on in. I mean, how can he survive this fate seal interrupted as well? Video's about to be executed. Heartbreaker down and a shutdown. And now for topside with the wave where it is, it might be a big push to be set up by Rogue.
Hilly wants to go forward. Now Zolis is here.
Look at Larson. I mean, again, he's starting to turn it out. The Solar Flare was used, but Larson dodges away. Rogue healthy enough to get a push here with the Sun turret going down, and Vitality trying desperately to defend.
The Rabadon's death cap has been completed, so Larson going to churn out that damage now. Comp in mid lane as well, so what was starting off as Vitality trying to find these little picks, play off of Rogue as they were coming back at a base, has come back to bite them, and this Elder Dragon still doing work.
I mean, they're defending a turret that's gone. Photon with a hookshot wall dive, luckily to get out once again here, but Vitality lose another objective.
But look top, Larson's already got this push now into the top side of the map, and everywhere that Rogue go, towers are falling. Vitality are losing more and more access. 2,000 gold down off of the Red Bull Baron power plays. It just goes off the screen.
And 10 seconds left to the Elder. Rogue have used it well, but the game's not over yet. It's been a nice one. I mean, again, the early game from Vitality to be commended, but Rogue's resilience here in this game is showing the level up of this team over the year.
But it can't happen again, right? Vitality get this early lead.
Dagda. What are you
now
doing?
into the later portion of the game where it's little picks, small mistakes coming through and biting them.
True.
Rogue now with her, what is a very, very long storm, and find themselves now. No, they haven't cracked the base, but the towers are starting to fall. Full item completions are starting to come through, especially for someone like Larson. Crypt Bloom now finished. Vitality.
Finn's angle. Onto Hilly, he's got a Mega Blast Cone, that'll save him. But Finn again is playing with a bit of fire and in a very good way. They're hanging around the bottom side of the map. Nothing's going to be here though for the next 2 and a bit minutes. You can see Baron as well on a 50-second disputed timer, 2 minutes versus 250. So that's what we're going to look up for next.
Yeah, you can see a little damage being done to Finn though, which is why I love his build. He goes for the more like redemption, Locket of the Iron Solari, helping out a lot of his team. And again, it's kind of playing off this Chemtech Dragon. It's, hey, we're going to give you a bunch of shields and resistances and also give you the opportunity to heal back up a redemption. So you're just staying consistently with your health bar topped up, but he might need a little bit more here.
Well, let's find out how much more. Seismic Shove doesn't work. He gets ulted here by Photon, but now with the Hextech ultimatum down and the arrow flying through, Finn once again showing his own resilience. Photon has to get out of there. Hookshot wall divers. Hilly could be the next target with all of Rogue bot, but you look at mid. Video should be happy with this if he can get some time. Hilly sacrifices his life, but that sacrifice is gonna end up being a trade for Video as Finn TP's in.
Finn's gone in behind him. Let's try and cut off the escape route for Video. Can he find him though? Finn, not entirely sure where he's gone to. You can see mid lane, they're collapsing. Finn will spot him now.
Mega Blast Cone could save his life, but instead Video's still taking away. He's gonna get his second Q. Finn just goes up in the air. A little bit embarrassing as a face sealed over the walls right into Marku's hands. Oh, now he's got nothing. He has nothing. There's a pick there, and it's 60 seconds of Video dead.
And Vitality are just again trying to get these waves pushed in, trying to deny Rogue any sort of time on the map while Video is dead. But you can see 10 seconds after that Baron spawns, Video will be up, has the teleport, but that's 10 seconds you've got to deal with Rogue.
Just want to point out, Comp is probably sick of this game. He's just started going to a Seeker's Arm Guard, Dagda, so he's got his one-time stopwatch. And to be fair as well, with a lot of the AD coming out, the armor should be useful. To clarify, his Cloak of Agility also sits in the inventory. He's so far behind. I mean, there's a full build Ziggs on the other side. There's really only a 3-item Ashe with a Seeker's Arm Guard. So Comp is definitely the arrow bot this game, I think, unless he gets a bit more time.
You know what your job is if you're Comp. Like, this is, you are the utility style. You know the Larson has a ton of damage. Finn, you can bring in some in. Same with Markoon and Baron, we talked about it. Video just dead for too long.
Whoa! What? Wait! At like 85 HP! Hang on!
They don't get the reset! They don't get the Baron recall, so Vitality, they're immediately going to start to move in!
Kazi, I mean, AD carry the split. Let's continue that trend, he says. Now mid's open, no way! I thought the smite was going to come through, and Kazi again with the extra tick that's happened. As Rogue find a bit of a reset, so the push will stop there. Photon dies. But Kazi, we are going to need a replay, you absolute maniac.
Wait, they're still going. Kazi with the flash away.
Maybe gonna get hit hard. The exhaust is there. Video comes through. Hits only Zoelis, but Kazi is isolated. A satchel charge is good, but Finn has the gap closed, has the kill. And Vitality caught running back after such a brilliant take of Baron. Have now lost most of their members.
But Rogue, they still get the push. They can still start to move in. That's 3 dead on Vitality. The question is now, Elder Dragon or End? And Rogue are answering End.
20 seconds on Photon, Dagda. The bottom lane is not up for 40 seconds, so you can see Video on the bottom side trying to get the push in. He doesn't want to flip the game. He doesn't want to go for the base race. Rogue are here in numbers.
Video and Linsis, they need to make the hero play, but Video has no ultimate. Flash, the only thing available, needs to stack up his Q. Linsis doesn't get the flick.
Surely not again. The arrow does connect, though. Doesn't give Video time. He gets knocked back. Seismic Shove into the GA. Linsis goes golden to play his own set of time, but Comp does the same. The flush away. Linsis, Seismic Shove helps again, but onto Finn. He's tanking enough, but Video can't get the damage done. The range is there from Larson as the GA pops on out.
Karzi in 10.
Rogue find 2 more.
Karzi's in 10. We've seen how much damage this ultimate can do. Hilly, can you get the ultimate to set up for this?
Look at HP on Comp and Finn as well. Is it going to be enough? Linsis gets target on Mark.
Karzi
says it's over for Kazi again with a big bomb, but Markoon gets the reset in the back line. Rogue may have done enough, Dagda. I think Hilly is the only thing in the way, and even with low health bars, you got Finn. Larson tanks him up. No minion wave. No. Are we coming in?
There's just no time. 30 seconds on Photon. Rogue have done it. They found their moments.
I cannot believe again Vitality have been trumped, and Rogue, welcome to the win club. That's one way to do it.
Marcoon's expression is me. I am Marcoon. What the hell just happened? How did we go from Vitality having so much control in this game to ending like that?
That was a chaotic end and such a great game for entertainment purposes. You can see Kazi's like, what just happened after such a mega steal of Baron? But you can vote for your key player of the game at LEC on X. Is it Marcoon, Larson, or Cop? Then go back in the replays and then make up your mind, because that game was absolutely wild, Dagda.
That game was insane. But Rogue take a bow. Incredible stuff.
First win of the season goes down exactly like that. Welcome, Rogue. As we go to a break, though, remember, we have a match of the week delivered by Uber Eats. It's KC and MDK right after this. Lintz's here with the punishes massive. It's now this bottom lane of Rogue has stepped too far, and in the nick of time with a fake seal, Video cleans it up. There's first blood, there's second blood.
I go. Yeah. Looks good. They go flash. Just kill him. I can go. Can we chase?
Zyra comes through. Wow! He flashed into it. Lintz has flashed into it. Heartbreak around, he's stuck in place.
When I was in Movistar Riders, I lost the MEA finals 2-3 to them.
5 games! Karmine Corp take their 4th EMEA Masters title!
Mad Lions, they finished second in winter split, and in the spring they looked weaker.
Now in LEC we are 1-1, so now I guess it's gonna be the decider who's the better team.
I played in Turkish League, I won it. I played in LCS, I won it, and this is the 3rd league I'm playing. I play to win every game. I'm very confident about this season and how my team is looking so far.
It would be some sort of redemption after the bad year. And the MDK is the first step. Also get the revenge because they beat us.
The revenge is never ending, but beating them always is super nice because of the MEA finals.
Winning that much doesn't mean anything to me, just another step towards the playoffs.
I have like this thing inside me that makes me wanna smash them.
Hey, Law.
Yeah?
I need a bit of help with styling since I'm new here, and I was wondering if I could show you a couple of outfits.
Yeah, sure.
Amazing, thank you so much. I'll be right back. I'm a porro snack. Get it?
I don't know, man. No, not really.
I don't know, Law. It's hopeless.
No, it's gonna be fine. Here, let's have a break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Back to the drawing board then, I guess.
Red Bull gives you wings.
everybody to the LEC, where it is time. Welcome back, everybody, to the LEC, where it is time for our match of the week, MDK versus KC. You can spell match of the week however you like. But remember, we're in the beginning of the season, so anything can really happen. And I'm personally really excited because it is KC versus MDK, and two of the best fan bases that we have had in the LEC. And we know that the KC fans are also in full swing, also in the watch party over that Kamado setup. So thank you so much for that. And to look at their paths of both these teams in the LEC, we set up a little quiz about the LVP versus the Super Liga. We have two teams. We have Broxa versus Odoamne on one side, and we have Lore and GB on the other.
Let's go.
Team France.
To make this a little spicy. Oh. You didn't see that, did you?
No, I did not see the answer, but it might be rigged.
Okay. Are you cheating? What?
You're cheating.
The loser should do something, the losing team, I think. So do you know what they should do in case they lose?
Okay, so if they lose, I want them to put on a little skit for because they're playing for the Spanish team, right? So I want them to put a little skit for KC and then flamenco in front of them.
Flamenco in front of KC. Fans, players will see. Okay, cool.
I can't wait.
You're gonna have something that they have to do if they lose?
Well, it only seems fitting that if you have to do a Spanish dance, that they should be doing a French dance in front of MDK in case we win, which we probably will.
Okay,
Of course we will.
great. Excuse me, of course, I said LVP versus Superliga. I meant LFL versus Superliga earlier. That will be the topic of the quiz. Question number 1. If you say it, shout it. How many different teams have won the LFL since 2019?
We both can answer? Everyone can answer?
Go ahead. Yeah. Just answer a few.
Wait, 3?
Incorrect.
What? How?
5.
Oh, no, 2.
Incorrect. 2. Incorrect.
What?
Oh.
Yes.
One point.
Nice. Different teams.
No.
KC and KC Blue are counted as the same team. The winners are KC Blue, LDLC, Misfits Premier, and Gamers Origin.
I forgot Gamers
We're so good about the LFL.
No, but like he was slightly earlier.
Yeah,
he was.
slightly earlier.
Yes,
he had it. Yeah.
Points.
No.
I based my vote Jimmy for this.
Yes, it's question number 2. Who are the 5 players on the most recent roster to win the LVP Superliga?
Okay, wait. No, the super. No, I don't know.
The 5 players?
I thought he was
Cersei, Carlson,
yeah, yes.
Jack Spectra, Whiten, and who's the mid laner? Who was the mid laner? Certus.
I'm not sure if that's correct.
Certus came in the last week.
You have 4 out of 5. I think.
No, I got all of them.
Yeah,
you swept them all.
That's actually.
I mean, my boy Xerxes is playing there,
Very
so
good.
I'm glad I'm on this side.
I actually want to kind of give him 2 points for that, but I can't because it's so impressive. But 1-1. Question 3. Which player has the most LFL titles?
Seiken.
He said it.
Yeah.
That was pretty
Sounds correct.
I mean, it sounds way too. Yeah.
Probably.
Yes.
Sure.
I'm going to
4
give you
times.
the point. I'm pretty sure. 4 times.
Baker doesn't
You don't
have
get
this.
extra points for that, but that's fine. Okay, they're
Okay.
correct. 2-1.
Is it correct?
Is it not correct? It was Ike!
What? Okay, that's actually crazy, but it also makes sense since he's been there for so long.
Yeah.
Really?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm into
I
it.
love you. You're like Reddit. You are so confidently wrong. I absolutely love it. Question number 4.
man.
Only one team has gone winless in the LFL. Which?
Like in the whole history.
Mirage?
Yes, ever.
Yeah,
Ever.
it sounds like
Mirage?
Sounds like something Mirage would do.
Is it Mirage? Is that correct?
See, I only
No,
look
that's
at
incorrect.
LDLC.
No, no way.
winless. They won the split.
LDLC? No?
Easy Dream?
But yes, correct.
Oh, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, sure, Easy Dream. Let's
Easy Dream. Very, very nice. Question 5. Targamas played for 3 different teams in the LFL. Which? This is
K-Core.
I'm looking at you, bro.
Case 3 different teams?
Oh my god.
Is it the KC Blue thing again?
I guess KC Blue? No, he did
I don't know.
I have no idea. I only know
Just
KC,
running
so I'm
interference.
just looking at you here because I casted one split of LFL. You were
I don't know.
not to put any pressure.
Oh my
on
god.
Okay, one of the teams was in the ULCS
Do
as
we get
well.
points if we snipe just one team?
ULCS?
Okay, the first one who names one of the correct teams.
KC.
That's not fair.
Sorry.
No, but I actually want to know about the rest.
All right.
Gentlemates.
Vitality. Yeah, Vitality
It's
B,
not
Misfits
that, no
premiering.
Wow.
It's 3-1. Question 6.
Sorry.
Only one team has won the EMEA Masters more than
Casey.
once. Which team?
Sorry, I'm
right there.
because I just wanted to be faster than here. Like, I want to win this.
KC.
There's one answer that you need to spam every time, and that's
we
it.
can
This is so
pretend we
rigged.
didn't say
Let's
this.
head over to the last question.
So
Okay, are you willing to take whoever wins this last question wins the whole thing or not?
That
Like,
depends.
all in or not?
Is this a LVP?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yes or no?
Oh, you read the
don't have
question
to.
before?
I'll look for you to guide
Could
us.
do it.
The question is, which 2 Spanish teams have won the EMEA Masters? Do you take the gamble or not?
Let's
All or nothing?
take it.
Yes, she took it.
Okay,
For sure.
Team Heretics and
Yeah.
Movistar Riders.
Wow,
Bro.
would you look at that?
No,
Origin
what?
Heretics.
What?
There's Origin in
Heretics.
there.
Origin Heretics.
Oh, no.
Wait, what?
Origin Movistar
One of them
Riders.
is correct.
Origin Movistar Riders.
No.
Heretics for sure.
Yes.
Heretics
What
for
is
sure.
the other one?
What is
Wait,
the other
but did
team?
Mad
Mad
Lions-
Lions.
Did they?
Correct. Lions? Yeah. Correct.
Was that not what I said in the beginning?
Did
No.
you?
Did you?
What did I say?
I'm not. No, you said Movistar Riders.
This is Doom.
Oh, right. Sorry, Mad Lions. Yeah, my
Yes,
bad. My
yes,
bad.
yes. We went over time.
Yes.
They're the winners. They will be dancing flamenco at some point in time. But it's time for our match of the week. Are you warmed up? I am. Let's head into it.
As long as they're dancing, I'm excited, and clearly the KC fans are too. K-Corp fans, of course, showing up strong to Kometto's viewing parties in Eastbot, Paris. Blue wall there, loud and proud. Probably not just because of the quiz where Otawamne and Broxa seemed completely and utterly lost.
I mean, for pro players, they really don't know much about gaming, really, do they?
Yes, they're very not
You guys
equipped
have gotta buzz
for
in
checks
faster.
notes or regional leagues. Let me check. Yes, Romanian and Danish. Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe not in the realm of expertise.
We are getting ready for KC versus MDK. It's going to be an exciting one. We saw some promising things from KC in the early game yesterday. Same for Mad Lions, but they both find themselves at a loss. Dragos. Of course, the desk is having a bit of fun. We're going to be having a bit of fun with this game as well. I'm expecting new champions. I'm expecting some fun narrative, right? Spain versus France, always a heated rivalry. And also, every time we see these two teams play, it's usually a banger, Dragos.
It's always spicy. Again, despite KC's lackluster year so far, they're 1-1 with Mad Lions Koi. See who can get it in the best of 3 regular season. For now, just about taking it one game at a time. Mad Lions Koi, of course, got a little creative versus G2, but in the late game, that Camille really took over for KC. Some early game signs of life as well, but really able to bring it home. But we'll see how the drafts set them up. I like the Ivern ban coming out. That champion has looked very powerful in the last 2 days of games.
The question is, will we see any further AD carry bans? Senna being taken away by Mad Lions Koi. Upset bringing that one out yesterday. No, the Rumble actually going to be taken off. So Varus, Ashe. We haven't seen any Caitlyn. I was told she was OP. She did get a bit of an adjustment.
Were you told by Rob?
Was I? No.
Because Rob has one clip of him getting one-tapped as Nami by a 5-item Caitlyn from 2 patches ago. And anyone who asks gets to see the clip. And it's the immediate argument for Caitlyn is strong. And she is strong. Obviously adjusted.
Not as much, at least in Europe. The Ashe, though, response going to be from Mad Lions as the Talia is first picked from Karmine Corp. I think Vladdy had a pretty strong performance on it yesterday for his debut game on the LEC stage. Working well with Closer and Kana. No first pick Jax. No early priority on the Jax this time around.
Startling.
Sejuani Ashe, though. Bit of a Freljord vibe we've got from the Mad Lions. Great utility already from their composition.
Glacial comp. TFT set 1 throwback. But obviously, steady, reliable, have the luxury of using the Ashe to flex pick if you so choose. Yesterday, Mirwin and Mad Lions set him up for success to get that TF first pick. It really did not pan out, so we'll see how they adjust in terms of his top lane pool. And Jinx would be an easy lock-in with Nautilus off the board. Rel certainly would rise in prio.
You keep the Talia as a flex pick too. You can move her between mid and jungle. Keep your options open depending on where you want to go with the rest of your draft. So far, Karmine Corp keeping things relatively safe. I think the beauty of Jinx into Ashe as well is that if the Ashe does happen to be played in AD carry, you have a nice range scaling matchup that you can play in on the bot side of the map. So, and I wonder if Karmine have been taking some lessons from BDS, maybe a few early swaps to get through some potentially rough laning phases. But it's going to be the Rek'Sai once more for Closer, confirming that the Talia will be put into the jungle, mid lane rather.
Sorry, there's a picture of Vladdy behind is really funny. It looks like it should be printed on a candle and sold in a church. It's great stuff.
Oddly specific, but
I'm just, Anyway, so the Rek'Sai locked in, and I think you're right that Vladdy had a good day yesterday, so I like seeing that setup for him and Closer as well. It feels like KC clearly have some comfort picks when it comes to mid jungle, repeating some of those, but the LeBlanc now coming in for Fescaui.
Confident pick.
Yeah, and he's had a lot of really highlight moments on this champion overall. And again, LeBlanc on the dash in, it is a dash. The recall back on the distortion is a blink, so it will not be affected by the unraveled earth.
Yeah, I mean, LeBlanc is favored into many matchups. One of the big things he struggles with is wave clear, especially during the early levels, which means that Talia can play for that early prio, but depending on how you use her W, can have a massive impact on how the matchup plays out for LeBlanc.
Now, as we enter our second phase of bans, we want to hear from you at home. If you're listening, if you're watching, go to @LEC on X, we call it Twitter, to tell us who do you think the better AD carry is, Upset or Supa. We'll check in on those answers.
Go to LEC
tweet
on X.
On X.
You can X us.
You can Z at us.
X us up. Yeah. But we want to know. We really want to know.
I feel like we've
Upset or
aged
Supa?
5 years in the last 5 minutes.
Yes.
Z at us. Upset or Supa? Who is better? TikTok us, Instagram. We'll find it wherever you put it, but
Yeah.
Twitter preferably. We'll check in game to see what you have to say, depending on the pace of game, of course, as a lot of bot lane bans are coming through. Varus off the board, the Braum, the Rakan taken away. Some targeting at Targamas, and Supa, we'll have to see what he and Alvaro want to prioritize.
Varus being banned away makes a lot of sense. I wonder if Karmine will also remove the Rel. Made it all the way through the draft. Mad Lions setting up for... Well, I mean, it depends whether or not they want to put the Ashe in AD carry. Maybe they want to keep it flexible. You could just go for something like Cassante right now. Maybe even something more aggressive, Camille, if you want to.
Soraka.
It's just a hub at Dracos. You know, you can't be bought into those things.
I mean, when it's Mad Lions Koi, I'm always bought in, but it will be something. I was almost going to
The
talk
Rel
about
that we talked about, maybe.
Hey, the Rel that you talked about. More cavalry coming through for the
So
side
now
of
what
Mad
do you
Lions
answer
Koi.
with this Karmine? Do you think about something like an Alistair, maybe?
Okay.
Okay.
I'm looking to see if you have any source of information that allows you to be
No,
this
I don't.
prophetic. The answer is no.
Unfortunately, the pro meta is a little predictable.
Yeah.
I mean, Karmine, if they are sticking
Here's
to the
what
trend,
I'll say is, I imagine on the balance team it's really annoying because you look at the data behind the scenes and you're like, these champions and builds are objectively OP, and then you turn on your screen and what do you see? It's Cassante Sejuani again. How does it keep happening?
Is it Cassante?
It's, yeah, come on.
Kana, come on. We were promised. We were promised.
You were the chosen one, Kana.
Photon showed us Camille
Come
earlier
on.
today.
Oh. Yes, Kana! Kana.
Don't toy.
Don't let us down. That would be, that's not as exciting.
I mean, it's a little bit more exciting.
That's cool. Something different, perhaps?
Something different.
Okay, at least it's not Cassante. Partial points for Kana. Still has the potential to be the chosen one here.
But
Cassante.
Varus top, Fiddlesticks top, Twisted Fate top, Milwin. Come on, man. We know you, you know us. We both know. Keep it fresh. Keep it easy.
Keep it spicy. Remember, they're already going to see Ottawamne dance for them. You have to prove you can dance better.
Okay.
Damn it. I'm not supposed to swear. Whoops.
We tried.
Oh, shoot.
Ah, shucks.
Oh, darn.
Unlucky.
Oh, no. Maybe one more nerf will do the trick. He's just built different. All right, well, Cassante comes through. Maybe not the most exciting matchup on the top side, but mid-jungle set to be pretty explosive. Ashe, a lot of utility for the side of Mad Lions Koi. A lot of really good engage options. On the opposite side for KC, you know, Upset feels like that late game scaling insurance, a hyper carry for Upset, something we didn't get to see on day one. Curious to see what kind of form he's in.
I mean, I will say, you kind of look at these mid-jungles, so both comps, they come across as very skirmish heavy. You know, LeBlanc loves to fight you in the early game, Rek'Sai, very similar. However, I don't love LeBlanc Sejuani as a combo. I think Rek'Sai Talia should have some great power because of their setup. But we'll see how things play out. Mid-jungle, I think, is going to play a big part as the fans enthusiastic as ever as we jump into our third game of the day.
The Giant X fans and Mad Lions Koi fans uniting in their love for the Superliga in Spain. Arctic Ops Gragas on your screen. Let's get into it. Probably one of our most exciting matches of the weekend. And the color coordination. Look at this. This is something that has to be respected here. Mad Lions Koi, all different sorts of chromas. Where's their sync? Where's their outfit? Where's their stylist? You know, that's what I'm trying to understand. On the opposite side for KC, blue chroma, blue skin, blue chroma. Rek'Sai, Closer's working on it, you know? He's got a little bit of something else in there.
Purple's close to blue.
I think that's red, though.
Okay, but blue and red complement each other, right?
Nah, it's a little bit, well, they're kind of a J, like purple's in the middle.
Listen, when I first joined the LEC, I'll never forget this. Quickshot just got me a color wheel and said, learn. Never did.
Never did. He also probably never followed up on that.
He never did.
He just handed you a color wheel.
He did. Just handed me a color wheel and said, here you go, you can learn.
Again, as you saw on the bottom of your screen, call out for the Twitter, for the tweets. Get at us.
Who's
better?
tweets.
Super upset. We've talked about this. Super maybe less proven. A lot of people skeptical since he said, he's better than Deft. Upset, a guy who's been around for a long time. More handsome, less passive than Reckless. Many people confident to say that, but is he more handsome?
That tweet has followed him his whole career.
Supa? It was a great tweet. We need more like that. But Supa, doing the Ashe thing, stepping in and out of the brush, knowing that Alistar level 1 is kind of useless.
Completely useless.
He's there to body block.
He's
but again,
literally just
blue
body blocking.
pajamas. These are the things we have to keep track of. Alvaro, interrupted. Again, just trading damage back and forth here. Doesn't look like anyone's lost too much XP.
An exchange of aftershocks as junglers start topside path towards bot. Super and Alvaro should be able to get the earlier level 2. We'll see if they can really do much off the back of it, but yeah, Jinx, Alistar is not a bot lane I would consider fearsome. Good scaling, great team fighting, but laning phase, just kind of, what's the word? Passive?
Passive, muted, quiet, bad. Depends on how much credit you want to give to the duo. Nothing against Upset and Targa, right? You can't really do a lot in that 2v2. Ashe basically solo wins lane, and they have slightly better support for at least the first few levels. As now, Elyoya just going through a full jungle clear. Looks like both sides.
To his blue though. Maybe he's looking for something a little bit earlier. Perhaps he just wants to cover because he recognizes that the bot lane does have that advanced push. Vladdy already on the way down. I think he just wants to drop his ward, get some information on the river, see if he can spot out Elyoya as he's likely to clear out the crab on the bot side of the map, given that he does have Prio on this side. You kind of look across the board. Mirwin with early push top side, MDK with that push in bot, and also LeBlanc. Now that you've got that level 3, you have a little bit more kill threat. Even though it's Vladdy that has the push for now, the reality is that this LeBlanc, if she can get on top of you, can be very, very scary. As we were saying, nice trade there from Friskawi. Gonna force Vladdy back, because does of course have the TP, so he's not gonna be too upset about it.
Yeah, for now, relatively quiet. Of course, again, you talk about the stakes for both of these organizations. A lot of history when it comes through between specifically the LFL and Superliga. For KC and Mad Lions Koi, not quite as much when we look at their overall head-to-head, when we look at the past. Still some interesting numbers to keep track of. Still a trend to follow.
Oh.
There it is.
There it is.
2 wins, 7 losses, 6 wins, 10 losses.
Really selling them there. Unfortunately,
huh? I'm bad at reading. What does this say, Mitty? How are neither of them positive against the other?
You prepared the numbers.
Record.
Yeah? You want to explain those numbers to me, Dracos?
Yeah, so it's in spring. They're 2-7 and 6-10. I misunderstood what I requested. That makes more sense. I thought that was their record against each other. I was like, how do they have a combined 17
you confused me.
Look, bottom line.
These are their records in spring. They didn't have a good spring.
They didn't have a good spring, right? And ultimately, the only thing that really matters, I think, for KC fans is KC won the last time these two teams played against each other, which was very embarrassing for MDK, because the first time around, KC were talking, it's a big smack. Yamato was out there. True. Hitting him with the big tweets, going toe-to-toe with Ebi. Did not work out super. Second time around, a little bit better.
So far, it's a tempered early game. Just a lot of farming back and forth. Kind of what we've been seeing in this meta. I will say...
Is this the meta, or are teams like...
Nah, bro,
obviously, summer's really important.
No, because you got to remember,
you're a little
right?
scared.
Basically, oh, hang on. All right. Control ward gonna go in favor of KC. Basically, the old meta was very much about like diving bot lane.
Yep.
That's why lane swaps even became a thing, because they wanted the bot lanes to stop getting dived. And so you could actually start picking scaling matchups, and then they made it way harder. And also, it felt like that because AP junglers became stronger, that then forced AD mids, and then your engage kind of had to come from supports. But in this game, there is no AP junglers, but they've just picked scaling AD carries anyway. And so we're just playing a slower game. There's not really any lanes for the junglers to easily play around. It's mainly about covering for one another. You'd expect, again, the kind of mid-jungles is where you'd expect some sort of early skirmishing, but neither mid laner is kind of eager to move out of their lane. Right now, it's just kind of a constant back and forth push between the two. as junglers primarily focus on hovering with their supports and just making sure that there's an element of safety across the map.
Yeah, both sides just kind of squaring up here. Junglers walking into bot side just to be spotted, just to be visible. Very awkward early game. It's been a while since I've seen junglers just wander into bot, hang out, go, all right, we've spent our time with the kids, back to your moms for the week, and then just return to farming the game. Oh, gosh. Ultimately, quiet thus far. 6.5 minutes in, not a lot to report. The air feels tense, but
does
a lot
it?
of KC fans.
I feel very relaxed right now.
A lot of MDK fans in the audience.
If I was playing this game, it'd be very relaxing. You know, just focus on the farm, drop a ward down here and there.
I feel like if you're upset in this game, you're chilling. You know, you're just like, all right, my job is to farm and not die. And as long as I farm and not die and nothing else goes wrong in the rest of the map, we probably, you know, are in a pretty good spot. That said, MDK.
So now what you'd expect is Closer goes top, he takes the grubs. That's what I'm looking for. And it's just an exchange of objectives. Super gonna tick over to level 6.
What are we getting amped for?
Dragon going down. First major objective of the game.
Oh, Targa, only level 4. Supa just trying to zone him away from the tower. Good stun, it may need ignite. He's only level 4, Targa! You got no business being there! Alvaro grabbing the kill!
I didn't think he could die to that.
He did not think that either, clearly.
He was one tick over level 5. If he'd been able to get it, that would have been enough health to keep him alive, but credit to Alvaro, it makes the dive happen very cleanly. First blood to MDK's bot lane.
Huh. Well, there you have it. Dragon picked up as well as the kill on bot side. I mean, good read from Supa, right? Just commits to the play, knows the Ignite's going to finish the job. Targamas does have Aftershock, but still relatively squishy pre-level 6. Closer to the good news is going to grab the Void Grubs, but it won't mean a whole lot unless you grab the second spawn as well, especially because it's not like they really have a pushing lane to play through with that extra damage to towers.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane was supposed to just be farm built.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't know if you remember that old Facebook game.
I do. I'm very mini fond of it.
But things have gone awry. Small gold lead for MDK. They are hovering around mid right now.
All right.
And they
Targamas finally level 5.
Gentlemen. Seems to be having a chord.
Did you not feel the tension? I feel like they're
What
just
tension?
I feel like they're like on the edge of their seats, like afraid to make a mistake. It feels tense to me. Like, did you watch Vitality play earlier? That felt loosey-goosey. You know what I mean? Like, by comparison, this feels very tense. Neither side wants to commit. Not a single spell wasted. It's only the first game or second game of the season for both these lineups. First week. But now Upset and Targamas return to bot side.
And I can tell you right now, KC don't want to lose because they don't want to be 10th again. Mad don't want to lose because they don't want to lose to the team that went 10th twice in a row.
I mean, that's big stakes on both sides, really.
I mean, for sure. There's also the element of the Spanish-French rivalry.
I mean, certainly, and, you know, trying to get to third place. Ultimately, if you want to make season finals for KC, they don't have any points, so
literally
make it
zero.
on placement. Literally 0 points. I have just heard from production that our first tweet is ready. Let's see what the fans have to say about the age-old battle, or the new age battle, I should say, of Supa versus Upset.
I think Supa is better than Upset, but I feel that's more of a support diff due to Alvaro being better than Targamas.
Ooh, making it, switching it around, making it about the supports. We wanted 80 carry opinions. Lionel's out here bringing it to the supports. Targamas did just die, though, so I don't know if he made that tweet before the death or after the death.
If it was before the death, fair play.
Fair play. If it's after the death, come on, bro. You can't. That's like hindsight is 2020.
Fair, okay. I don't think that's a fake tweet, chat. I think that's a real one.
It might be real.
That is my favorite meme. They're all like, they all like Sasuke fake tweet.
Is it real?
My other favorite one is when like a really sick play happens and then the chat goes, I wonder where Faker is.
Is he here right now? No. Hall of Legends promos? Upset Supa is Astro carried by Alvaro.
Alvaro is just,
Alvaro's getting a lot of hype today, but there's a lot of sideways shade being thrown at different people. The first one was Targa.
It's so funny how everyone, in order to praise Alvaro, they've just got to throw
This is the
shade
rule
on
of
everyone
internet.
else.
It's a zero, praise on the internet is a zero-sum game. In order for someone to be good, someone else has to be trash. Betty, those are the rules.
Those are the rules.
But I prefer an alternative version of the zero-sum game. Are you with me?
Hell yeah.
You know about less passive, more handsome. Yeah?
Yeah.
So you're aware of the newest 80 carry metric brought to you by League of Legends Esports, right?
No.
Well, if luck will have it, we now have the tools to dissect and get your expert opinion on...
My expert opinion?
I need your expert opinion, Betty. Very soon, we're going to bring up a chart, and I'm going to need you to break down where Supa and Upset sit on the latest 80 carry metric, advanced analytics coming in from League of Legends Esports, passivity and handsomeness.
Passivity and what? You're telling me that you've made some sort of...
Yes. And now using this, I need to understand who is the most handsome and the least passive. For example, oh, you could just put multiple faces. I didn't know you could do that. I thought it was one face.
Hang on. So you want to tell me who is...
Yes.
Well, let's start off by I think that they're both very handsome individuals.
No, it's one scale.
Okay.
It's one scale.
So they're
it's an
either
advanced
passive
metric.
or they're handsome?
They're either passive or they're handsome.
Well,
There is only metric.
They're both
Think
down
about it.
here
Think about
right
it. Think about it. Gumayushi, incredibly handsome, not passive.
Okay. That right now, based on this, actually, no.
Don't you say that.
Hang on.
There's a kill happening top lane, by the way. Hold that thought.
Wait.
Mirwin, pull back. Solo bolo on Kana. Kana taken down by Mirwin. We didn't need any top laners from Korea. We got him right here.
We need to put a photo of Mirwin at the handsome scale right now, because he ain't any passive,
There's no
Drakas.
passive. I thought it was for 80 carries.
In the top lane.
Mirwin's mixing it up. Well, it might not be a perfect metric.
With the okay. You really threw me a curveball with that metric.
Yeah, let us know where you think your favorite 80 carry lies on the passive to handsome
We'll
scale.
try and update it throughout the game, I guess.
We might need a Mirwin face there in the weeks to come. Okay, let's take a look. We were a bit sidetracked with advanced analytics, but we can get back to the normal play.
I mean, I wasn't expecting a solo kill to happen up here. Oh, nice use of the ultimate to buffer Kana's ulti. He then tries to create space, but Mirwin playing it perfectly. Doesn't even take a drop of damage, only to the tower. And just a beautiful solo kill. Mirwin showing EU's got it. Plays into the crowd. And why not? Solo kill onto Kana. Great way to start off the season.
No passivity, all handsomeness.
All handsome.
All the time, Mirwin.
He's coming in with a fresh cut this split as well.
True. Brolo Jojo, which is surprisingly similar to Mojo Jojo. Casey Koopa. We might know what his alliance leads. Unsurprisingly. Upset doesn't even know who Supa is. That's a bit of a problem.
Classic.
Supa just arrowed and killed his support, so I hope that he's learning fast. That said, Upset got the scaling choice, right? If anyone's going to take over this game, we saw a pentakill earlier today from Ice. Can Upset replicate that here?
He's gonna have to make some magic happen. Right now, Casey haven't been able to find any successful plays. They do have the 6 grubs, of course. The 2 dragons in favor of MDK is a common trade we've been seeing here in the LEC. The 3rd dragon's gonna be where we expect some combat. Frescowy, though, working with his team to help control. Well, I thought they had control within that brush. I stand corrected.
Grouping, determined. Gonna grab the red buff here for Upset. Of course, he's kind of the big damage threat. We'll have Kana and Vladdy do a lot of magic damage, disrupt, make it really hard for Supa especially to play these fights out on an immobile champion like the Ashe. And of course, Jinx, yeah, what do you say? She's the same champion she's been for so long, kind of this ticking time bomb. Not gonna see a weird lane swap here. They're coming in. You guys are tweeting a lot. I respect this.
I can't tell. I'm assuming the X is because they're matched. The name is Hasi.
Hasi.
1, 2, 3.
Hasi, even. Upset is on top, so he doesn't have enough experience and has to prove himself first.
I mean, he did.
They're 1-1. So, we could say this is the decider. This is like the world finals of regular season KC versus Mad Lions Boy.
I mean, to be fair, now I ain't trying to throw any shade. I'm just stating facts.
Yes.
Supa did make a finals in his first split. Upset has been 10th place 3 times in a row. I'm just stating facts. Those are only, that's all I've done.
Okay. Facts hurt.
They do. Now, of course, facts don't represent a player, you know? Upset still.
Sorry, do you want to say that again?
Yeah, facts. Don't entirely represent a player, you know, circumstances, there's a lot of variables that come into, you know, it's a team game, not an individual's game, you know what I mean?
It is a team game. As we learned with Mirwin on the top side. I do think that KC, as we get later, though, their life just gets easier. Alistar's one of those champions where the further you go in the game, the more powerful he's going to feel. Targamas, that was a big, that was bad earlier on. Probably shouldn't have died there, but it hasn't cost too much. And overall, minor gold deficit. I think you're right, though. You can see the setup here. Drake, minute 45 seconds away.
Oh, hang on.
Getting a fight. Good. Initial engage is solid onto Alvaro. Alvaro just going to get interrupted and pop. Super already missed the arrow, and Upset's taking it personal.
An easy pickup for KC. Punishes Alvaro. Finally find themselves on the board. Dragon's still a minute and a half away, though, so just a single pick. Fresskowy has his eyes on Upset.
Upset getting chased down. Fresskowy made it hit the chains, and Upset's dead. Super has to flash for his life. Can the mid laner get redemption for his AD carry? Fresskowy not going to be in trouble as well. Elyoyo with a clean disengage. Excellent ultimate. Pick that one off, and Upset taken out.
Thumbs up from Fresskowy as he finds a nice pick. Set up by Super, applying the slow onto Upset. Doesn't use the cleanse, does commit the flash. And he ends up losing his life. Great stuff from MDK to hold on to that lead for now. Dragon in 50 seconds. You imagine this is going to be a big breakpoint fight. 2 items now finished for Fresskowy makes this LeBlanc very scary coming into this objective.
I mean, certainly does, right? You've also got Elyoyo opting for some more aggressive early itemization, delaying Warmogs, which is so often the first item rush that we see. Zeke's, but setup on the objective is going to be big. For now, MDK, decent vision control. Scuttlecrab going to guarantee at least a couple seconds of vision around this objective before it gets started. KC really do not want to give over that third Drake, and for MDK, if they get any kind of fight win, if they can break open mid lane tower with an Ashe and a LeBlanc who are doing this well in the game, it's going to be so hard for KC to play.
Well, KC have good setup around this Dragon. Both top laners have TP available, ready to get involved in the fight. Mewin, though, with a full level advantage. Elyoyo maybe split from his team here.
Elyoyo still doing okay for now. Punted back, not ideal. Mounts up into the Herald. It's so big, Brandon. What? He's a genius. Look at him go. Oh, play the music. Oh my gosh. Cast him in the next one. Fast 15. Elyoyo will not be caught. I think Targamas thought he was going to knock him into the wall, but that was a thing of beauty right there.
So Targamas knocked him over the wall. As you rightly said, I don't think he was expecting to knock him over, and then Elyoyo used that space to get into the Herald to run away to safety. Now the downside is this Dragon being started off by KC, but KC's positioning very awkward here.
Targamas immediately going to try to, Kana getting chunked out, dashing backwards. Super desperate now to finish the kill. Flash forward, Elyoyo and Super getting the kill together. MDK really trying to take over across the map. Vladdy trying to get a tower back, will be able to do so, but meanwhile on the tops of the map, Mirwin is getting something, but a Drake picked up by KC. They'll at least be able to stall the Drake stacking on the side of MDK, but they're only getting further and further ahead.
I mean, MDK just splitting the map right now. They're willing to concede the third Dragon in exchange for a kill. The mid tower, the top tower, Mirwin also gaining huge advantages. He's nearly going to be 2 levels up on Kana. MDK extending the goal lead to 3K. And what has been a largely passive game, it is MDK who have been able to find these picks, find these punishes. And Super, look at that, a 1.8K gold lead over his AD carry counterpart.
And that feels damn good. Of course, coming up next, we've got Juon versus Ultra Instinct Razork. So we'll see how that one goes as well.
That caught me off guard. That was
a lot of Spain battles today. Spanish jungler, Giant X-Core, Spanish organization.
Taking over the LEC slowly but surely.
I mean, it's looking good so far. The battle of KC versus MDK. Baron spawning. This lead is starting to get a bit concerning here. Yes, Jinx will be powerful in the fights, but the coordination hasn't really been there for KC either thus far this game.
Support still strong. KC.
I'm wondering if we should cast the game or if we should cast the people in the audience. KC fans clapping, spreading their hands. Clapping and stomping on the side of MDK fans. Slapping on the railing. Passion regardless. You like to see it. In the game, however, things have stalled out a little bit. MDK, I don't think, have enough damage to really take this objective. Don't really have the best team to take a Baron. And KC going to be pretty comfortable knowing that they have a bit more time to just sit back, scale up in this game. We'd really love to get Upset to 3 items. Even 2 would be a decent start. Of course, no crit chance for the Jinx quite yet. Super already a bit ahead of the curve with the PD as well as the extra cloak.
Set very close to it, but still at that kind of deficit. A ways away from that.
Here's
I will
a
say
question.
Drake. Oh, you have a question?
Yeah, Vetty. So it's a complicated metric, and you're a smarter man than I am. So if someone, because of the pick that they brought out, like a Jinx, has to sit back and scale.
No, because
are they by default less handsome because they have to play passive? I'm really trying to get my head around the scale that you introduced.
that I introduced?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand.
Okay.
I trust you because you're a smarter guy than me, but I'm just not exactly sure how it works.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your confusion in what is a very complicated metric, because obviously passivity and handsomeness, very comparable. So when you put them on a scale, at first it might seem complicated, but really you've got to think about, well, there's a lot of variables.
Math.
Yeah, there's so much mathematics that go into.
It's really, really complicated.
I didn't make this scale, Draco. I didn't make it, okay? You threw me in here, and I'm trying to save you, but I don't know what was the plan, huh?
Look, man, sometimes you just need to figure out new ways to talk about AD carries who are both incredible
new ways.
and have historically been incredibly confident. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and are both incredibly handsome. Like, look, let's not beat around the bush. Good-looking dudes. That said, right now in this game, Supa, more aggressive, getting the farm, 1.7k individual gold lead. He's looking damn good. Now, admittedly, Ashe a lot stronger in the earlier stages of the game.
It's a double entendre. Looking damn good, both in terms of play and handsomeness.
Bam.
I get it.
You should be a rapper.
You said the line.
You should be a guy on YouTube who breaks down raps.
I would enjoy that.
I need you to explain the rap beefs to me, Eddie. I cannot keep up. They are too convoluted. Why did Drake do Hey There Delilah? It doesn't make any sense.
It's one of those things where I've seen some comedians like go very deep, many layers.
It's too much for me. It's too much to break down.
Did you know 7 p.m. on a Wednesday, this one rapper ate a taco? Now there's an origin story. Yeah.
What you're saying is historically, he did not like this. Is a clone in his body eating a taco.
Now, viewers at home, if you've just joined us, you may be confused as to why we're discussing this. We're waiting for the next dragon to spawn.
Yeah, which will be the next big arena. Of course, we're really excited for KC versus MDK, but the game has not been that explosive quite yet.
Even remotely explosive. We're at 5 kills.
Because I'm going to be honest, when we walked into the room to talk about how we wanted to talk about this game on Wednesday, when we did our story meet, it was a lot of France, Spain, Superliga, LFL, explosion,
blood on the
rivalry.
rift. Yeah.
So far, it's been chilling with the boys.
Yes, chilling with the void. Yep, it's been a vibe. But here we are, the dragon's up. Baron alive too. New in top. Kind of bot.
Careful.
Look at this flank from Frescowy.
Frescowy off to the side. Supa just starting to rain auto attacks onto Targamas. Frescowy's already out there, and in the meantime, Mirwan is already splitting. Good route coming through. Frescowy. Wall built up. Will allow him to just walk away, and Mirwan just continues to hit the towers. The Team Osai and the cheers of the Mad Lions Koi fans letting you know that he's sealed the deal. Another 650 gold for him as the gold lead only continues to grow for Mad Lions Koi.
That's going to be a Baron start for MDK. I'm not sure how this one's going to pan out for them, but let's find out.
Frescowy jumps up. Vladdy loses half his health. It seems like it's panning pretty good.
It's panning out.
Panning back to the Baron. Mirwan trying to pull back onto Targamas. Grouping into the choke, though. They have to be careful now. Dash in, coming in from Mirwan. Mirwan now isolated off to the side, looking for the 1v1. Upset all on his lonesome. Left to Mirwan. We should have had Mirwan versus Upset be the matchup. This man's getting it all done, and once again, he keeps getting punted exactly where he wants to go. MDK taking the fight. Can turn back to the Baron, can take their sweet time.
It's a damn handsome top lane that MDK have got. Mirwan just decimating the back line of KC, giving them no room to breathe. Of course, Targamas had already committed the ultimate earlier, so even though he wanted to act as a front line, it was super easy for MDK to just initiate onto the Alistar and turn it into a one fight. That's going to be a Baron secured. We look back at the start, nice ulti from Alyoya, but then look at Mirwan, unstoppable, finds his target, gets knocked over the wall by Targa. As Targa tries to escape, he ends up delivering Mirwan to his AD carry. And on the bottom side, you've got the two members for Frescowy also cleaning up. Nicely played there from MDK. Smiles on the faces of the coaching staff as they're looking to bring their first win of summer.
definitely solid performance thus far, just steps ahead. 8K gold lead, starting to feel pretty damn insurmountable. See what else they can get done on the back of this Red Bull Baron power play. KC just absorbing any farm they can. Two really rough fights from Targa on the bottom side, of course, pushing Elyoya back out of the range of his team, and now in this fight as well, knocking him over into Upset. Upset, you know, again, 2.5 items, I don't think you'd be able to do a lot against K'Sante, but you could at least hope that he's out of arm's reach. So has been a bit of a tragic showing today for KC, of course. Again, putting things in perspective, fans still here, fans still amped, ready to support this team, despite the struggles, despite the difficulties, as MDK continue to push in. This is only 2 of the 9 games they get a chance to play, but they need to start finding wins fast. And maybe if they can buy enough time, they can turn this one around, a TP behind, an aggressive maneuver, an aggressive look. Connor ready to go in, Targamas not quite going to connect on the head, but pulverized. Good ulti from Elyoya to stop any further follow-up. Play just going to fizzle. Meanwhile, Mirwin just continues pushing mid lane, empowering that cannon creep, knowing they can knock down the tower.
Nice play from Frescawi to avoid that initiation. MDK not slowing down now that they have the Baron. They secure the mid inhibitor. They don't really have a wave on top to play around. Frescawi's going to go catch bot wave. I think overstacking on bot to try and push this. I don't know how, I mean, that tower is pretty low, so they should be able to secure this objective, but very likely that they'll try and unlock this tower and then make their way towards the dragon. But MDK, a very one-sided game overall. Only a single kill for KC. 27 minutes in. They're just letting the Baron do the work for them. Frescawi, though.
Good interrupt, knock back to the wall, the Ignite marking the real target. A quick shutdown, slowing down the initial push. Mirwin, of course, already in the mid lane, but a little glimmer of hope for the side of KC. Nice to have the additional income.
I mean, bit of a misplay there. Oh, hang on, they keep the tower alive for now. But Frescawi really shouldn't have just been pushing that alone. It's quite easy for KC to initiate with the composition that they have. I think MDK should have just regrouped instead of kind of holding off, looking for a potential collapse. They will convert it into a dragon. Still in commanding position.
I mean, sole point. You got Upset about to hit over to 3 items. You have a Gragas, you have an Alistair. If you find a good angle, you get decent vision control, a good flank. There's a way that KC can win the fight, but thus far the execution from Matt has just been better outside of that single instance in the bottom lane.
Targamas looking to try and remove all the blast plants on their side of the rift. KC looks to get what farm they can. Upset working tirelessly to secure what looks to be the LDR.
This man is full-time job. You talked about it earlier, farm bill. He's getting the upgrades, he's getting the tool. Stardew Valley, man.
Super is paying off on those early investments. Who'd have thought? Getting kills helps later.
Who would have thought?
Crazy.
In hindsight, it's like Bitcoin, of course.
Should have known.
Should have known.
I should have gotten kills.
I should have. Duh. If only I'd gotten into the kill game sooner. But it's only 1 kill, to be fair, and 300 CS. But the 4 additional assists certainly help, as well as a lot of the global gold that has gone over. I think probably most of it is the global gold.
Yeah, I mean, they also got a bunch of plates in lane too, right? Remember, yeah. Alistair Jinx is not a lane.
It is a team fighting duo, though. And I think
sure.
We haven't gotten to see that yet.
No, we haven't.
Mirwin. K'Sante's still K'Sante's. More changes, good knockup, bit of poke, bit of damage. Again, Lord Dominix is there.
Damage?
Well, it's hard to say. But with my glasses on, I can say yes. The problem is with red buff, that damage is now gone.
He's just healing.
This is the struggle, I think, of the meta right now. Probably part of the reason that K'Sante is so good is this, who does enough damage in a world without Giant Slayer to kill a K'Sante? 4-item AD carry? Yeah, sure. 3-item AD carry? Maybe not.
Yeah, I remember reading that Reddit post where someone was like, guys, tanks are now really good. And K'Sante was reading that going, yes, they are.
Yes, they are. What if there was a tank that also did damage? Target, Hex Flash, Engage. It's Elyoya.
Well, they brought an item in for that, didn't they? I forget its name, but it's one of the new ones. Converts your bonus HD into AD now and stuff.
Oh, the Blood Mail?
Yeah, the Blood Mail.
Yeah, but that's like, it can make any tank into budget K'Sante. K'Sante builds defense, and defense gives him offense. It's like how Pike converts HP into AD, except you get both things instead of losing one of them.
No, yeah, no, I get it. And
it's like if Yasuo was tanky.
I do feel bad for Banstein because, like, you know, they hadn't seen Cassandra after, you know, they gutted him, right, during MSI.
They're like, surely it'll be enough. The win rate is
And so
abysmal.
they were like, it's so bad, so we'll buff him a teeny tiny bit, just so that solo queue players can still enjoy Cassandra. And pros are just like, that was a mistake. Shouldn't have done that.
You see him doing
You could have kept him nerfed and we were going to play him anyway.
Yeah. And Mirwan's clearly feeling comfortable. Like, look, yesterday the TF game was rough. He was just a TF with a gold card against a super fed Camille. He couldn't do a lot. Now he's a Cassandra who can probably 1v5 tank the entire team for 20 seconds.
Probably. He is almost full build.
The globe is real.
He is chovying on Cassandra.
That feels pretty good. Is it flaming? Are we still doing Flame Horizon, or has Chovy eclipsed all other farmers?
Yeah, but chovying is when you have, like, you're keeping, like, he's got 335 CS at 31 minutes.
Flame only gets credit when you're 100 ahead.
Yeah, it's only 100 ahead.
Of course, the true Flame Horizon.
Is Alvaro cooking here? I think they're cooking.
Looking for the angle. Mirwan coming through. Alvaro already finding one, but the immediate follow-up isn't quite there. Vladdy trying to make his way out to safety, but again, Supa already into the back line. That's another one taken down. Mirwan on a rampage. He's just not going to get stopped. He's ghosting. He's going as fast as he can. Connor ready to disengage for upset, but Jinx just doesn't have the damage. Closer's ulti already down. MDK barreling down the top side of the map, and well, Targamas is being herded. Sent out to pasture. The chain's now on. Yep. Back to the farm he goes.
I mean, MDK don't even need the Baron. They'll take the fight. They'll sweep KC once more. Only 2 members left alive. I don't know if Upset's going to have the wave clear to stop MDK from sieging. If he can buy another 20 seconds, there's a chance, but Mirwan is on the hunt.
Mirwan not going to let it happen. Oyoyo with the slow as well. They don't quite sync up well enough, but Frescowi coming in just means there's no way he can approach. There's just not enough handsomeness in the world to solve this problem. KC do stop the push, though. MDK don't want to overcommit. Connor doing a good job of clearing the wave. Upset as well, obviously can just shred through it if he's given a couple chances to auto.
Damage has been done. 2 inhibitors. One of the Nexus towers gone. They can just reset for either the Soul or the Baron. But yeah, this is kind of the meta that we live in, Drakos. A little bit slower. And KC, unfortunately, haven't been able to show us anything in this game, really. 2 kills. Early grubs show up, but those were mainly cross maps in exchange for the Dragons.
And I think it's tough, right? When you've already had such a difficult year, you're kind of resetting most of the roster, hoping for this big honeymoon phase where you're going to hit the ground running. And you just have to hope for the team, for the organization, for the staff behind the scenes that you can hold on to that strong mental, that you can push forward and just let this be a couple of losses and not an indicator of what's to come in the split. For MDK, yesterday obviously had some good moments against G2, weren't able to really turn those into greater advantages, but today they have not struggled against KC. Now setting their sights on the second Baron of the game. It's a 4-item Ash. Supa looking unkillable. No real backline threat into any of these fights, as MDK have almost always been the ones initiating the exchange. Jinx Rocket dangerously close, but MDK gonna grab the objective.
Now with the Baron, MDK have a clear objective in mind, and that is the enemy's Nexus. 34 minutes in. They're looking to try and round things out. KC, they're going to need a miracle fight to turn this one around, but it is not realistic with the gold gap that currently exists. Supa, we were talking about full builds earlier. Redemption now completed for Mirwan as well. It is a tanky topside on the side of MDK. And I don't know if KC have the damage to get through it.
I mean, it's really tough, right? Lord Dominic's obviously would feel so much better if you had the IE, but really want the additional attack speed here. Upset doing what he can again to clear the wave. Celestial opposition procced onto Targamas. He's a little bit squishier, but of course still has his ultimate there. MDK want to keep sieging. Supa doesn't have a lot of range here to approach, so Oyoyo finds a decent angle onto Vladdy. Good interrupt from Targa to stop the follow-up. Now getting caught in the midst of the fight. Alvaro looks like he's about to shred. That's the reset now coming in for Upset. One more rocket gonna come out, but MDK already gotten 1 kill back. Upset locked up, turning back onto Frescowi. Excellent engage! KC coming alive in the base. Mirwan pushed back, but again, they're so damn tanky. Good damage, good hold from the side of KC.
Good punish there from KC. There's an overstep from Frescowi. And Alvaro means that KC exchange 1 for 2, which, given their deficit, just allows them to buy a little bit more time. Maybe Upset can actually secure that Infinity Edge, but the tankiness issue is not going to go away, as the Soul is going to be secured for MDK. We look back at the play. I mean, the initiation doesn't really result in anything. Targamas is tanking up a lot, and then Alvaro is stuck underneath the tower to allow Upset to just free hit. And then at this point, he's able to get a good cleanse off, then a really nice barrel from Kana. Knocks Frescowi underneath the tower, and just keeping this tower alive did a lot for KC. and it gives them a glimmer of hope of staying relevant in this game.
See the KC fans outside the studio with Kometo. I mean, stressful game, right? You've been watching the slow death. Finally, though, a glimmer of hope for KC. Yes, it's a 10K deficit. Yes, there's a soul.
Edge. I mean, the good news is that at a certain point, gold difference doesn't matter anymore.
True.
Because you keep gaining gold, but
Supa
you can't
can't
spend
buy
it on
any more
anything.
items. Actually, he can. He
He
can
buy
upgrade his
Zephyr.
boots. Yes. Which is very good on Ashe. I mean, generally pretty good as Targa. Good flick on
Another pick,
Alvaro.
maybe?
Relatively squishy. You can see decent
Look
chunk
at
there.
how tanky they are, though.
I mean, Chemtech, and you got the Warmogs. It is very tough to get damage to stick. And also, of course, the Cassante Classic, when you're ahead, just building supportive items for your team. You've got Locket as well as Redemption from Mirwin. He's doing it all this game.
So doing what he can to thin out the waves, keeping Kana in the mid lane, knowing that with the tower there, it's a little bit easier. KC don't want to lose the third inhibitor if they can. There's a long time until any neutral objective, so as long as KC can hold, they can continue to stall.
Have to be careful. You're likely to have to give the tower up to Frescowy.
But I mean, they just melt those waves. Kana and Upset together.
Good flip back on
Inhibitor's going to be
Elyo.
responding
Decent
soon.
damage. Jinx starting to hurt. Elyo getting lower and lower. Rocket goes in. Doesn't quite finish. Redemption to heal. Get the reset. Closer in the backline, of course, ulting in to try to finish the kill, but does not get it. Alvaro goes to the re-engage, and he's going to get picked off. Jinx now getting the resets. Mirwin, how tanky are you? Not tanky enough. Upset finally online, but he might be able to turn it back. Clean flashback on the Pathmaker. Now Mirwin trying to make the escape, but the flick back is there. A shutdown for Upset. KC continue to hold the line.
That's the second fight they've now won in their base. Upset progressively getting more handsome as the game continues. The gold is being generated. This Jinx is becoming more terrifying. His positioning is great in the fight. And look, that gold gap is slowly starting to mean less and less and less.
Ultimately.
Oh, I mean, he's up here right now, Dracos. There he is.
He's just so damn
handsome.
He's so damn handsome. It might be too much to handle. The Jinx well and truly online. MDK continuing the push forward. Supa gonna hold the line here. Supa, of course, full build, but this is where being the Ashe starts to be hard, right? You have to move flawlessly in these fights, and if KC are fighting on even footing, they have a lot of tools to disrupt you.
There's a couple things. You got to remember that fighting in your base is very different to fighting around an objective, because up until this point, it's kind of been MDK trying to force the fights in the base, and KC have a lot of safety in terms of where their base is. Now that they're out in the field, you still have to navigate the fact that Cassante has way more flank angles. LeBlanc can create a lot more chaos using the terrain. KC have done a good job being able to buy themselves some time, thanks to the inhibitors respawning at just the right moment as well. But that doesn't mean that they are clear-cut favorites to turn this game in their favor.
Certainly aren't, because remember, Upset did burn Flash in the previous exchange. The cleanse is up and available, but again, if someone's already on top of you, the cleanse, without the support of the rest of the team, not going to save the day. So many supportive items to keep Supa and the rest of the team alive. Again, double Locket, you've got a Knight's Vow. So many good tools on the side of MDK, luxury items that they've been able to purchase with their gold lead. Not really any defensive items for Upset coming through. That said, he's full build now. That last fight did him a lot of favors. That's some Runeans.
Yeah, so this is where we're talking about, like, even though it's a 1.9k gold difference, it just doesn't matter. You know, he's reached the point in the game where he is at his strongest. He can start picking up some pots too, which I think he's currently sitting on. Maybe he didn't quite have enough gold, but yeah, and now their wave crew is even stronger, so they can turtle, they can stall even more. Rek'Sai going to be a great tool for being able to pick out the opposition and sitting in the fog of war. The Baron is now alive. KC, are they even going to bother trying to fight it? Do they feel like they have to? There's always the risk of, well, I say a back door, they still have that Nexus tower alive.
KC grouped 4-5 now in the mid lane. Mirwin looking for the flank angle. Again, it's just about Upset. They take Upset out of the equation. It gets so hard. Good flick back to kick things off from Vladdy. Elyo, you might just get taken out before the fight even really starts. Mirwin off to the side, but how do they find an angle to get away? Upset now caught between the tanks. He's speeding up. He's running for his life. He's trying to play as clean as he possibly can. The cleanse is there. The healing isn't enough. The body blocks are there. Upset stays standing. And KC take advantage in the exchange. Knockback. Power blast cone coming in for Kana to keep him safe. And now it's Supa has been cut out. And it's Vladdy again trying to make the difference in the fight. But everyone is so low. KC pushing up. Supa desperately wants to finish it. The flash forward. Karmine Corp fans coming alive. The shutdown there. KC again. They find the angle, but this time they're barreling down mid.
A game that felt impossible to win has turned into a miracle play from Upset. KC have their eyes set on the Nexus, and they're looking to end the game right here.
The blinking health bar, it was so damn close, but they managed to keep Upset alive. They managed to make it work. Towers falling, KC fans standing proud, getting the edge in spring, and again in summer, they'll find their first win.
A huge turnaround win for KC. The positioning in those final fights for Upset was clutch. As casters, we talk about needing those miracle moments to turn games around, but very rarely do we ever see them materialize, but that right there was one of them.
Has to feel so good for this KC lineup. Again, the pressure on their shoulders is immense. The goals they have are ambitious, especially after the abysmal splits they had in winter and spring, but here in summer, they stand tall. Your player of the game, LEC on X, Kana, Vladi, or Upset. Think about that, you go to a viewing party for the win after 2 seasons where it's been rough.
And it was looking so dire.
It was looking so dire.
I mean, that game should have been over, but great stuff. We're gonna go to a quick commercial break. More LEC when we're back.
Man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad.
talented.
I can go pro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
solo Apollo on Kana. Kana taken down by Mirwin. Yeah, still doing okay for now. Punted back, not ideal. Mounts up into the Herald. It's so big brain. What? He's a genius.
I'm going to Kiano, dale ya. I'm on Nix, 1v1. Going.
Did you get review?
No flash, ¿dónde Talia? ¿Quién es él? No vi. Nice!
Let's get to it.
Nice!
I didn't do anything bad today.
Didn't do anything bad, and as a result, KC won the game. There was a bit more to it than that, but we have Upset here joining us after, you said, a dream Jinx game, actually.
A dream comeback Jinx game.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true. For most of it was actually pretty happy,
opposite of
probably.
a dream for
No.
40 minutes, I think.
No, you asked me how far were we behind. How far do you think you were behind in gold?
I mean, I just saw a little bit. We were probably minimum 8K behind, I guess.
Yeah, it was a 10,521 gold deficit at the largest point in time.
Jesus.
That's insane.
Big comeback.
Yeah.
And so, yeah.
What enabled the comeback?
Well, Jinx is just really strong late on in the game, and I think my team managed to get some good engages on their front line. And when you get one reset, the fight swings heavily in Jinx's favor usually. And if it's like very late game, everyone has items, so it's much more about execution. And the enemy team was a bit too hasty, maybe trying to finish it. Maybe they could have played more for Elder or have somebody pressure our base while they go 4 people bot or something. So we just managed to scale, and my frontline managed to get good engages, like back to back to back, I think. Yeah.
So usually when you're like this far behind, it's very hard to, find ways to come back. Like, what were your comps like the last, 10 minutes of the game? Like, what were you guys talking about? How were you trying to set yourself up for the win?
I mean, mostly we were discussing if we should like leave our base or not. I think Closer and Vladi wanted to go contest Nash, and I was saying like, no, we will lose for sure if we go there. Let's just hope I can get my IE. And at the end it worked out, but mostly we just tried to farm, tried to not let them hit our Nexus, I guess. And then at the end, when we had to go for the Nash, because it would have been too much pressure, we just decided to group up and contest the objective, and we found a good engage.
I mean, I was frustrated watching it. I mean, I don't have a horse in this race, but if you look at MDK and kind of, you saw what they wanted to do, right? And you had such a target on your back, I'm sure, to them in their comms. And I think it was apparent. Did you feel like the switch was flipped after you got kind of back in the game, you got a couple of kills, you got your items, and you knew, okay, if I get in a semi-good position, I got this?
I mean, it didn't feel like we said we got this, but we definitely had a chance. Like,
yeah.
I think I said, like, when we were all our inhibs, we have like a 10% chance to win this game if we don't leave our base now and I can get my IE, and I guess we hit the 10% today.
You did. You did. Overall, how much of a relief is it knowing that, KC has so much weight on your shoulders? Everyone's looking at, can they make it to the top 3? And then you, of course, unfortunately lose your first game in a really sad fashion, I think. So how much of a relief is it that with the new lineup, you got this win on the board?
I mean, honestly, we're doing really, really well in practice. And I think we are a lot better now, but the stage pressure is always pretty, changes a lot how every team plays, I think. And I think we are affected maybe the most in the difference so far from the 2 games. So I think it's really about getting these kind of moments where we manage to get a win, even if it's not pretty, even if it's like a pretty ugly game for us. It's just important to build some confidence on stage, playing together as a team, because we're pretty new, right? We have 3 new players on the top side. And I think if we get more comfortable playing on stage together and the basics of the game, I think we have really good plays.
I also think from a viewer point of view, you guys have already improved a lot. Like, this comeback obviously was great to see, but also yesterday versus Fnatic, you actually had a lot of opportunities that were great in the early game. You could have won the game if a couple of things went differently, and I think now getting to that point where there's already a lot of synergy so early in the process. Like, imagine when everybody's fully on the same page, it's going to be a strong team.
True. I was a bit harsh on them this morning in Ready Check, but I take it all back.
I didn't watch, so it's fine.
It's fine. The key player of the game is Kana. Now, he's had some oopsies in lane. But it's about how you play the team fights, right, Upset?
Yeah, that's right. He had some really good engages later on, I think. Yeah. He managed to kill LB on bot 2 when she had like a 1k shot on. And I think our coach needs to draft him some carry champs. I don't ever want to have him on a Gragas Cassandra matchup again, if possible, but he still managed to make it work. And clutch the game in the end, I think.
Oh, I love it. Now also other laners advocating for their top laners. You, of course, didn't see this because you were playing, but the casters did kind of, based on your legendary tweet that I couldn't find for some reason. The excerpt engine.
I have to say, this tweet was actually, I actually didn't tweet this tweet in the first place. It was actually Vanda who went to my PC and tweeted this. This is the origin story of this tweet.
But it's kind of part of your legacy now.
I mean, I tweeted it one time more, but just as a meme after we won a game versus them, but it was just for fun. But I actually didn't come up with this tweet.
Well, you know, we're still going to pretend like... I mean, I like it. I like the extra lore that is being added to this tweet. But we did kind of the world knows. But yeah, we did the scale, passive, heads up. I think you hit both because in the end, you won the game, right? So that's very, very good. We're going to talk about Fnatic versus Giant X, and we're going to head into the picks and bans as well. You just played them yesterday, and I said you had your chances in that game. But how do you feel about Fnatic overall?
I think Fnatic's draft yesterday was really good. I think the Ivan threw us off a little bit, so we banned it today as well. And I don't know, we gave them like a very, very good Poppy angle, and I think Fnatic is the best Poppy team in Europe because they play it on jungle, top, and their support also plays it a lot in solo queue at least. I don't know if he will pull it out. So I think it's important for Fnatic that you don't give them like the full comfort style. I think they're very, very good when Oscar has like a frontline champ, Humanoid and Noah on like a scaling carry, and Jun and Razok are playing really, really well together, I think, now. So this is something to look out for, I think, from playing against them yesterday.
If they have their picks, they are on point. They have been already. And Giant X then, Bruxa, of course, there was a lot of chatter about, you know, the top lane and the Antonio coming in for Odoamne and what he could bring. So is that something you have your eye on in this draft as well?
Oh, I think definitely the top lane is a very interesting one. Overall, one thing that I was missing yesterday from Giant X was them being on the same page. It was really obvious that they were a new team, both in the early game, in terms of how their jungle, mid, support trio played together. You saw some of the team fights that they were just doing entirely different things. And that's an area that's going to be difficult against a team like Fnatic that just, you know, is coming back to Europe after an MSI.
Yep. We'll see if there's as much focus on the top lane bans. Not for now. We got Rumble, LeBlanc, and Ashe. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, right now in the meta, you will see a lot of Rumble, Skarner bans. These champs are just really, really strong. Maybe Senna will be targeted as well, but I think Fnatic doesn't have too much prior on Senna, judging from yesterday, and I don't really know if Giants wants to play it either. Okay, yeah, there's the Skarner ban. It's very normal.
From an AD carry point of view, like, I know there's different styles and all that you can dive into right now, but you know, if you were on, let's say, Giant X sides going up against Fnatic, what would be your focus points? Like, how would you try to set yourself up for success?
Well, I think Giants isn't that good as a team yet for closing out games and really playing that snowball style. So I think usually you want to aim to have a little bit more scaling on your side. I think champions like Jinx can be really strong, but on the other hand, there's always two sides, right? You don't want to give Fnatic maybe a strong Kalista and just get run over early. So in AD carry role, I think there's a lot of variety right now. You can still play the champs like Varus, Kalista, the more Draven, the more early game focused champs, but the crit champs definitely are a lot stronger now. You feel like in the game, when you hit your items, you actually have this old feeling of, yes, now I can carry fights and you're really strong. So I'm curious to see what they're going to choose, definitely.
You're saying it's a fun time to be an ADC?
I mean, sometimes.
Sometimes.
When you have items, I guess.
Yeah, then it's fun. CF ban, expected as well, I guess.
Yeah, definitely a power pick, and Giants also showed to ban it yesterday, I think.
I'll just say Giant X so they don't get mad at you after.
Giant X, yes.
So we don't get an email.
Well, Corki has been insta-locked, a champion that was touched on earlier. Senna, that is still open and remains an option. Varus is something that we consider, like Upset mentioned. Jinx as well. Now the question really becomes, you know, what are they going to do? Are they going to look for something like, let's say, a Vi that is still available for the jungle, or do they just lock in a safe support like Nautilus with the AD carry right away?
Is this obviously flexible, right, this Corki, also for Fnatic?
Yeah, Corki gives you a lot of options because you can play mid, and that means also that your jungle can play AP champs because he's full AD now, but also he doesn't have like he's very strong in lane as well on bot lane, so you can always just put him bot too. So it will be interesting to see if Fnatic wants to put Razok on an AP carry or if he plays more of the utility champs that he usually chooses.
Yeah, I think for Giant X, not knowing yet where the Corki is going to go, makes sense to take the Vi. both to deny it from Razork, it's one of the champions he's always been great at, but also just get the jungle prior pick. Ivan, a very good response into the Vi. We can already see on Giant X's side they're going for a comp that's going to have a lot of hard engage, and now, well, this is pretty much Ivan's comfort zone. You drop a bunch of shields and heals on wherever they engage on, and that person is most likely not going to die at this point.
Yeah, and it also gives them a lot of scaling. It will put pressure on Giants X to win this game earlier, because Ivan will definitely scale very, very well in a game like that.
So right here, you now know Corki is going bot lane. What do you think Giant X are looking for the AD carry position?
Well, I think Senna is obviously pretty strong in the meta since MSI and even before that, so I think it's a decent champ to pick here. Otherwise, yeah, there you go. Otherwise, you could go for something else scaling, like maybe a Jinx, and just try to match the front to back more.
So now, for Giant X, they already see the mid matchup. They will most likely look into setting up their top lane position here, putting the Antonio in a very comfortable position against Oscar, denying some of the good blind picks like a Camille perhaps from Oscar. Something else they could look into is denying the Poppy that was so good for Fnatic yesterday.
Yeah, Oscar reminded me also that, of course, they know each other really, really well, and apparently they have some beef, but I couldn't find it. Again, the search engine on X is trash, so I really like to see that trash talk. He said it wasn't that spicy, but, you know, Spanish matchup, they're probably looking forward to it.
Yeah, I mean, the Antonio definitely is looking to pick a tank, I think. It's kind of his signature style, and you can see from the bans as well. They're banning the TF 1, 2, 3, they're banning Camille now. They want to have a safe matchup for the tank where he doesn't just get outscaled and loses his lane.
Yep.
Well, speaking of interesting, they decide to get rid of Gesande. Presumably, it's because they're going to pick something else in 4, logging their mid laner, save last pick for the Antonio, and they don't want Oscar to take it away on 4-5. This also does limit the top lane pool quite a bit already. Now, all of a sudden, we're in territory with Poppy, Renekton, maybe a Jax or Udyr. Could be a potential spicy counter as well coming in.
Yeah, and on support, Fnatic is probably looking for a Rel. It's like the most standard champ you pick into Nautilus, and they also have Ivan, so you're kind of looking for a melee champ, I think. Oh, Varus.
Ooh,
Varus mid, I guess.
Varus mid lane.
Okay.
AP Varus mid.
I mean, technically, people are playing it top as well in solo queue at least. So maybe even a flex.
Antonio Varus top.
That'll be spicy. That'll be real spicy.
So doing me Nautilus mid? No. No, probably not.
Varus and bot Nautilus mid, perfect.
Probably not. There, the Rel as telegraphed probably coming in as well. But this throws does this throw enough of a wrench in the works to kind of rectify this draft?
I mean, I guess the thought process potentially that Wei has very, very high range, and you are looking to match it with something on mid lane that also has high range, and it also gives the Antonio the opportunity to pick an AP top laner if he would go the lethality poke build, but he could also go the AP Varus build where he plays 2 one-shot the tankier members of Fnatic. So I'm not sure. I have not seen a Varus mid for a very long time, I think.
One thing that I do like about their comp is that they have a lot of go buttons. Like anytime Nautilus via Varus versus R, everybody knows to just dive in right away, and their lack of synergy, because they still are a relatively new team with the new lineup, won't matter as much. Everybody's going to know their job within the comp. The question then becomes whether they can actually ever kill the backline of Fnatic, but time will tell.
Time will tell indeed. We'll see the last pick locked in on the side of Giant X, which does confirm that the Varus goes mid, probably.
Very, very likely.
I don't know.
Maybe on mid.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder what Varus is going to build. I feel like he's kind of forced to go AP. I don't even know if that build is still viable, but if they're really full AD against Ivan, Rel, Renekton, I think it's going to be hard to kill the front line for Giant X. So
you would expect they thought about that. But then again, we see full AP comps, we see full AP comps, so...
I mean, there's some Varus players still going AP in solo queue. Whether or not it's viable enough for the LEC,
yeah.
I can't say
for
sure.
Broxa, after the play the last 2 days, I don't know what the hell is viable in the LEC. Like, it's been a bit of a circus. Sorry, upset. Who wins, Fnatic or Giant X?
Whoever will win will probably lose the game.
Okay.
It's the current trend, so...
Well... Or you could be winning. And then, yeah, exactly.
I can appreciate that logic.
That's exactly what he said. What is it that Skara said? Up until we lost the game, we were winning.
Yes.
And that's what we're going with. Let's head over to our casters.
Confidence inspiring from the desk. with the Scar thing. They're winning up until they weren't, or until they lost.
It's going to be a lot of people in solo queue today being like, do you think KC gave up when they lost 2 inhibitors?
Oh my god, Magic Felix is going to be unbearable.
No, we will not FF.
Have to see how it shakes up. It's time to get in the game. Giant X versus Fnatic. There's Varus in that mid lane. And there's some all chatting happening, but in a language that I don't speak. Juan says Anyang, which is Korean, and then there's some Czech being traded back and forth between Jackies and Humanoid, so.
I know that something about draft.
Something about, yeah.
So let's find out. Let me go click on
Scarvany OTP. we're just trying to read Czech, guys. I don't speak Czech, I don't know. We're just trying to figure it out. I don't want to Google Translate because I'm afraid of what I'll find. But the fans in house, we got some Giant X fans. Obviously have some Fnatic fans here as well. And we've got Comet coming in for Jackies, which seems like it's probably
could mean anything.
I mean, it actually could mean anything because Doran's Blade start would probably be right regardless,
not that
right?
uncommon, yeah. But I don't know, we'll see, man. Truthfully, I'm kind of in line with Upset. I don't know. I don't know what build Jackie's going to go for. I think that if you do go for AD, I very much agree with Upset that sure, I see the range argument for Giant X, but the scaling element I don't love. Yesterday, I felt like that they didn't have enough damage. Today, I'm still concerned about how much damage they have.
Yeah, it's really important if you want to draft these Senna Nautilus lanes.
Also, I just think that, like, Ivern into anything that wants to dive, like Vi, is just really good.
I think if enemy team picks Senna and you get Ivern, you're just living your best life. Like, it takes so long for this champion to deliver in terms of 80 carry damage profile. Maybe Jackies can make up the difference there. And obviously, the champion has a lot of strengths. Makes the Nautilus a lot stronger, and Ignar, when he's allowed to be that engaged threat, has looked damn good.
Keep your eyes on Razork here. Has already started putting his passive down around the jungle. You can see on his side of the map that there are some camps cleared, but he knows, based on the ward that was dropped on the blue buff, and also the fact that Juhan was level 2, that the Raptors were taken, and that he can actually steal away this red buff easily for him. Well played. Now he can move back through his jungle, and he can start clearing up his camps. Juhan, I'm not sure if he's aware of this, because Razork did actually walk through the mid lane, but I don't know if he was actually spotted on any vision. So Juhan may have been caught completely unaware.
He's not going for the invade, of course. It's such a hard decision to make to go into the Ivern jungle, right? Very likely that most of the camps are taken away, and if not, they're already marked, so.
Yeah, exactly. So you walk in.
If he has a smite charge, he immediately takes the camp,
okay.
right? So we'll walk away. We'll eventually find out that the red buff is missing, and Fnatic likely to spot him on that ward as he moves up towards his Raptors. Razork now hitting level 4. Nice early clear pacing coming through for the Ivern. And this is going to be a very sad vault breaker. Oh, there's nothing there.
And look at this back as well for Razork. Level 4, all the camps cleared. Well, he's dropped a mark on his Krogs. Are they shouting, "Where is it?" That's original. I like that.
I like that too. I think they know now, though. That's the one thing I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they have carefully deducted. You know, Vi, and she's a police officer. She's done the math. Enemy jungler probably has it. Oh, but the engage on bot side. Good look from Joan. A lot of damage coming in for Noah already. Patrick forced to back away. Root will be solid to kick things off, but Razork still coming forward. The Root still hits, and Ignar gonna get taken down. Noah gonna finish off the job with a Foss Bomb and first blood for Fnatic.
It's a nice play from Razork. Patrick and Ignar on the bounce back of the wave have to push that wave underneath the tower, which means that Razork is in a great position to find a gank. The flash in from Jun. Really nice cleanse from Patrick to disengage from the fight, but it doesn't matter. As Ignar ends up falling for first blood.
Yeah. And if they didn't know where the red buff was before, they know where it is now. Good early gank from Razork. Did have to burn his flash there, but not going to feel too bad whatsoever. Ignar forced to TP back to lane.
The only downside for Razork is he will lose both the Scuttle Crabs, but in the grand scheme of things, that's really not the end of the world. He's been able to find an early gank on Ivern, which is not the easiest thing to do, but they make it work. Also, we're seeing the power of Rel more and more here in the LEC.
Yeah, Rel just feels like such a reliable champion. Obviously, Nautilus is considered the universal safe blind pick, but I also just think that, you know, Rel just offers so much. That angled engage to hit multiple targets, Nautilus a little bit more easy, a little bit more reliable in a lot of circumstances, but when Rel finds those big moments, as we saw in a lot of the previous games today, Lebrov, you know, incredible engage. No follow-up on his 5-man engage, but did manage to find the 5-man. See if it could be a similar state here for the side of Fnatic. Patrick locked up briefly. They're trying to usher him out, but Jackie's level 6, immediately going to ult. Quick dash back from Jun. Aftershock proc will now fade away alongside the bone plating. They probably can't finish the kill here. Good sidestep from Jun. Clean movement, trying to sidestep on the Q. Damage from Jackie's is good, sizable, but just not enough to finish the kill.
No one needs to be careful here because Gianx will know that he's isolated on the bot side of the map. His wave is in a bit of an awkward spot. He doesn't have the level 6 yet to farm from safety, but it looks like that wave is going to push into him and he's going to play it safe. Smart from him. With Juhan in the area as well. Not that he knew that, there was always the risk of a potential gank, so he needs to play that safe. Oscar, though, taking full advantage of this matchup in the early laning phase. You can already see he's built up about a 2-wave lead over his lane counterpart. And Fnatic, they're playing with pressure pretty much all across the map. You can see Humanoid with great poke coming out in the 1v1. And the bot lane finding that kill earlier means that all things going the way of Fnatic here in this early game.
Yeah. And obviously for the Hwei, as long as he's got the mana, his kit just a little bit more flexible, but Jackie's still walking up to try to find the all-in. Boris damage still gross. Yes, heavily reliant on landing the Q, on getting those marks down, but if you ever do hit it, big damage to be traded back. Humor getting lower and lower. If this one hits, he's probably dead. So he's just gonna back up. Feels it. Feels the wind on his back there, but Razork already taking the objective here. So trade across the map, Dragon for 3 grubs. After that first kill, things have slowed down a little bit.
Energy still here for the crowd, though. Oscar committing the ult.
Ulti, second dash in, stun onto the Antonio.
Looks like he just wants a bit of health back, maybe also to push out this wave so he can get his, I say his base off. He has, of course, already invested in the Phage. I'm keeping my eyes on Juhan in mid here.
Juhan, level 5, Humanoid, no mana. Ooh, the Q flash! Nice play overall, just as he ticks over to level 6. We'll see if he tries to make a follow-up play happen on the bottom side because Noah's already getting aggressive onto Ignar. Clean kill in the mid lane for Juhan. Balanced out by Fnatic in the 2v2 in bot lane.
I mean, that's just a straight-up 2v2 kill. Humanoid overstays his welcome in the mid lane, and Juhan's able to find a kill. But as you rightly said, Noah and Jun making their early lead count as they continue to find advantages in this bot lane.
And look, Noah's doing great, but this is just a reminder, Corki with his Halo Blades is such a power pick. There's a reason it's been so highly prioritized, especially on day 1. It's just, you cannot trade against this champion.
Pickaxe already.
IE, just straight IE.
Yeah, he's looking
just
to grab
wants
that
to
very
crit
early.
him.
Oh yeah, I mean, Medic and I were joking about it yesterday. It feels like the Corki players just show up and they spin a wheel as to what they're going to buy.
Yeah, what do I want?
Because we've seen, you know, you can kind of build whatever you want.
You got a collector, you get 1 Dirk now. You used to get 6 Dirks. Very easy. More Dirks than we could ever handle, most certainly.
Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, all sorts of options. But it looks like Infinity Edge will be the priority for him. But that looks like the Thalivaris.
You know what? I'm reasonably, I can at least at this point, Mr. Day, say that it's probably not AP Vars.
Well, because even the AP build did have Muramana.
True.
So you'd go like, if from what I remember, you go Muramana, you'd go the Nash's Tooth.
Nash was first a lot. There was a lot of different variations over the time where it was popular.
Because there was like a Death Cap type build too, where you went like Death Cap.
There's Nasher's Death Cap. There was Muramana on hit Nasher. Muramana. It was weird.
Yeah.
Vars is a weird champion.
As far as I can tell, this looks like a Lethalivaris to me, which does raise alarm bells because Armor's really good against full AD comps. Damage Regos.
Is that how that works?
Yep, that's how that works. Huh? You know, I watched this really funny clip from August where he was talking about how like everyone kept building QSS against Zed because it removed the death mark.
Yep.
But the thing about Zed is he just does AD damage. And so he was like,
just
so we
build armor.
So we removed that. Oh, hang on.
Oscar?
Is he fine? Yeah. So we removed that component that you can QSS the Zed ult, and win rate against Zed went up because people just started building way more armor.
Yeah, it's only like a 30% damage amp. So if you just buy
loads of
a
armor,
chain vest, you're like there. You've like reduced the damage amp.
So I thought that was funny. But yeah, so moral of the story.
Armor good.
Build some armor here.
Build some armor. Ivern shields benefit from that armor. Love that that's how that works. So, gonna be pretty easy for Oscar if he does just manage to pick up some early armor. Obviously more focused on the items that he needs for lane, but as we approach second and third items for the Rel as well, gonna be pretty easy. Good news is, of course, if you can burst through that Ivern shielding, Corki's not gonna build an armor item. Humanoid can build a Seekers, but it's probably pretty far away. So the point of the game where you really feel punished.
Opportunity, he's definitely going lethal.
But we'll check in again.
We'll
Don't worry, if there's a Nashers, we'll know.
Oscar
Forge
no
got
ults.
called, double dash from Oscar, angle a little bit off from the Antonio, but the entire team here to follow up, here to punish Oscar. Q forward, nice flash out. Juwan thought he had the read, but
yeah,
just completely
misses.
misses.
That was a game of chicken there, and Oscar was willing to play. Juhan didn't have the flash. I wonder if he knew that, because his patience paid off. He gets away with his life. He will lose the grubs, but look at all these plates getting funneled into Noah. Of course, that 2K gold lead is a little deceptive because it's matched up against Patrick, who hasn't been farming this game. But what I can tell you is that this Corki is getting very strong and he's going to have an Infinity Edge on his base.
I mean, if he pops the coal too, he might have an Infinity Edge, boots too, to back it up.
I mean, that's a big buy, actually. I can just check how much gold he's sitting on. Right now, it's 1.7K, about to cross over to 1.8, especially if he gets this extra wave and the tower.
Remember, tower, first blood.
He's going to get the color hit too, right? I mean,
oh, but this man's just making money.
So you get the first tower blood too.
This is just the Wolf of Wall Street right here.
How much is this? This is what?
There he is.
725.
Yeah, that man's got money.
Yeah, he's got 3,000 gold.
Yeah. Yeah, the crowd is cheering. He's rich as hell.
So let's see what he spends his money on. Oh, and get it.
Well, Santander's coming in to remind us first turret, 300 gold, very important. But now
here we go. What's the big reveal?
Where's the money going? The Gucci bag.
The Gucci bag.
What's he got? Oh my God! What the heck is that?
Last Whisper Infinity
Last
Edge.
Whisper, i.e. some brown bags.
We've all done that where like we press tab and then you go to your AD carry. How does enemy Corki have Infinity Edge with Last Whisper?
All right, well, there's a TP coming in the top lane. Varus is about to be here. They're really determined to shut Oscar down, of course. You know, he's got no flash in the back of the previous play, but Jackie's hits.
Yep, nice damage there from Jackie's. Oscar, if he could have just moved, there's a world where he could have killed Jackie's there, but the CC was more than enough to keep him locked down, which means that at the very least, Giant X will get something back. But they find themselves at a 3K gold deficit. Fnatic are likely going to get their first dragon of the game, and Noah really is the star of this show right now.
Noah's their rich friend.
Yes.
Noah's the guy at K-Barbecue buying for everybody right now.
Rounds are on him.
Another round of pork belly right there. His Corki is so rich. And remember, if you've missed like all the changes to Corki, I think the simplest way to describe it, if you didn't watch the Freak Breakdown video, is like early to mid game, this champion, insanely, insanely powerful. The later you go, the harder it is to get that same like burst, reliable damage out because, you know, his tankiness doesn't keep up as you get later.
Right.
His range doesn't keep up with a lot of these champions as you get later in the game. The rockets are more reliant on landing autos than they used to be. But right now, this is when Corki is strong. And not only is he strong on paper, he's stacking paper. He's double strong right now.
Stacking paper.
So if anyone, Jackie's included, walks up to this Corki, he probably dies.
He's about to take over to level 10 as well.
Here's the question. Is a 2-level difference enough to keep Jackie's alive if Corki goes all in? I don't think they're not going to do it because this is not solo queue or arena. They're probably going to wait for their teams and look for a better angle.
I mean, I will say, looking at the itemization right now, Fnatic, the only armor I see is on Jun right now. I'm hoping that we'll see a little bit more as the game progresses, but right now, this Varus can still definitely hit hard. But, top tower secured now for Fnatic as well. They're just slowly but surely extending their lead just from their laners, really. Oscar, he's been ganked twice, he's lost his life once, has a 1.3K gold lead. Like, he's been doing a great job in isolation, and Giant X are they're just losing the game.
I mean, it seems like you would argue that scaling is the angle. Of course, the armor concern is a very big one, because again, once Fnatic are in a position to start stacking it, things get a lot harder.
Here we go.
Engage onto Jun. Immediately the Ram God is called, and in the meantime, of course, Razak able to walk out to safety. Jun also retreating. Noah getting taken lower and lower, but it's Oscar. Double dashing over the wall. GX still standing tall. All their ultis burn. Jackie's waiting off to the side, looking for a good. Okay, a pull back from Humanoid. Good. The Maw there. severing Bolt. But overall, Fnatic win the fight a bit closer maybe than expected with the gold lead that they put together. I just think that Noah was not able to get involved.
Yeah, there's no real objectives on the map for either team to play for outside of the Herald. And so there was a bit of a contest for that mid wave. Ultimately, though, both sides find themselves a little too low on HP to really convert any sort of advantage into the Herald. But a lot of summoner spells burnt. Flash gone from Juhan. Ignar going to lose both his flash and TP. Fnatic, though, actually largely unscathed. Didn't really have to commit anything off the back of that. So as we look forward to the Heralds, you can already see it making their way towards the top side of the map to set up for this next objective.
Jun coming to the mid lane. Noah, again, now 2 items completed. Lord Dominic's second. So if the Antonio was hoping to be tanky this game, not going to happen against Corki at the very least. But for now, GX holding their own in the mid lane fight. Did lose a decent amount here. Juhan's flash especially going to be one of the important ones. Jun wandering in enemy territory, drops the ward. The ward, of course, immediately spotted. GX knows that there's someone in their jungle.
I talked about them committing top side, but they actually invest all their wards on the bot side of the map, wanting to provide safety for Humanoid to push out that wave. He's now done that. GIANTX now forced to go and catch that wave. Jackie's, of course, does have the teleport, but they can use this pressure that they generate to move into mid, guarantee numbers advantage. They've got information on where Jackie's is, and they can either use this to move into top river, or maybe even threaten this mid tier 1. They've removed a lot of the wave clear by just having Jackie's appear bot lane.
They just don't have enough people here from the side of GX. Fnatic get the push in, could have stayed for more tower damage, immediately opt to back off, and now finally we'll start up the Herald.
You can see the multi-step plan here being set up. I was a bit skeptical, but Fnatic showing us how it's done in terms of the setup control in from bots. There was a window where GIANTX maybe could have cross-mapped, but then what you're sacrificing is potential damage on that bot tier 2. So once GIANTX respond, it's easy for Fnatic to rotate, and Oscar's just doing a great job in the 1v1 up top. I don't expect him to get a kill, but he'll get himself a flash, so well played by him. The Black Cleaver doing some work.
Oscar doing a ton of work. 1.5k gold lead again, despite that death, despite the early attention, multiple ganks put down on the top side of the map.
And what I'll say about Fnatic is my biggest criticism from the first half of the year for them was the random fights that they would force. Inconsistencies in terms of how they convert their leads. They had this massive problem where like Noah could be super fed, he goes to catch a top wave and they force a fight 4v5 in mid. And like it happens so often, and not exclusively with Noah, but they had, what are you laughing at?
Sorry, I'm continuing on the Wolf of Wall Street metaphor. You know the scene where he's talking to his accountant? He's like, what do you mean you spent $26,000 on a meal? What do you mean you fought when you were in a winning position for no reason? It's like, tell him about the guy who was low. Tell him about the side. He's going in.
So that's my big observation for Fnatic this split. Is going to be, can they stop forcing these random fights without 4-5 members? Right now, they're stacked as a 5. They've abandoned the mid wave. They're going to move back in to control it.
Good severing bolt to force the backstep from Jackie. He's not in a good position to follow up. Noah can throw out a couple rockets here, but again, it's not the AP poke that we're used to seeing from Corki. Bit of poke there. Varsal can hit on multiple members. Noah walks out of the range just in time. Jun healed up by the redemption. GX
poke is
continuing
good,
to poke. And I think the struggle for Fnatic, of course, is that at this point in the game, Jackie's really does hurt. He's got the Reaver as well. He's going to be able to take down shields. Serpent's Fang. Strong here, but the charge now coming in. Humanoid, the one who's mounted up, though, but the tower will fall, so he should be able to walk away. Good, well-timed root coming in from Patrick.
This thing gives them access into the mid wave. They've also got the bot wave pushing in their favor. Jonah's been able to go back, has replenished his control wards, and is now back out onto the field. Looks like GIANTX are going to concede this one. It is, of course, only the third Drake of the game, and with 1-on-1 apiece, it's not something that they have to force a fight over. Patrick's sitting at about 78 souls, not the worst, but Fnatic still in firm control of this game.
I'll also say that it doesn't feel like Noah has the trust fund that the scoreboard would indicate that he is sitting on right now. 4.2k gold lead, but I think the range right now from the side of GX, especially the Varus poke, has just made it so hard for him to get active in the fights. Of course, if he goes in, if he's aggressive, there's also the Vi and the Nautilus there waiting to punish. So despite the fact that he is monster fed, outside of maybe an isolated 1v1 against one of the squishier members of the enemy team, he doesn't really have good angles to do much other than poke with rockets.
Oscar now maybe the target once more. You can see GIANTX running full steam ahead.
Knock up there, call the Forge God, dash back. Juhan finding the lockup. Varus gonna follow. Senna coming in as well, and Jackie's now on a killing spree.
Oscar choosing to hold on to his flash there, recognizing that it probably wasn't worth it. Fnatic trying to do something on the cross map. Humanoid pushing in top wave, mid being pushed in as well. But I don't really think they can convert it into anything. Vision will have to be the best they can get. Definitely not a bad thing to get with Baron alive. But a Giant X can finally get their first tower of the game. Some much needed gold.
And credit to Jackie's, like, this is a really solid PokeVars performance, and I think he's using the CC of his teammates beautifully well. Very often, the reason that PokeVars, you know, as popular as it was domestically for us, had lackluster games, is you'd hit the mid game, you'd fire Poke out with no upfront CC, you'd whiff your Q, and you'd do nothing for 8 seconds. And I think the beauty of having so much CC, so much setup on this lineup is it just makes it easy for Jackie's to hit, you know, these 1,000 damage Qs at 2.5 items.
I mean, ultimately, if the Qs connect onto the right targets, it doesn't matter if you're stacking armor as long as Giant X play around their range properly. Because if they just try and force a full 5v5, I think they're going to run into the same issue that they had yesterday, which is that they won't have enough damage to actually win out in a fight. I think Noah and Oscar, as a duo right now in the current state of the game, is just so strong. And so Giant X, they kind of want to leverage the fact that maybe they do allow Fnatic to start an objective first, but then they work with the objective to try and poke them off it. It makes it easier to land that poke when you know your opponent is kind of confined to a space like the Baron Pit or the Dragon Pit. But right now the priority is playing through Jackie's to make sure that he's safe to push out this waves. They set their sights on the top tier 1. Fnatic, though, have set their sights on the bot tier 2. Smart play from Fnatic.
Antonio can choose to ult maybe to try and delete the wave here, but instead he'll be happy for the 1-for-1 tower trade as Jackie's going to break down the tower in the top lane. Tier 1 for tier 2, maybe not ideal, but obviously 3 members there we can see on the side of GX. Hiding, waiting in the shadows, hoping maybe to catch someone out on the side of Fnatic if they overcommit or step up too soon.
It's Jun to actually base first. He's the one that's going to go catch this top wave. But now Noah will follow shortly behind him. Armor boots picked up for him. Obviously make a ton of sense. And, yeah, another very slow and steady game. We've seen a lot of throws today, Drakos. We've seen teams in winning positions find themselves losing the game.
Are you implying that KC wasn't in a winning position for the entirety of the last game?
I am, in fact, implying that, yes. I do not think that they had them right where they wanted them, believe it or not. Fnatic's in a good spot right now, but
I think the concern is if GX do win this game, and you're G2, you're sweating. Because that's a lot of upsets in one day. And they're not above dropping random games.
Last split. I think it was in spring, the day of upsets. Literally everyone that was not expected to win won.
Also, upset 1 today, which by default already makes it a little bit more of the day of upsets.
True.
So I'm saying it's there on the wall. Yes, the scriptwriters are getting lazy, but it's there. We've seen this episode before.
But also start of splits, new patch, all the teams figuring out best meta, how to play, drafts, getting used to the stage again. It's one of the biggest times where we see consistency probably at its lowest.
I mean, that's part of the reason why I think that the scaling options do work so much more in week 1, and why things like the Corki maybe don't, as much as they look impressive in the first few minutes of the game, because they are so powerful, maybe struggle to function later in the game, is because, yeah, if you don't have the scaling, sometimes the teams, the execution just isn't there to close it out.
There is also a bit of a shift in summer. We are moving to 4 weeks, the regular season, rather than 3. So this week will be a super week, but then next week and the following few weeks will actually be 2-day weekends. So the teams will have a little bit more time to gel in summer. That extra week could make all the difference, a little bit more time to figure out a plan. See which teams can take advantage of that, as some are very important, obviously, for qualifying for the season finals. With points the way that they're at, and your ability to qualify by securing top 3 in summer, securing spot in season finals, that's the only way you're going to get to Worlds. Season finals will determine our top 3 seeds.
And remember that summer, obviously top 3 gets you there, but you also get a ton of championship points for high placements. So the potential, if you're a middle-of-the-pack team, to redeem yourself with a decent placement here up against a team who's had higher placements in Winter Spring is likely. Jun starting the fight. The Antonio isolated off to the side. Juwan looking for Oscar. In the meantime, the Antonio just has to start running. Ignar trying to disengage in the fight. The Varus ultimate already used. Spiraling to spare a good bit of damage. Ignar still running, still leaving. Poke fired back, but Fnatic full control of mid lane.
I mean, this is a great example of how a full committal fight is just not going to work out for Giant X. Jun finding that initiation, melted through the front line, forces the flash out. Humanoid getting TP'd on.
Sending Humanoid away. The Antonio
It opens up the Dragon. He's going to be forced to base. He's going to have the TP available, though. Oscar's in the same boat, and it's Giant X. I think they can kill this fast enough. The question is, can they get out?
Wants to go for the steal here, is close enough. GX have to be confident on the TP flank now coming in. 3K is getting lower. How much are they willing to bet on this fight? They're turning onto the backside and onto Jun in the meantime. Objective now taken away. Juhan managed to land this fight. The flash clear. Coming through from Oscar. Perfect. Dodges over a vault breaker. He didn't even need to see the Antonio running. Humanoid blinking health bar. But there is the Ivern. There is the shielding. And Fnatic finding the fight.
They do find the fight, and they can likely turn this into a Baron as well. Giant X, smart to use their poke to force Fnatic to go back to base, but the double TPs allowed Oscar and Humanoid to rejoin the fight, find a nice collapse, and you see what happens when Oscar gets his paws onto Jackie's. There's very little he can do to escape.
Hard to do, and again, clean from Oscar, flashes over the vault breaker. Patrick here, Juhan here, but now they've been caught out. Oscar gonna fall off with the stun. Patrick forced to cleanse out. But again, it's a slow take on the objective. That said, GX unlikely to face check again. They'll realize in a couple seconds how slow it was, and Juhan's now sticking around because he's like, wait a second, how long is this gonna take? They will finally drop. Fnatic wearing purple on the back of a very good fight.
Yeah, we talk about the flank, and it's a really good one from Fnatic. They turn their attention onto Noah and Razork to keep them away from the pit, but I think the priorities there from Giant X were just a bit mismatched. They didn't recognize the possibility for a flank. It's a really deep ward from Fnatic, so can't really blame Giant X for not expecting that. But it sets Fnatic up beautifully to create this collapse. Jackie's has no way he can run to. The flashes are being spent to escape. And it means that with 2 members dead, Fnatic secure an uncontested Baron. 7K now the gold lead. Fnatic poised to go 2-0 on the weekend.
This is a position it's going to be incredibly difficult for GX, to recover from. Yes, Patrick is stacking souls. It'll feel good, but any form of engage followed up on by Humanoid or Noah will surely result in death. And on top of that, Oscar Rinnan at 3 items. Do not be fooled by that 0-2-2 scoreline. This man has been a force to be reckoned with the entire game. And even now, trying to sniff out the flanks from Juhan, the angles that could be used to shut down this siege.
Giant X trying to find an angle.
Patrick, big poke landing onto him.
Here comes Juhan.
Warnall coming in. Juhan going over the wall, looking to shut down Noah. Noah now going to be in trouble. Blinking health bar, but Antonio can't do it on his own, so Juhan goes in. But again, the shielding. Disgusting from Razork. Buys far too much time. 3 members standing strong from Giant. Severing Bolt connecting onto Ignore. Fnatic losing 2. Traded back for 2 on the top side of the map. But the tier 2 dropping in favor of FNC.
It's a good engage from Giant X. When you're at a deficit, going even is a great position to be in. But these objectives are still going to fall. They don't quite have the resources to keep them all alive. And another tier 2 will follow. Oscar needs to be careful.
Jackie's does good damage. Oscar, that's Hysteric's passive popped. He will just die. My God, Jackie's finishing him off.
I mean, Jackie's does good damage, but Fnatic just do more. Like you can see, nice chain CC onto Noah, but the redemption, the shielding, he's also got the shield bow for the extra shielding on top of that. He survives way longer than he should have. The shutdown goes over to Jackie's, but because he does, Fnatic is able to still make it an equalized fight. Of course, Oscar overstays on the top side, meaning that we're now 6-6 in the kill score. Jackie's finding all 6 of those kills, and credit to him. His debut at the beginning of the year, so far he's having a great split so far, but it's not really converting into wins for Giant X, and they find themselves once again in a massive deficit with the Dragon spawning in a minute and a half.
If he wins this, is he the best lethality Varus in our league?
Maybe. It's a bold statement to make.
Because I feel like
in the summer.
Yeah, look. That's what it's all about.
Well, he's thumbs upping you right now. He likes the compliment.
I feel like, yeah. Bring the scale back up.
Don't bring the scale back up. I don't have a Jackie's head.
Fnatic are looking for one, though. Again, the slow siege setup.
Or dark
2
twist,
drakes
I like
to 2.
that.
Yeah, you like that? Little decapitation reference. Get the people going.
The Gadest over the mid-wave once more. So the tried and true battle.
When in doubt, ARAM it out. Of course, topside wave, starting to stack. Bot wave, won't start to bounce.
I think it's pushing in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah.
Dragon's still 30 seconds away though, so likely going to be another wave. Trying to keep Daisy alive, but she is not long for this world.
All right.
Farewell, Daisy. Oh, that's a cute wave.
We're squaring up. Get ready, fans. Big fight. Jun, is he going to go for it? All of GX backing off. Juhan, the lone flanker,
Look
left
at the
standing.
positioning of Patrick, though. It's literally like he's two armed bodyguards of Ignar and the Antonio.
The big boys. Are they going to face check?
That poke.
Root onto him. Jun immediately going to find the engage onto 3, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Massive damage onto Patrick. Good poke coming through. And the Antonio looking for the angle isn't quite going to hit onto Humanoid. Humanoid out of the fight. Blinking health bar. Can still try to rain down a bit of poke. Jax continues to hit the arrows. Jun getting lower and lower. It's a slow, steady fight, but it's exactly what GX wants so far. They can't afford to get turned on. Noah is powerful, but the root manages to connect. The follow-up damage, however, is not there. All of Fnatic retreating. Juhan with the wraparound. Juhan looking for the miracle flank.
Humanoid trying to go back to base and do the TP play once again. Oscar has his available, but he's very slowly healing up. He can't afford to face check that.
Ignar going to TP back in. Humanoid going to TP back in.
Dragon not been studied yet. Juhan stuck in the pit. He needs to get out of there.
What is the angle? This is such a messy fight. Ignar incredibly tanky. They're throwing Daisy into the pit.
Good.
Jun still low. Celestial opposition taken out. Oscar off to the side, but the
it's
turn.
Awkward.
They have to be careful not to get caught in the choke, but now it's Oscar who has to flash. Good damage coming through. Severing Bolt to spot them out. Fist already taken down. And now he falls. Perfect start for GX. Fnatic are going to try to focus down the objective, try to get something back here. GX need to get more. Juhan desperate to get in the pit. Razork already on the way out, and it's the Antonio on the flank. Unstoppable, goes in, finds the knockup, and GX descend upon them. The arrow over the wall, the root, and target Yankees unstoppable.
It's still 3 members dead on the side of Giant X, though. A huge ultimate from Humanoid. Noah gets a double kill. The objective goes to Giant X. They put themselves at soul point, and they showcase in the extended fights. This poke is doing some serious work. This time, Giant X is way more aware of the flank. They're cautious of the fact that Oscar is missing on the map, and now they spot him out. They immediately turn their attention. This does expose the dragon, but Fnatic is in two sorts about whether to commit to it. Now they started off. Oscar ends up falling, but Ignar is still in the area. And now look at Fnatic. They realize in a 4v5 they have to disengage. They flash over the wall from Razork, the jump from Jun. But then it's actually the Antonio that uses the Hex Gate to get the knockup. The damage from Noah and Humanoid is huge. But Jackies finds the snipe of his own. Only 2 members on Fnatic end up falling. But 8-1 and 0 now for Jackies.
I don't know the name of the guy in the background of the Giant X room who just rubbed his hands together and then did the shrug. You're my hero. Great reaction. Siege now continues in the mid lane. Jackies is scary. Full build lethality Varus.
Full build, yeah. He is extremely strong. He is Flame Horizon Humanoid.
What?
Yeah.
He's Chobying and he Flame Horizon? It's forbidden. It's not supposed to happen, Betty.
Oh, he's doing it. Right now, he is having a great game, and he might be the turning point for Giant X. An upset against Fnatic would keep the trend of today going.
For GX?
Are trying really hard to find just the right fight, but that Jun hasn't been able to find the angle.
I just think it's so hard to play Corki in these late game fights. A stiff breeze will kill you.
The Senna's at 132 stacks now as well. The scaling's only going to get better.
And as Jad always says, 140 stacks. The break point.
That's the ult.
Spiraling Despair. Ignar going to isolate himself. Jackie's still fine. They haven't taken away the Edge of Night. Really need to pop that spell shield. The up front poke, not too reliable. The Antonio getting eager to kick things off. Humanoid pokes good damage, and he goes down! It was the pillar from the Ornn to finish the job. The lethality bars, this is terrifying. Jackie's off to the side. The engage now coming through. Noah trying to find the 1v1. Noah trying to pop him. The damage from Corki is massive, and finally the shielding is there. Instantly, he retreats back into the raiding arms of his team. Patrick getting lower and lower. Oscar body blocking for the carry there, and it's all now falling apart, but Juhan kills Noah. It's crucial for the side of GX. Traded back now. Oscar still standing. Support, jungle, top, together, trying to turn this play back.
It's a 2-for-1 overall in favor of Giant X. They're keeping things interesting as their poke is doing serious work. Fnatic have to be careful about the overextension. But Fnatic just can't find the fights they want. Noah set that up very nicely. It cost him his life, but he dived onto Jackie's and he showed you how much damage the Corki can do onto the backline. We look back at this pick onto Humanoid. The poke starts here. Good damage onto Humanoid initially, the shielding doing what it can. But Jackie's, he's gonna land another very nice arrow just as the knockup comes through. The redemption isn't enough. It's a beautiful combo. and they find that kill. Fnatic, though, even in a 4v5, say, you know what, we can still win this. Let's commit, and then look at Noah here on the flank. W's in, lands really good damage, forces the flash out from Jackies, but that then sets up for Juhan to get onto the backline. I think Oscar should have turned his attention onto protecting his AD carry. If he had, maybe they could have actually turned this into a Baron with Juhan dead, but by prioritizing Patrick, he kind of left his AD carry exposed. Regardless, another one fight, I would say, overall in favor of Giant X.
And maybe we see more of those confident moves coming from Fnatic where they're a bit more coordinated, where Noah, when he jumps in, is supported by that CC of his teammates, because he essentially jumped in to the 2 damage threats on the side of GX and was winning the exchange in isolation. So a bit of CC, another ability, could have been enough to finish off Jackies. But now Fnatic with the setup on the objective. GX forced to face check, forced to walk into the darkness, using the Sentinel to get a bit of vision, but they don't see Jun. They don't see Humanoid. Crucially, the arrow from Varus could try to steal it all away. Juhan goes in, but he doesn't get the job. Noah manages to get the objective, and the jungler goes down. GX risks the 50-50. They do not get the Baron. What else will they lose as Fnatic start their Red Bull Baron power play?
I'm surprised Fnatic actually took that flip. I think the smite came down at like 1700 HP, and then it must have been a crit or the burst from Noah to finish it off. But Fnatic now with the Baron, this should definitely make their siege easier. They've already sent Oscar to go and catch the bot wave. This Dragon is important too to deny the soul. But with no Juhan, no smite, Jun looking for an engage.
Humanoid in trouble now. The poke is big. Jordan, the immediate follow-up. It's clean to the mid lane. Giant X sticking around far too long. And Fnatic might use this wave to end it here.
I mean, Jackies has to go back to base immediately, but 5 members strong. Juhan will respawn, but they've got the Baron buff and they have the Nexus in their eyes.
One last desperate hold. Jackie's and the Antonio here, but the poke, the Ivor makes this feel impossible. Oscar not even getting the chance to use a single ability, just wants to stop Jackie's from pressing Q, and he will succeed in doing so. Juhan cut down in the blink of an eye. Fnatic taking the win over GX in a 37-minute nail-biter.
A valiant fight from Giant X. Their poke comp was proving difficult for Fnatic to find the engages that they wanted. Ultimately, though, Fnatic just went straight towards the Baron. It ended up being a flip with which they won and converted into a quick win, but Giant X definitely made Fnatic work for that.
Certainly. I mean, remember, they spent most of that game at a massive gold advantage on the side of Fnatic, so the fact that GX kept it as close as they did, good sign on this team when you think of things to come, but today, of course, Fnatic, just a better team.
I mean, Jackie's definitely a player to watch for me this split. His Yone, he had some very cool highlight moments yesterday, even if he couldn't convert it into anything.
The TikTok combo, yes.
And again today, I think that his Varus was very impressive. Of course, it's not about Jackie's, it's about Fnatic. You can vote for your gear player of the game at LEC on X, Oscar, Humanoid, or Noah. All great candidates.
That's Oscar, Noah, or Jun.
Okay, well, what was in the, my script is different from what was on the screen. So you can vote.
He
you can
died
find
to
out
Ornn,
at
he lost
LEC,
it.
you can vote. In any case, we're going to go to a break. We'll see you for Game 5 right after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
level 5. Humanoid, no mana. Ooh, the Q flash!
It's running full steam ahead.
Knock up there, call the Forge God, dash back. Juhan finding the lockup. Vara's gonna follow. Senna coming in as well, and Jackie's.
No ulti, we can fight now, we can fight now. Go push, I seal you, Oscar. Oran and Nas, I can seal you, Marenko, you're fine. Kill Oran and Nas.
Fnatic taking the win over GX and a 37-minute nail-biter.
And welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy check-in with Oskarinin. Victory, a difficult one. The fans were cheering for you, but I saw the look that you and Razork had at the end of the game, raising the eyebrows. You did not look happy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we are happy to win, to take the win, but it was not a clean game. I think it was actually pretty hard. I think once we were even in the game, I think it was really hard to play because of the draft, I would say. Like, I think we were playing decently early mid, but it was just really hard to create something by ourselves.
Draft theirs or yours? Because it felt like Varus was poking a lot. They had a lot of range, which was an issue for you. What was the key to finding the right way to engage against a composition that had so much range?
The Varus was actually a pretty good pick, I would say. Like, we didn't expect it. I think no one is actually playing Varus mid lethality right now. And it was actually pretty good because they outranged us. We didn't have a real engage because Real couldn't really engage easily. Yeah. So it was pretty hard to do something. So we were just waiting for breaks and looking for flanks, nashers, and those things.
Lots of learnings from a game like this, obviously. You played against the Antonio. I know you said yesterday in post-game lobby that you were looking forward to playing against him, and you have been in this rookie situation a couple years ago. What kinds of timings and opportunities you see when you see a rookie that you can abuse, that you know that he's new to the LEC, he's not going to be aware of this?
What? I didn't know.
How can you abuse some timings against some rookies? Because playing against the Antonio, it was his second game on stage. So how did you know how to abuse this matchup or maybe get ahead against him?
I mean, I just kind of played normal against him. Like, I know he's kind of a rookie, yeah. But I played against him many times in Super League and everything, so I know kind of how he plays and what he wants to do. So, yeah, I mean, I just played my lane normally and everything, I guess.
Who do you think gets the Kia player of the game?
That's a hard one, actually.
Maybe the Dragons have an idea here.
I would say maybe Noah, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do you think it's deserved?
I mean, I think he did a good game. I think he trolled some fights, but I think he probably deserves it, yeah. I think it was a really messy game and he was kind of carrying the fight, so.
You guys all did it in the end. A victory is a victory. We'll see tomorrow against Vitality. Oskarinin, thank you so much for the interview. Good luck tomorrow. And Shocks, back to you for the last game of the day. SK Gaming, G2 Esports.
Thank you so much. We heard from a top laner, and we're going to talk about the top laners with a top laner and a 80 carry, question mark?
Yo, what the hell? I'm a top laner too.
Oh, oopsie. Anyways,
that counts.
He's a professional. I mean, he's on hiatus.
I hit Master with Shyvana. I was literally the worst champion in the game.
Okay, fair enough. But hey, we're going to talk about the top lane matchup. And you two were so excited about it. Broken Blade, obviously, best top laner in the league. And you said Irrelevant might very well be the second best or in competition for the best if he beats Broken
No,
Blade?
I think second best for sure. I think BB definitely still #1 in our league right now. If you didn't watch MSI, go back and do it because his performance was absolutely fantastic. No, but it's LEC teams playing at MSI and they did kind of good against Top Esports, for example. But I think BB has been phenomenal and ramping up for a very long time now. I think the narrative that he's not that good is completely flown away now. He just straight up is the best.
Yesterday, the Camille game?
Yeah, it was really good. You know, a little bit of a contrast to Irrelevant and his performance. He started off quite slow in the Camille game because it was, you know, all due to the matchup as well. But he found his timings very, very well. You know, he has been impactful in every single fight. You know, draft helped as well. He had a lot of friends to play with Tariq, Sejuani, and whatnot. But what I was impressed the most is that he found a couple of timings, especially this one, where he just completely cracks the game open. He got to the timing where he has a power spike, and he leveraged that so well. And from this point on, he just put on so much pressure on MDK.
I mean, absolutely. And it's just the way that once again that BB can do it on different champions. You expect carries of this guy and a caliber of his style and play. And the fact that, as you said, he opens up a solo lane, now you get the lead. You have the tier 2, especially after the play that just happened. He came back, had Sterix gauge, he's ahead of the curve, suddenly comes into the team fight, and he's just blowing everyone up.
Ahead of the curve, and you have to also look at that top lane when you are facing G2. I know there's a lot that you have to look at before. SK got off to a flying start. Their bot lane was smashing rogues yesterday. But how do we feel about Irrelevant, where he is in terms of his trajectory in the LEC?
I mean, I still think Irrelevant is, you know, one of the best. Like, I called it the second best top lane.
Yeah,
I think this is the most exciting top lane matchup we're gonna have. I think BB Irrelevant is always what I'm looking forward to, and for the same exact reason is that this is a guy that will play carries. This is a guy that's looking to take a lead. Here you see it where he gets top lane priority, he'll make that a mid lane priority, and then even more importantly, the way he sets his team up for success around these objectives, where the ultimates are crisp, the zoning is perfect. He's creating so much space to make sure that his carries can play the game too.
Yeah, Odo, you played versus him, of course, a lot. What are the things in Irrelevant that you think are better than some of the other top laners in the league?
Well, he's very lane focused, to say so. I feel like he really enjoys his winning matchups. You know, he has this style of play. He incorporated Rumble recently, but before I used to think of him more of a, you know, Bruiser, Renekton, Camille, Jax kind of player. Well, he was a Jax one trick when he joined in, and it's always a terror to play against that. But he's finding himself in this winning matchup, so that's why I'm excited for today's matchup more so than, you know, any other top lane pairing in LEC, because I am sure, and it's gonna backfire, of course, but I am sure that we're gonna be seeing, you know, a carry versus carry matchup. Both of them are leveraging their pressure very well, and it's gonna be a banger.
I agree. I really hope so, because what we saw in spring was that he started bringing out Cassante for the first time and started relying on them champion a lot for his team. But I think that took away a lot of his strength. As broken as Cassante is, Irrelevant can do some great magic on other picks too. So I'm hoping we don't see Cassante. I'm hoping we see other picks from them.
I think that's a good follow-up question, because is it true that when such an OP pick arises in the meta, like the likes of Cassante, and obviously you know if you pick it, you'll be in better positions, it kind of hollows out your creativity and the willingness for your top laners or your coaching staff to trust your top laners and other things?
Well, yes and no, because a lot of times, you know, the meta is defined by what's a power pick, and you might just be the sort of player where you are not maybe the best at meta picks, but you're quite creative when it comes to countering those meta picks, so you're kind of creating your own sort of meta. But the benefit of, you know, for him at least to fall back on Cassante and incorporate it in his playstyle is that it makes it a lot easier for his team to play, because you have this constant that is in every single game. You know, you're like drafting, you pick Cassante early, every team knows what is going to happen, what the identity of the draft will be, and it makes it a lot easier for everyone on your team to, you know, mesh around.
And with that said, we do not want to see Cassante. I'm going to say, I think SK is going to win this game, guys.
That's bold.
And I will not elaborate. Let's head over to our casters for the last game of the day. G2 Esports takes on SK.
No need to elaborate, Shocks. As long as we get not tank versus not tank, you can believe whatever you want.
Ambitious.
I'm willing to believe anything. Just no Cassante, no tanks, or ban no top laners and let us see Skarner for the first time.
Ooh.
Which is a weird thing to be excited, because he's not a very exciting champion.
He's OP.
Sorry, Flowers. But
we're getting ready for the draft. Our final game of the day, G2 versus SK. G2 had a bit of a rough early game yesterday against Mad Lions, but they bounced back in very effective fashion. We saw some crazy outplays. Like, the one that really impressed me was the Mickey Yike one in mid lane, where they, like, as a duo got the kill onto the Azir. Just really great stuff. So mechanically, G2 definitely on form, even though it's been a very long year for them. So let's see what they've cooked up for us today. Ashe and Lucian.
A lot of 80 carry bands.
I mean, this is like, sorry, I was blown away. I was like, are we at MSI? Like, these are...
I've seen these bands somewhere before.
I
swear we had 3
Callisto
patches.
ban?
Hey, Rumble.
So
far, MSI bands.
Yep. So let's see, what will the last ban be? Are you going to take Callista, Draven, away from SK? I heard that Draven was nerfed specifically because of Hans Summer.
I heard that too.
Of course, complete rumors and speculation.
But, you know. Probably true.
Probably true.
Skarner, in a sea of MSI bans, they banned Skarner. That doesn't seem nice. He was technically disabled at MSI.
We're not going to get to see Hans's Draven today, though. We'll be locked in for AD carry.
Varus mid, first pick, unsurprising. We saw what it could do in the previous game. Not confirmed for mid.
Caps was an OG Varus player.
And if you were keeping up, of course, SK support's name is Luron. That's right. 3 points to you.
Yes.
You missed it. The
It is
mystery man
missing.
himself. It's now Hui and Jinx. Oh, Hui and somebody.
A slew of 80 carries for Rahel.
Jin Hui seems cool.
I will say Rahel and Luan impressed me yesterday. Their laning phase, the way they play around the level 2
If you
dive.
ignore the Ash arrows, fantastic game. No, he didn't, like, he eventually hit one and then it was just like GG, game over, right?
Sure.
But like...
Is this a Poppy angle? SK can't forget Mickey's Poppy from MSI. Many were questioning, is Mickey the best Poppy in the world? And
we'll find out. Poppy, still I think technically a triple flex for this team.
If you lock in Kalista, G2's going to lock in Poppy. They've shown it multiple times. As you rightly said, it is a triple flex. They can play it top, jungle, or support. I'm expecting a mid lane pick here for Caps. The question is, what is he thinking about? Of course, this draft is pre-recorded, so he's looking behind him, but...
At the photo where he's saying, shh.
But it's going to be Rek'Sai. That's likely locked in for Yike, something that he brought out already last split. And we've already been seeing it from close. We've been seeing it a little bit more popular here in the LEC since then. But the Renata are going to be the round out for SK. So they've got a pretty strong bot lane 2 versus 2 to answer what was a very effective bot lane from G2 and MSI.
I'm living for these photos. He just looks so serious. Is he saying, come at me? Has, of course, locked in Renata. So close to Renata for the bottom lane, as well Comfort. As we enter the second ban phase, though, important to note, we're hearing from League officials that SK Gaming was unable to find Nico in time due to Rahel's client being in Korean, but the keyboard being an English keyboard. However, SK informed referees long before the ban timer expired, allowing the verbal ban to be communicated to G2 within the timer's limit. It's considered a valid Nico ban, not a missed one. So what you are currently seeing as a blank little cancel symbol right there, little ban symbol in that 4th slot is actually a Nico ban. Apologies for the confusion, but glad that we were able to remedy the problem without needing to delay the game at all.
Yep. So Nico going to be banned away. We'll see what the final ban is. Talia makes a lot of sense. Obviously very powerful in the current meta. Typically something we've seen Prio picked along with Corki, but that has made its way through the draft here today. Twisted Fate, what will be the finish here for G2? Cassante, of course, still open. Will they look to ban away something like the Camille as a potential?
Ooh, the real MSI throwback. Cassante versus Twisted Fate.
Yep.
Absolute
Renekton.
banger. Okay.
That does suggest
something
Camille.
more spicy.
Camille. Does suggest that
Camille
for
versus
G2
Jax.
once again.
Camille versus Jax.
Oh yeah, irrelevant to the Jax
Relevant,
guy.
the Jax guy
He is
versus
the Jax
Brokeplay,
guy.
who yesterday was certainly the Camille guy. Give us the spice.
All right, SK, what have we got? Sijuan, that's fine.
Okay, all right.
Front line,
save
engage,
your
tank.
counter pick. Yeah.
You recognize that Renata, more for disengage rather than engage, so you want a way to start off fights. Poppy, I mean, it is another dash into Poppy, but still, I think that your ultimate can be thrown up range, obviously. So they have at least a way to start fights. So what have you got prepared for as Broken Blade? Is it just Cassante?
Zach?
Will he blind Zach? Do you remember the Rek'Sai Zach combo that they actually was perma-banned against them at MSI?
Yeah, that second series against T1 was a lot harder when those two champions were banned in every single draft. It's Cassante.
And Azir, okay.
Okay.
All right, so they're not cooking, really. They're going to keep it stock standard.
Safe, reliable.
I mean, this is something that they would have drafted at MSI.
Sure.
We've seen Caps play Split Push Azir. We've seen him play Teamfight Azir. Obviously, a very effective Azir player, as you would expect. Irrelevant. What is he going to bring up for us into the Cassante? His own Camille, perhaps? The Gnar, bit of a throwback. Gnar did receive some buffs on 14-11, I believe. He's been struggling a little bit with the itemization changes, so Riot wanted to compensate and give him a few buffs back into his kit. Now, when we think about Irrelevant's career, Jack is definitely up there, but Gnar is one of his next most favorites, so shouldn't be too much of a surprise. He's very comfortable on the champion, another effective team fighting tool for SK, and I do think that they have that. They have range options. Of course, Kalista a little bit shorter range, but I think Hui compensates for that. You have decent poke coming out from him, a little bit of poke coming out from the Gnar as well. There is a very strong front line on the side of G2, so I wouldn't be surprised to see the on-hit Kalista coming out from SK, but overall, I think their team fighting comp is very solid. G2, though, just have a lot of range. Again, Varus Azir is such a tried and true combo that we saw consistently at MSI. We saw it at Spring. The whole principle behind this composition is you chip away your opposition, right? You rely on the front line, you have good team fighting. The Poppy allows you to guarantee a numbers advantage if you can land that ultimate. And so I do think that both comps want to do very similar things, but I find that G2 just have a slightly stronger team fight composition.
Well, and I think the big thing is, right, Poppy utility is just so hard to deal with. In the same way you would be excited about a Braum into like a double 80 carry composition, Poppy against a team that clearly wants to go for these big combos with a Gnar, a Sejuani, Hwei follow-up. So much of those angles are just removed entirely when there is a Poppy in position on the enemy team. It puts more pressure on SK to have better vision, better setup, so they can flank. So it's not easy for Mickey to just press W in that clutch moment, excuse me, and shut down the composition that SK have put together. Of course, we'll have to see how the early game unfolds. G2 fans are here, getting louder progressively, eager to see another G2 win. We were offered flower necklaces, but we are not biased commentators. Despite our love for flowers, we will not compromise our integrity.
Let's get into our final game of the day. G2 versus SK, both sitting at 1 win apiece. Let's see whose record will be blemished and who will move forward to 2-0.
And already emotes are being spammed. Players keen to get on the Rift. It is a Hail of Blades Poppy for Mickey, so expect an explosive level 1 especially. And interestingly, press the attack on the Kalista.
Oh yes, that's true. We've been seeing First Strike pop up more from things like Hwei and Varus just because of the changes. I think these are champions that can take full advantage of the changes.
And don't forget, chance to celebrate. Everyone in the house, whether you're a G2 fan or a fan of anybody, Hansama, 400 LEC games. He left us very briefly for Team Liquid, but despite...
sorry, I meant to do that one. Sorry, Hans. That was my mistake. I'm sorry. I was meant to do
Congrats
confetti.
to Hansama. Obviously, huge milestone. Happy to have him into the league. And we'll see if he can make this 400th game one to remember. You can put confetti on there now if you want to put the fire away. You're banned.
Put it there.
Yeah. You're banned.
Yay, congratulations.
Woo! So, congrats to Hansama. Obviously, very tenured player. Still remember when he qualified through Challenger. Back when we were casting Challenger. One of the many 80 carries in this league who was hyped.
We cast most of these people in Challenger. We cast Caps in Challenger when he used to play for like Millennium or something. I forget what team it was.
Yeah, Millennium. We missed out on the TCL years. He missed out on TCL Internationals. And Mickey already getting the Hail of Blades procs going. Hansama continuing to fire autos, but press the attack, making him a little bit stronger. The 1v1, he just got 2v2 killed again. G2's bottom lane obliterated, but Hansama managing to get the kill back.
I would argue that's more worth for G2 though.
Yeah.
Rahel commits all of his summoner spells to get a kill onto Mickey, and while it is first blood, Hans gets a kill back, and he gets to stay in lane. So he's gonna still get to soak up this wave's XP. Longsword pickup for Rahel is gonna be a nice thing to have in the laning phase. Of course, you can see him with a small CS lead for now, but that's gonna disappear. I'm curious as to the lane state of those, if you can quickly show us with the lane. So it's also pushing towards Hans, which just kind of adds insult to injury. Thank you so much for that, observers. As Irrelevant is getting pushed in the top lane, does mean that...
good wall up. Picks up.
Okay.
Is
this a dive? I was going to say it's a dive angle, but Isma's
How many
making...
isolated 2v2 and 1v1 kills will we see this game? Yike and Isma speeding down to the bot lane. The control ward already placed hover, so Isma going to be spotted out first. Passive, going to get taken away. Good damage onto Isma. Yike heavily favored in the 1v1 with the stun already there. Luan flash forward, the handshake, the pullback. They're trying to finish the job on a Yike. Yike getting lower and lower. Mickey trying to finish the kill. Yike flashing out, getting the tunnel back to safety. It's a bloodbath on the bottom side. Rahel only level 1. Hansama doesn't have the same problem. He's desperate to finish the kill. The E, he gets the arrow. He has to flash in. The barrier blocking all of the fallout damage, and Isma's in trouble. Hansama going to get taken down again. Luan grabbing the kills. Luan everywhere in these fights. Handshake after handshake. Niski there with the pullback, with the Maw.
I think Mickey's fine.
One more. Flash auto
nice
finish.
flash.
Thumbs up from Niski.
So that is, what, 2 for 1? I think in favor of SK. The arrival of Niski doing wonders for SK's bot lane after what was, I mean, a chaotic fight. Luan moves up to help his jungler. The CC coming out onto Yike is good. I think in the extended fight, they have the ability to get the kill. He's forced to flash away into the tunnel to safety. Then G2 turn their attention onto Rahel, who's only level 1. He's doing his best to sidestep. Hans flashes on top of him, has to commit both of his summoners. Almost gets a kill back onto Isma, but then Luon doesn't allow it. And then the arrival of Niski, him getting that push in the mid lane, allows him to come back to bot. I say come back, arrive in bot, I should say, and end up getting an extra kill. A lot of summoner spells used there. Rahel has 1 kill, Luon has a kill, Niski has a kill. The gold, ever so slightly in favor of SK.
And overall, explosive early game again. Hans still favored in terms of XP for now as Rahel does what he can to push the wave in. Hans is landing the poke here. Will be that much harder, but of course Rahel, has that early mobility when Poppy's not in his face to just kind of sidestep a lot of those Varus arrows. Wave crashing the top side, going to force the TP out from Irrelevant, who okay face, right? Like would have liked to finish full tabbies or at least gotten something else here. Again, you mentioned earlier, Gnar was buffed on this patch. Scaling ratio on the boomerang goes up by about 10%, as well as a bit of additional AD growth. So we'll hit a bit harder in lane, but still obviously around level 6 is really where Cassante is going to start to be a problem in the top lane.
Cassante with a very similar base. See boots plus armor picked up, makes a lot of sense in this matchup. Turn my attention to the junglers once more. Isma clearing out his top side, moving towards the enemy Raptors. Knows he has push with Niski. This is a combo we praised highly at the beginning of the year. Isma, a young player, of course, rookie joining the scene. Expectations were high when paired up alongside a veteran in Niski, and we saw some promising things. Things didn't quite pan out the way that we expected, though, in spring splits. But starting off the split with a win, see how things change.
Over, Mickey looking for an angle. Nice handshake from Luon.
Luon doing a good job of just working with Isma. This bot lane continues to impress. Of course, Rahel losing his life in exchange for a kill early on. He's now kind of suffering the consequences of that. Looks like that he will be going, you already mentioned press the attack earlier, that on-hit build with the lifesteal already picked up for him.
The struggle is it makes it that much harder to play the lane right now.
Yeah.
Obviously with the poke build, you can do a lot to just clear the wave, get the spears to kind of cascade through the minions.
Wave is pushing towards him though. He's a full level down right now. Obviously that is because he hasn't been able to catch this farm just yet, but you know that Hans is going to get level 6 first. Keep your eyes on Yike. He's pathing towards bot again. We haven't seen in the current meta a lot of bot dives outside of that SK game where they're diving in the level 2.
Isma here will be spotted, instantly goes onto Mickey. Target already locked down, stun is there, it's one squishy. Poppy Luon instantly grabs the kill. Excellent read from the side of SK.
Yeah, I mean, Isma's just there to cover for the dive, and Mickey wasn't expecting Sejuani to be in that angle. Wasn't able to use the steadfast presence in time. He gets chain CC, and I think it was the ignite from Luon that ends up picking it up. He's now 2-0-2 on the Renata. It's SK with a lead over G2 in this early game.
And I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum, but maybe, we'll hold that thought, as Cap's gonna be forced to back up here, Mickey showing his presence mid. Maybe Luon should stop taking the kill.
Hey.
I don't know if he needs the money. His AD is kind of broke.
I think he's earned them, okay? He's the one doing the work here when you really think about it. What do AD carries even do, Daniel?
I don't know. It's true. Complain a lot. It's never their meta.
True. It's never their
20
meta.
years of item changes and they'll still find a way to be like, we're weak on this patch. Kaisa Zyra, 1v5ing every fight in 2019. Nah, guys, this patch is bad for us. Look at Akali and Silas.
In any case, right now, Rahel not having the best of times. But I'm sure he'll be able to bounce back. Yike, going to be looking to secure these goals, but Isma is here, level 6 too. Has push in the mid wave. Something his top lane of the can't come in. Flash committed.
Q flash back from Niski. Up just in time to deny Caps that angle. Of course, flash trade is just for the ulti, so overall still favors Caps there in that instance, but Grub's gonna get taken down. SK managed to get one back, so 2-for-1 trade overall. Yikes, slightly favored, and SK pushing up in the mid lane.
Now the dragon becomes a card that can be played. Is SK Luon working with Isma once again. Love his presence on the map right now. With the lead that he has, he knows he can be active. Yike is hesitant.
As he should be. Not nearly good enough information. Pressure still in the bot lane.
That red buff is now.
Walking up, Isma over the wall, spiraling to spare. Caps waiting as long as possible to dodge backwards.
Well played from Caps, keeps himself alive.
Niski not even gonna go for the severing bolt there to try and finish the kill, instead just focus on clearing out the wave.
This will open up the dragon for SK, which after losing the 2 grabs, they want to be able to get for themselves. I'm loving this dynamic here. When we think of Nisqy teams, often it's a roster that has both jungle and support playing around Nisqy to unlock him to then impact the rest of the map. And we're seeing that presence being felt right now. But G2, they want to contest this. Level 4 Mickey, level 7 Hansama.
Of course, Nisqy, no ultimate, no flash. But G2 don't want to overcommit here to man disadvantage, knowing the Caps has to catch that mid wave. So we'll just concede the Drake to the side of SK.
Meanwhile, Irrelevant has slowly been building a lead in the top side of the map. About a 400 gold lead, about a kill lead, which is about, you can see in the CS discrepancy. I think he's been able to get a plate as well. In terms of the total gold, you can see that Hansama is the one leading the pack, but Rahel not that far behind him, all things considered. Still ahead of Caps, and SK find themselves in a pretty good position overall. We'll see if they can convert this though. It's been a struggle for many teams. It's the mid game where G2 often find much of their success, while in MSI against top esports, their early game was really the highlight performance. Their mid game is really the big thing that they've been working on domestically throughout the year, and they've got a lot of comfort picks to do that.
And while ultimately I think we could be pretty happy with the MSI performance, there's still a couple head-scratching moments in some of these early games from G2, both in the first games. Obviously, them getting 2v2 killed by the MDK
moral of the
bot
story
lane.
is they're a hard team to judge.
Yeah, they're not dead till they're dead.
Yeah.
Until they're gone.
But
they're favorites.
The biggest thing about G2 is they did evoke some hope, and let's see if SK can shut something
Good
down.
Yike immediately killed. Nisqy now caught up, but he managed to get the fear on the Cap to stop any potential pushback going through. Berserk, excellent ulti. Cap's running out of angles, running out of places to run, and SK just taking their time here to finish off the kill. They're dominating G2 in this early, and that's a 2K lead at 10 minutes.
A massive overstep from Yike, and SK with a great punish. Really nice stuff. Luon finds himself with a killing spree. 3-0-3 on the Renata now. They've initiated the swap. And we'll look back. Yike, I'm not sure what he's doing here. What's he trying to contest? Like, Hansama is pathing towards top lane. He's just overextended. His team isn't really there to assist. And so Isma says, all right, fine, I'll just ult you. The ultimate, look at that. He flashes in to get the ultimate from Renata. Then he gets pulled back, so the Renata ultimate, the Azir ultimate doesn't connect onto him. And then he uses the Renata ultimate to then go back over the wall to assist Nisqy in getting that kill. That's a happy Swiffer. No,
look at that little grin. He's holding himself back. He doesn't want to be too excited. He knows. He remembers last split. It's not over till it's over.
Yeah, the coach cam is a double-edged sword.
Most certainly is. All right, so now the real test, of course, as we approach the middle stages of the game, can SK keep the snowball going? Can they continue to find favorable fights? And of course, can they close out against G2 if they can build that bigger lead? It's hard, it's never done with G2. It always feels like they'll be able to find that angle to come back. Broken Blade, looking for the angle to keep the fight going. Cap standing off to the side, really want to finish this kill on Irrelevant. Obviously gonna get a nice bit of health there as he turns over to Mega.
It's a lot of time committed from Caps, though, to not really get much for it. It's going to allow Nisqy to get this free push in mid. Then he can actually work with his team to set up a potential dive in top lane. Hansama is isolated.
TP there, flashback from Hansama, flash forward from Isma, sidesteps the ultimate. Hansama now in trouble, Mickey trying to save, but already he's dead, and now Mickey might be in trouble too. Yike, continuing to step forward, the bailout is there, they want to finish off this kill, but Rek'Sai goes under, comes right back out, denies the bailout effectiveness, but still the kill is traded back.
I mean, it's SK with 2 kills, they're looking for 3.
Mickey gets interrupted on the knockback, it's clutch, now clutches back under the tower, Rahel in trouble, Rahel gonna drop, no bailout left. Mickey will at least get 1 in return.
It's a 2 for 3, but SK with their aggression, just great awareness, and it's all because of Caps appearing in the bot lane. It allows Nisqy to get that push in mid, start the rotation up top, but they also garner all the information that they need in order to make that dive happen. A guaranteed numbers advantage, well executed, forcing all the summoner spells out from Hansama, means that SK extend their gold lead now to 2.5K.
Ooh, and it's gonna get that much harder now for G2 to find these angles and find these plays, especially for Hansama. The arrow very easily mitigated now by the Mikhails that has been picked up by Luon. He's rich. Buying the item much sooner than anticipated, along with Mickey. When he's able to find that wall
Look at this 1.3K gold lead over Caps.
They're strong. And look at early lock coming in from Isma too, so burst damage coming out from the side of G2 is just going to be very heavily mitigated for at least the next couple fights.
Grub's being started off. Yike should be able to secure another one at the very least. Question is, will he go for more? Has the smite.
He already got 4, so no reason to stick around. Tunnel timing is good to make sure he can walk away. So SK caught sleeping a little bit here. We'll see what they can do once they take down this crab.
Dragon's available in 15 seconds. They know that G2 have to reset. They can move into mid, push that wave out, have Gnar push in bot 2, and then they can just pick up that objective uncontested. Oh, actually, the Herald completely missed that spawning in the immediate vicinity. Why not just contest to this objective instead? Yike still needs to reset out onto the map. I don't think SK is going to be too unhappy about that. Makes it easier to siege onto this mid tower against an Azir and a Varus that have great wave clear. It can be a difficult thing to do, and Herald always a great tool to just help you open up that mid lane.
Seems like SK respecting the value of the Herald, doubly so because G2 have the 4 grub buff, of course at 5, but 4 is the threshold that you're usually trying to hit as Irrelevant. Does what he can to get a bit of XP here. Good damage onto Mickey, but really cannot afford to stay under that tower, so going to try to grab a little bit more damage there. SK just continuing the pressure on the top side of the map, threatening for more. Gnar here, always a bit tricky to dive. Irrelevant might not get the chance to push any buttons. Wall's not even going to come out, looking for the pound back. Does manage to get away for a second. The Price Seeker doesn't quite finish it. Now he's running. The house going to hit Mickey. He's trying to get away. Mickey's got the buckler. Can they finish the kill here? The tower already falling down. Gnar's going to meet a movement speed steroid. Yike looking for the Price Seeker. Not quite going to hit. Irrelevant's getting tricky with it, but he's going to drop. Captain America hits him with the buckler, and down he goes, but SK got 2 towers on the top side. They're going to get mid as well, and now Hansama's going to be the one in trouble. Cleanse already used, Barrier already used. Hansama getting run down the handshake to bring it back. Hansama can't finish the kill. No is the answer. The spear's stacked, and Rahel's going to grab that one.
I mean, it's 3 members committed to killing Irrelevant. It's Mickey who only gets the kill, and SK is just cross-mapping so effectively. They get so much more off the back of that play. This SK feels like a different look from what we saw at the beginning of the year. They said they needed a change. They said they needed to make something happen. And I mean, so far, it is working.
And look, based on the plays we've seen, based on the cross maps we've seen, the macro that we've seen from SK in this game, I'm optimistic. But
they still got to end it.
They still got to end it. Again, the trauma in Swiffer, in the back of SK fans' minds. There's so many games that should have been won, that should have been done, against teams much lower on the total poll than G2. So to close out against G2, even with a solid lead like this, is still a challenge for SK. One they're going to need to overcome, but Caps splitting on the side lane, will get a tower back. SK, that said though, the entire last sequence of play is so good for them. They get second Drake, continuing to stack up. They get Herald, they get multiple towers, 3 in the grand scheme of things.
So. I mean, the other huge factor, Dracos, is if SK do win this, certain podcast hosts are going to be getting DMs about their tier list.
Certain podcast hosts are already getting DMs about their tier lists. So,
well,
bring it on.
Bring it.
You can never hurt me. I put BDS S tier. You know what I mean?
Another tower will be secured for SK.
Broken Blade. Nothing he could do, right? I mean, the siege here is so lethal. You can't walk into Renata Sejuani. It's just not going to work. And Niski really hurts, right? Double burn item, 17 minutes to the game is a damn good place to be. 2.1k gold lead. This is a fantastic game.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to G2, I mean, of course, they are coming off the back of MSI. We know that they started scrimming late, and there's the element of fatigue. You look at this draft, and it definitely feels like it's a default to comfort and
it's
stuff.
Also a new lineup, right?
It's
like,
true.
SK obviously knew that they wanted to pick up these players, had to get these players over, got them acclimated. They made a great content piece about like the efforts that they're making to really integrate Rahel and Luan into the team, but the fact that they're doing this well in the early game, and the isolated 2v2 as new players in the lineup is good. The fact that they've already started working together with Isma is a great sign. I don't want to oversell it. It is a single game. It's a damn good look for a team that, when so many teams are struggling to integrate their new players, SK hitting the ground running like this in a game versus G2 is huge.
It certainly is. Again, we'll see if they can ride this momentum forward. G2, a team that you can never really afford to count out. The reason why they often get given the benefit of the doubt is because of their pedigree as an organization. Isma, though, utilizing this pressure.
Good arrow. Immediate Mikhails, though, stops the punish. Broken Blade now TPs, walks right into the eye and gets rooted, immediately hand shook as well. And Mickey wants to step up, but again, you take the Halo Blades for the first couple of levels in the lane to try to find advantage. After that, the Aftershock really would feel so much better. So Mickey has to be really careful about picking his windows to go in.
SK, for the time being, holding pressure over mid. Cap's now making his way to a side lane a little bit more. We talked about the many different versions of Azir that Caps likes to leverage. Looks like this game he's going for a bit more of a side lane presence. Always a scary thing to deal with Caps when he moves off into his own playground, I would say. Obviously, everyone rates him as the best player that Europe has. And if you leave him to his own devices, he can be crafty.
Yes. Like other goats. You've seen them climb mountains. How do they stay up on the side of those mountains, Betty?
They're a
I don't
crafty
understand.
goat. No, it's actually from the word medic in a cast once said he's like a crafty whale. And I'm like, well, I don't remember the origin of the whale,
Problem
but
is
the word crafty
between
is just
unhinged
so good.
medic days and hysterics.
Yeah. You've got to let a few more screws loose, is what I'm learning.
I don't know if I've got it in me to call someone a crafty whale or a refrigerator.
There was also the Bob Ross call from Jake.
Yep. I gotta respect the creativity. Nonsensical as it is sometimes, I appreciate it.
Hey, never would have thought that you're the most rational of the three play-by-plays.
I never, ever in my life would have thought that. I still don't think
There's
that.
that whole
and yet-
Centaur conversation we haven't had on broadcast
Oh my
yet.
gosh, the people aren't already.
Caps
No, we've
could be
had
a
this
bit-
on broadcast because someone got mad at me. Someone just said Centaurs have
true.
2 hearts, and I said that's a dumb answer.
Now the Baron is on the board. Next Dragon in about a minute and a half. It's G2 that have push in the bot side of the map. Irrelevant conceding that side, mainly because he knows he's on the weak side. He has to be cautious of any potential collapse, given that they don't have huge information as to where all the members of G2 are just yet. They see Caps on top wave, but it's a fight of a vision right now. SK clearing out this mid wave, and it's just kind of control, it's setup. Items are being completed, people are trying to spend as much gold as they can. Caps going for a high investment build. The death cap second means that he needs that extra bit of gold. I can quickly check how far off he is.
Sweeper gonna spot out the last
He's
bit
very
of
far
vision.
off, I can tell you that right now.
That is a broke Azir.
Yeah,
2.3k gold lead individually for Niski.
He's also he's sitting on right now about 400 gold.
He can buy a book.
Yeah, he needs about another 1,000 gold, about 900, before he can actually complete that. And I can tell you right now, the Dragon's going to spawn before that. But sometimes it's something pros talk about. It is dangerous to go for these more expensive items early on, just because you won't have the spikes at the right times, right? So maybe G2 just concede this Dragon in exchange for allowing Caps more time to farm in the top lane.
And we'll see if they want to fight for this third Drake. They do have decent setup here. SK have kind of used all of their vision resources on the top side of the map, making sure they have info around Baron, making sure they have info on the side lane. Caps in the isolated 1v1 up against Niski. You can see in the minimap on the top of your screen, but there might be a fight in mid lane, so we'll keep our attention here. Going in from Isma, flashback from Hansama, still getting hit by the slow. Mickey X looking for the disengage here. Is gonna knock back 2, and now Isma suddenly realizes this is not the fight that he thought it was. Hansel takeover is good, but Isma still likely to fall. Will get taken down, bailout not even used. Beautiful disengage from the Poppy ult.
Yeah, a huge Poppy ult there from Mickey. Creates a numbers advantage for G2, which means that they immediately kill the jungler. This should make contesting the Dragon that much harder for SK. I feel like forcing that fight, the idea is good. You get the flash out from Hans. You may have found a pick. Could have been a great opportunity, but playing around the Dragon, I feel like was an easy objective, an easier play to make. With the gold lead that you have, why give G2 that room? It comes back to that conversation about SK. Can they close out that game? These type of mistakes, a team like G2 is going to very quickly punish you. And we talked about how Caps is going to be delayed. He's now getting much closer. In fact, I think he has enough gold to go back to base and secure that death cap.
I mean, power farming on the side lane, right? Azir not the strongest side laner, but certainly can outclass Hwei in terms of mobility, opportunities for attack.
I mean, yeah, he feels very safe. Like, you look at the Hwei right now, very afraid to cross that line. Of course, he knows that his team is, his jungler specifically on the bot side of the map, but Azir cares a little bit less about that just because the added mobility that you have and the disengage tools. Caps are choosing not to base just yet, staying on the map a little bit longer.
G2 continuing to use the Varus just to instantly delete these waves. That said, Hansama doesn't have enough information to confidently walk in and hit that last creep. Will be forced to use another piercing arrow. And SK, despite all the vision they set up on type side, you know, just that single misstep in the mid lane, or a single good Poppy ultimate rather from Mickey, really stymies that play, gives the Drake over to G2, slows down SK, and this is a position that so many teams have been in domestically against G2. You gotta lead. You're 4K up, you're 3K up, you're 2K up. Good job,
Look
but
at
where
top
is it going
lane.
to take you? But Isma wants him to take it all the way to the base. Hans Sama now needs to back away, but immediately he's going to see the cleanse. Piercing arrow coming through. It's not going to do a whole hell of a lot of damage. Again, we're seeing the hostile takeover come out. Going to clip Hans Sama. He's going to auto-attack the minions. Meanwhile, triple knockup coming in from Yike. Unstoppable now. Broken Blade in the midst of the fight. Mickey's got a good angle to keep this one going. Isma slowly getting cut down. Irrelevant finally here. Rahel just doesn't do any damage. Broken Blade more than happy to try and finish the kill. There gets one. Looking to make it two. Broken Blade again. Yesterday on the Camille. Today on the Cassante. Taking over.
Broken Blade with a massive play in mid as G2 get initiated on, but turn the fight in their favor. Caps trades 1-for-1 against Niski. That man is dead and he still hasn't bought a death cap. And he's solo killing a 3-item Niski. Now the Baron is up for the taking. And a single misplay from SK may have been enough for G2 to turn this game around.
Isma's got no smite. G2 might not have perfect information on it, so they're going to
they
back
won't take
off.
the risk. They're going to play it safe. I mean, still a huge win for G2. What was a 4K deficit is now just 700. There's the death cap completed. Also, the blighted jewel picked up for Caps. In a side lane, he only is going to continue to get stronger. And Broken Blade on Cassante. The initiation comes onto Hans Sama. They see him isolated once again, 3v3. They think they can take this, but look at the minimap. Broken Blade already making his way over. Mickey with great target focus, keeping Rahel out of the fight and basically isolating Isma. Then, when Broken Blade arrives, it's a 4 versus 3. There's nowhere really for Irrelevant to get involved. I think, did he use his... I missed whether he TP'd towards that top ward, which means that it was a 4v3 for so long, and then Broken Blade just tears them apart on the back line, almost converts it into another kill. Great play from him. And G2 feeling a lot more confident now. The game is largely reset. That Hui is still scary, but I think Broken Blade is scarier.
Well, the problem now is Irrelevant, flashless, Isma, flashless, Niski, flashless, Luon, flashless, Rahel, flashless. The next fight is not in the favor of SK, and their gold lead is all but non-existent now. It's 4K just moments ago, but G2 have converted so beautifully, and now it's
the gold
really
lead's
hard
gonna
to play.
disappear. Broken Blade's gonna get a solo tower.
That's the last of it. Mickey now pulling the trigger on the fight. Isma trying to back away. Mikhail's not going to be too effective against the knockup. Mickey, again, just trying to front line alongside Yike here. They don't want to overcommit. Happy to just try and poke away. Niski stepping up.
Melting.
They're getting lower and lower. Cap shredding through it. That's the power of the Azir. So
Irrelevant,
good at taking the objective. Good poke here. Irrelevant trying to run in. Nice knockback. Pullback is good, though, from Rahel to keep them in the fight. Baron already down, but SK want to keep this fight going. Flash in for Mickey, though. The follow up there. Yike going to find the knockup. Irrelevant off the side, starting to stack the rage, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Broken Blade finally going to drop down. Yike getting picked off, but Irrelevant is here. Shut down. Double kill for the Gnar on the chase, but doesn't have the flash. That should just be it. 2 Baron buffs left standing for G2.
Irrelevant finally arrives, and SK get a 5v5 fight, which they absolutely dominate. 3 members of G2 die. They lose so many Baron buffs too, along with a mid tower secured for SK. They've been struggling to find these big fights. Ever since that 3rd Dragon, where they kind of blundered in terms of their setup, they've been trying to force these picks. They've been getting caught off on a side lane, and G2 have been using that to regain control over the game, but now they finally get a good fight and they showcase what they can do. The Poppy ult only connects onto Luon. He then gets brought back. The front line of Isma is tanking up a lot of damage, along with the Hui doing a lot of work, but now the fight from G2 kind of becomes split. They dive in onto the back line. The Poppy immediately falls. Caps and Hans can't really get involved. And I think that G2, they've got to recognize that with their comp, they have a lot of poke at their disposal. Their all-in, I would argue, is not as strong as like the Onyx, Kalista, when the Gnar is there as well.
And again, it's a lot about setup, right? You have 2 compositions who have a lot of tools to kick things off, but if you're going to have your Cassante run through multiple, Hui QEs, the fight's just going to be so much harder, and in that position, SK were just favored. Now they're going to move on to Soul Point again. Mountain Soul would be big, especially against Hans Sama, who really just wants to poke. That additional shield, that additional tankiness is going to make his job so much harder.
Well, G2 have given up the Dragon in exchange for control over the top wave. Zia is just melting these towers. He'll get another one. They've opened up the inhibitor.
Ruka, Irrelevant slowly stacking rage. Again, flashless, but that's the W down. Clean onto Mickey. Mickey now in trouble where they just give him up. Mickey down. Yike pulled back. Good handshake. The tower there to make sure they can retreat. And already Broken Blade finding another pressure point, knowing the fight isn't really what they're after. Instead, the objectives.
It's so annoying. SK keep getting kills, but the objectives are going the way of G2. You can see that the fighting and the team fight prowess of SK is definitely there, but they just can't quite get it. That's 3 towers now gone in favor of G2. The Baron buff is going to wear off. It's not going to be the Baron power play that they would have liked, but in exchange for a dragon and a kill, G2's pretty happy with that.
Certainly are. And again, remember, we're at negative 1.1, 1.2K out in the back of that fight following the Baron in terms of the power play. Now we're at plus 700.
I mean,
Doesn't
look at
feel
the
too
mid
bad.
itemization too, right? Earlier, it was a Nash's Tooth and 2 large rods versus this itemization from Niski.
No.
Niski's itemization hasn't changed, but Caps is now caught up.
I mean, he was almost 3K ahead before, right?
Yeah.
So Caps has made 2K more than Niski.
And there's the large rod advantage, which is pretty much the difference between them, right? But Caps has been able to close this gap effectively. And again, we talked about it. He's crafty. So leave him on a side lane. He's a crafty
goat.
whale. Isma now the flash.
Moving up. Manages to get the spell shield off Ponsama. Very tanky. Good knockback to slow
That's a
the fight down.
flash committed from Isma. For what?
He's so keen to start the fight, and I can understand why. It's a frustrating game against G2, but really needs that to find the key targets.
I'm going to need a coach cam. I'm going to need to see Swift's reaction. Nice
Fear.
fear.
Holden Fisher. Oh, big damage on Mickey.
Yeah, really big. So Niski's showing that he's definitely not weak by any means.
I think one of the struggles, obviously, Barrier is just so strong right now. That's why Hansama and Rahel are both picking it up. But now Mickey, a support who would really like to be tanky, has to build Mikhails, which means he's really very one-tappable.
Can we talk about the fact that Mickey has 4 kills? When did he get those?
Well, you have to understand that we can talk about Caps versus Niski or Irrelevant versus Broken Blade, but the real battle
is Mickey
in the
Luan,
supports.
yeah.
Yes, Mickey
They're
versus
tied
Luan.
4 kills. Mickey has died a number of times, but Luan 4, 1, and 9 against G2.
I'll say the handshakes compared to the Ash arrows yesterday, handshakes look
Just
good.
saying, in our league, Korean Renatas?
Very scary.
Yeah.
As a quick passport check. Ah, I see. Nope, no Renata for you, sir. Banning that one.
Not in this game. So far, a great performance from Luan. But it's SK that found themselves on the back foot. You look at the map state, it's G2 that have control over the jungle. It is SK that is being suffocated in terms of resources. Caps.
Flash back. Caps not going to be in trouble. TP burn. What are G2 going to be able to grab in the meantime? Caps just dies.
He's just dead.
They get the flash, but absolutely not worthwhile.
Well, they get the TP out from Irrelevant as well, and it was the earlier Baron play. I thought that they maybe could get an inhibitor, but they aren't able to convert it. And the good news for G2 is there's no objective really for SK to get off the back of that, but losing the TP could be massive because now G2 could just repeat the play they did earlier around Baron, which is you have Broken Blade push bot, you have Irrelevant match, and the second that he appears, TP to Baron, and then you force the numbers advantage, right?
Definitely could. Of course, with 30 seconds still left on the death timer, though, SK are likely to get first setup on the objective. They may have been overconfident, though. The TP now coming in behind them. Isma here, 4v3. TP now being matched. Broken Blade in the midst of the entire team, but he's only hit Isma thus far. Isma now knocked back. Niski immediately going to go for the follow-up here. Broken Blade getting shredded. Lower and lower, trying to back away from Hansama. Good follow-up damage coming in from Niski. Spell shield still standing for Han, so he's feeling pretty safe, but SK pushing G2 back.
TP initiation. That TP play that we were talking about earlier, now gone for Broken Blade, as he tried to force a fight in mid lane. SK weathered the pressure though, and now they're the ones moving into the jungle. We talked about how it felt like that the map state was in favor of G2, but SK are fighting their way back. It's them now trying to drop what vision they can.
They have to get aggressive here because Cap still has his TP.
They're going to be the ones to force the Baron.
Relevant clearing out what he can. There's so many good flank
I mean, it's a
wards
dark
for G2.
pit. Now it's not. Information gained for
They need
G2.
to burn this down quickly. They can't afford to be indecisive.
SK can just turn on this.
Walking back to Caps. Caps just trying to root him up, just trying to flawlessly layer the CC so he can't even an ulti off, but Caps goes golden, buys a brief moment. Mickey X gonna go for the knockback into the wall, but Caps is already down. G2 on the chase. Irrelevant not gonna be able to knock anybody back. Unstoppable is Broken Blade, but that's a severing bolt. Isma here to follow up, and G2 starting to get run down. Stun onto Broken Blade. Nothing left for him. The fear quaking in his boots as SK can just set their sights on the Baron.
A fantastic sequence of events from SK. The initiation from G2 onto the mid lane is used by SK to gain control over the topside jungle and set themselves up for the Baron. Now they still want to contest the Dragon as well. This would be Soul for them. They know they still have numbers advantage. That's still 20 seconds on Caps, who doesn't have TP.
Mickey spotted. Movement speed steroid, is it enough? Fear coming in, and now Irrelevant can chase. Nowhere for Mickey to go. That's going to be the soul for SK. Yike already backing away, and right like that, SK are back in control of this game.
It was a shaky mid-game, but they've been able to punish the aggression from G2 well. The Caps TP into, or the Caps play on bot cascaded into a sequence of events with which SK played fantastically. 19 kills to 9. They've accrued back their 3K gold lead, and now they have themselves a Baron and a Soul.
And you take a look back at the damage Delta champions this game. The poke from Hansama has been there, but the same is true for Hui and Irrelevant as well. Yes, a lot of that is going to be from farming damage off the Cassante, but in these fights, Dinar has been really tough for G2 to deal with.
I mean, Caps' presence definitely has not been felt in the same way that we're used to. Of course, I am willing to give G2 some benefit of the doubt, just because we know how exhausting this year has been for them. But SK, nothing but praise for them. Their early game has been good. Their mid game was definitely shaky. We saw them force a few fights that they didn't need to force. But aside from that, they've been able to bounce back very well.
And they held it together well enough to punish when Caps overstepped on the bottom side of the map. And again, when he overstepped, TPing in. And those are the angles that you need to find if you want to take games off G2.
I mean, it's just, for a regular season, it's just a big win, right?
Yeah.
A single round robin big win, especially when you're fighting for spots in playoffs. And
Caps locked up again. Immediate follow. Spiraling Despair. Caps very likely to go down. Niski now retreating. Isma just will not die. He is so damn tanky with Caps out of the equation too. They just don't have the damage to do anything to the Sejuani.
Look at mid lane, Irrelevant pushing in with a nice wave.
SK so close to the finish. Niski backing off, doesn't want to overstep. The one off to the side. Isma here too. Irrelevant Mega. Broken Blade locked up. Wallop is there. Slow, steady siege. One inhibitor down. SK, what else do you want? What else are you here for?
It's the battle of poke between Hans and Niski right now. Niski's a little bit low on mana. He's going to be forced to base. As the TP available, won't be interrupted. Nice for him.
TP back to mid. Full group. Do they just want to try and end it here? Not playing off 2 lanes anymore. Just full 5 stack. Waiting for the top lane wave to come in. Relevant off to the side. Threatening. Yike can go for the flash knockup. But the follow-up might not be there. Broken Blade losing so much help before the fight even starts. Isma immediately going to follow up. Spiraling Despair forcing everyone else back. Now it's on Mickey to try and disengage, but Isma's not afraid. Is going to step up. Poppy getting cut down. Now there's nothing left to stop the dashes coming through. Flash forward from the one. The handshake won't connect. Nice sidestep coming in from Caps. Rahel continuing to leap around, continuing to back away. They've got the super minion in mid. This might just be the end for SK. Coming clutch in summer, the new players, the entire team coming together, but G2, can they hold the line? Unstoppable now, the clean pullback coming in, Luan taken out. SK can't get over eager here, but Niski doing so much work, doing so much damage, like almost taken out. Severing Bolt, not enough. The healing coming through clutch as he burrows up, gets back to the base. Hansama and Caps holding the line, Broken Blade there to body block, but 4 members still up on the side of SK, but I don't think they can close it here.
I think they're gonna try, though. They haven't given up just yet. No, they have. Okay, SK will not overstay their welcome, but G2's gonna force it.
SK has to be perfect here. They can't afford to give anything up. Isma stepping off to the side. Rahel might be the one who's gonna be in trouble. Knocked back into the wall with the fear on. Broken Blade is clutch. Niski there to save his AD carry. Broken Blade is overstayed. Yike going for the 2-man flash. And now Caps wants to step in. Irrelevant getting taken out. Nobody's touching on Sama. He's doing so much work, G2. You can't do this to them. It was so close, but G2, again, they find a fight. They find an angle to claw their way back into this one. Caps chasing down Isma. The rest of the team chasing Irrelevant. G2, what else can you get?
Isma just needs to survive. If he can clear out the wave, that would be even better. I guess they have super minions, so not too stressed about that. Sakura, just take a couple jungle camps on your way out. Oh my goodness, a TP flank from G2, the knock-up from Yike, and the follow-up from Caps. Backs against the wall, G2 stand strong, and they make a fight happen. The chance for SK are coming through. The crowd wants to see them make the upset happen. The knock-up from Yike was fantastic. The follow-up from Caps as well. SK can only retreat. The good news for them is in the current map state, G2 can only really wave clear. I don't think they can really convert it into much because there's no objective to play for. So SK keeping things interesting as G2 find a miracle fight.
And Niski's gone for full offensive itemization. Obviously always wants to be at arm's length. If G2 can find another fight where they pick him off at the start, that's so much of the sustains damage on their side just gone. It really is Niski doing a lot of the heavy lifting in these team fights, and Rahel's, solid, don't get me wrong, but it's still, a Callista on 4 items. Needs a lot of spears before it's gonna hit quite as hard as the Hui. SK, access to the objective first, 45 seconds till Baron, a minute and 15 till Elder.
SK can just kind of leave top wave as is because it'll slowly push thanks to the super minions. Their main objective is to control mid and deny these super minions from being cleared out by G2. Bot wave, again, you look at Caps, he's being annoying. Irrelevant's going to answer that. He has the TP available, but this is what G2 do in these situations. They try to create multiple points of pressure. Look at the Rek'Sai, trying to go and catch the top wave to thin out these waves as much as they can. It just buys space for G2 so that there's a way for them to at least contest these neutrals. With the Baron spawning in about 12 seconds, SK want to try and force this.
Just going to proactively TP from Niski. Obviously, as you mentioned before, the wave pushed in, doesn't need to worry about that one.
And they're going to force it.
A ward above them that G2 could flank on. Scryer going to spot them out.
Oh, they're melting this. Rahel with the on-hit.
So much work on the objective.
TP
TP from behind. SK need to slow it down. What is their call? Are they fighting or are they taking the objective? They can't afford to get it too low. Mickey now going to look for the knockback. Taking the jungler out of the equation. Caps can now step up.
To the Baron.
SK, they're off the Baron. G2 get it for free. SK now immediately need to find the fight. Going for the pushback, but Niski manages to make it work. Spyro is sparing so many. The way damage is disgusting. And Irrelevant's trying to chase down Hansama, but Mickey is there to save the day. Hansama is still standing. SK determined to end this one. The minions breaking the base. Mickey, Hans, Broken Blade still alive. Broken Blade will fall, and SK will look to end it here.
A massive team fight from SK. They don't care about the Baron because they've won the fight. That's an open Nexus, and SK will make the upset happen.
Isma walking in, knowing the Varus can do nothing. Rahel does not have to be too scared. Mickey gonna give his life to hold on for a brief moment. One inhibitor respawns, but it is not enough. SK taking their sweet time, a win well earned, a back and forth game. SK finding a win over G2 Esports.
A crazy back and forth. A bit of a slump in the mid game from SK, but they stand proud. They out teamfight G2, and they showcase that the changes are paying off. A huge win to start off the split for SK.
I mean, Luana. How did they get so good? How do players from the LCK get so good at Renata? LCK, CL, it doesn't matter. And of course, for SK as a whole, Niski, beautiful game, excellent team fights.
That's got to feel good. The crowd at their back as well. A typically G2 dominated audience, getting that support. You can vote for your key player of the game at LEC, Onyx, Isma, Niski, Luan.
And Swiffer.
And Swiffer.
A sigh of relief, not in the vote, but he wins my vote. Finally, the team, he saw the 4K lead disappear. He saw the 4K lead come back. He saw the 4K lead disappear one more time. But then he saw the Nexus fall and knew that everything was going to be all right. For G2, obviously, bit of a rough game. Early game a bit messy. They brought it back in the mid.
I think it's very common for teams coming back from international events to be a little bit sloppy. I still have high expectations for G2, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that SK, I think, did play very well today. A couple things for them still to work on, but a roster that you need to keep your eyes on. An exciting team to watch, and again, an exciting bot lane. They continue to impress.
Very
impressed. They find ways to have impact.
And a reminder that the C in the Euphoria tier list stands for clearly going to beat G2 in week 1. If you didn't know that, you didn't watch the episode, so just keep that in mind before you flame.
I mean, it wouldn't be G2 if they had a perfect split. You know what I mean?
But this from SK, it's...
I mean, I hope
is it SK year-round? Is it not SK winter anymore?
I want to see them continue this form, right? Because we've seen SK have highs before. They have good weeks. Like, they can start this week 2-1, 3-0, but it doesn't matter if they then can't keep that pace up throughout the rest of the season. So, cautious optimism for SK because they're showing some promising stuff, that is for sure. Excited to see where they can go. But it looks like we've got a very special interview on our hands.
Laura's standing by with Swiffer and the Marriott Bonvoy check-in.
Thank you so much, guys. And Swiffer, thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
How much were you sweating during this one? Because I was asking my production, I want to have Swiffer reactions. I want to have the call back to the horrendous memories you had in spring. And they told me, I'm sorry, guys, I quote, he's pretty boring today, so I'm taking you as stressed.
Yeah, so apparently I only have negative reactions. And after last split, it's... After watching a few times us throw a few games, I know not to prematurely celebrate. So, yeah, just save all the happiness for the end.
Superstitious much, or?
I think it's my every time I say like, okay, we're in a really good position. Like we just need to do this. My co-coach just says, we haven't won the game yet, shut up. So yeah, I just took a page out of his book and just shut up, I suppose, yeah.
And it's especially true when you play against G2. You know that the game is not won until the Nexus explodes. So how proud are you guys today and what they did and the fact that they held it together until the end?
Yeah, I mean, G2 are formidable. I think we saw in the mid-game, like we were 4K gold up, but they just were running us around the map. But especially Niski kept really cool, calm, collected today, and just everyone kept really cool, actually. And even though we felt like the game was kind of slipping, I think everyone just played phenomenally like at the end. So can't ask for more.
Yeah.
For now.
For now.
Yeah.
It's the second game, but still an important one to take against G2 Esports,
Yeah.
especially given the fact that you guys made roster changes moving ahead in summer.
Yep.
Not an easy decision to make, I believe. Tell me about the decision making behind this, but also including these two Korean players in the bot lane.
Yeah, so I guess the decision behind well, we've never swapped anyone actually over the last like three years or so since I've been at SK. The reason that we did it was we felt like it was really difficult to make progress as a team. And it's not like solely the bot lane's fault or anything like that. It was just a clash that just wasn't resolving despite everyone's attempts. And so with that in mind, we just figured, well, if we're going to make a shot at Worlds, we have to do something. And we made the decision to go with Rebel and Luon.
And I do think it makes sense. You want to start fresh, you want to start on solid bases, but also new bases when most of the teams had month and month behind them of playing together. So what is your goal for this SK lineup? How should they look like? How do you want them to play together?
Right now, we're just figuring out a few communication kinks, as I'm sure you can imagine. So I think that that's just the progress that we're working on. We're just trying to make the game as simple as possible. And then as the English improves and the communication improves, we're hoping that like we can try and get a little bit more complex gameplay happening. But until then, just simple game plans. And just playing for each other.
Are you happy with the progress that you guys are making right now? It's only 2 official games, but I'm guessing there's more happening backstage.
Yeah, I am happy with the progress that everyone's making, absolutely.
All right, we're going to have Isma in PGL in just a few seconds.
Yeah.
What did you think of your jungler's performance, but more overall progression from his rookie start in the LEC to where he's at today?
Yeah, I thought he was phenomenal today. A few shaky moments. Really doesn't like Poppy, I guess. But aside from that, like controlled the early game. Comms were what he needed. And he brought the game back when he felt like it was slipping. So good on him.
Do you feel like his communication is improving and that he's actually being clutch in these key moments?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Isma's always performed better in competitive than he has in scrims.
All right.
And I think he knows that. I think he just has a really clear idea of what he wants to do on stage, and he doesn't overcomplicate it. And it's to his credit.
Let's see what he has to say about this. Swiffer, thank you so much again for the interview. Congrats on taking down G2 Esports. And Shox, over to you in PGL with Isma, and maybe he has something to say about this screen performance. Let's see.
Maybe. Let's see. I am indeed here with Isma. So, Isma, apparently you stuck in scrims. What's up with that?
I mean, I like to fight maybe a bit too much. And in scrim, it can go fast to, 0.5, 0.6. So that's why.
I see. I mean, it's common, right? Is it still in scrims?
Well, I don't really have a sample size anymore, but usually it's like the most common excuse that I would hear from this one would be, I won't do this in official. So are you using this excuse as well?
Yeah, of course.
But it looks like it's not happening in official, so at least, he's backing it up.
Yeah, absolutely. There was also a tweet by Swiffer in the beginning, we'll pull it up, or before the game rather, where he said that he was going to completely outdraft G2 rather and give them an absolute draft gap. Did he make good on that promise? Do you feel like you did?
Yeah, I mean, maybe not a draft, but I felt like we were playing what we are good at. So that's very nice. I feel like it's the only thing. I mean, I think that's really important, I feel like enemy wanted and we played what they wanted, and I feel like we played what we wanted as well. So I'm happy with this. But
I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at the people he tagged in his tweet, which is like the SK CEO, Barack Obama, and the Pope.
A little bit of, collateral damage happening in that tweet, but it's respectable.
Why not? I did think, Isma, you had 2 fantastic games this week. I think maybe you got outshone a little bit by the fact that the bot lane was absolutely crushing it. But how do you feel overall, specifically in kind of like the early games and getting the game started for your team?
No, I'm really happy. I feel like yesterday I could have done more. In the game overall, I felt like it was a bit slow, and I feel like this game was fine. Early game was good, but after I think I kept on going, maybe like the ultimate on Poppy or the Q flash on Poppy.
She was
That's
tilting
not too
you, right?
good. Yeah. Usually when I start to get fed and stuff, I just go, but it's not really how it works.
No. Odo was wondering, you're wondering something about the...
Oh yeah, because I'm noticing, I'm a bit traumatized from 113 spamming emotes, but I noticed that you're spamming the Mad Lions emote as well, and I know that of your history being in Movistar, in EU Masters, and also maybe Niski being in Mad Lions. I wanted to know a little bit of the backstory around the emotes.
The emotes, it's just because I have still a really good relationship with my old teammates, so it's kinda shout out, kinda.
It's a shout out. It's positive.
Yeah,
it's not negative.
So I guess it's nice because everyone of you, I think everyone, if I'm not mistaken, from that EU Masters Finals gang made it into LEC. So it is nice to see, because a lot of times this camaraderie between the players kind of goes away when you move to different teams and stuff. So it is very wholesome to see. Yeah.
So Odo loves all his old teammates.
I do. I just don't talk to them anymore. Because that's just how it goes.
Yeah,
but
they don't like you, but you like them apparently.
That's actually, I think that's true. I think I like all of them, but they don't really like me. So I wonder what's up with that.
I know that's not true. Isma, when it comes to playing a team like G2 specifically, in the experience that you have, that even when they are down or when if they have been up in the beginning and they're down later or whatever it is, that they can always come back. And I know specifically in the team fights that we just looked at the end, there was still a really big chance that they were going to turn it around. So what was the key and what was the calling?
As you said, when you play versus G2, even though you are 10k down, you still feel you are only 2k up. When you are taking
the other way,
around. So even when we got the early game advantage and stuff, I was like, in my head, it was like the game is really not won. We still have to be careful. And when we started to lose 1 fight, then 2 fights, then they took the Nash and all that stuff. I have a throwback from Scream, but in the end we won. I'm just happy. We just played fights. I just started to play fight a bit better, and I feel like it was the key,
Yeah.
But because they're really, really good at always clawing back, because they always have this culture of, they don't surrender games, they don't FF games, and I feel like they kind of pulled the whole region into that. Would you say that, because the game started going downhill for you guys, and it's really easy to get sucked up into that thing where you're like, oh man, the game is slipping out of control, and maybe you panic a little bit. Would you say that you guys have a similar culture in scrims and stuff that helped you guys kind of keep a steady foot in the game, even though you guys were losing your footing?
In Scrim, we never FF games or like remake or anything. Me since 2 years. Even though in solo queue in my head I go next fast, let's say. But in Scrim, really not. So yeah, that works. And also because we are a new team, for now everything is going good. We like each other.
That's good.
Yeah. So I think that helps a lot. Maybe if it was last split, like in playoff or whatever, we could have given up a bit faster. So
yeah.
That's it.
And I wanted to touch on something else as well, because this is your first year in LEC. You had your rookie splits in SK, and now I feel like you guys weren't really maybe the most successful in winter and spring, and now you guys are making a pretty big roster change in the bot lane, where you're bringing in a Korean duo. Maybe there's some language barrier over there and stuff, but you're also kind of transitioning into this leadership role, where you're kind of settling into the LEC, and you're becoming more of a regular in that sense. How did that, kind of all come together? Because there's been a lot of moving factors happening for SK in coming into this split, and you are doing personally very well.
It's only 2 games, so we need to see for more.
Hope, but
hopefully. But I feel like we went back to basics. So kinda Niski as a leader, Moral as a leader for our team, me controlling the early game, and then we just play right. And for now it's going very good. So very happy, and that's how we deal basically.
Niski, the captain, he's also the key up player of the game for this one. You can always count on Niski.
Yeah.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
It's,
I think he got
stable.
robbed, to be honest.
You think he got robbed?
Yeah, I mean, he pulled
Yeah.
bot lane out of the dirt. You know, the Kalista was level 1 at minute 4, and if it wasn't for this guy, you know, saving the early game, then.
It's the French voting for Niski. I mean, it's the French.
But he's
and
French.
yeah, I know, but also the Belgians. Because
I
Niski's
guess it's
actually
like
Belgian,
2v1 in the nations.
even though people don't really know and he doesn't talk about it like that. But
yeah, I guess.
it hurts me personally. But yeah, do you think you were robbed?
No, I mean, I think I robbed yesterday's MVP. So I think it's fair to get Niski this one. And I think Niski is doing actually a big effort. I mean, the role of the kind of the leader right now, so I think he deserves it.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
All right. One final question from me about kind of the change in the bot lane. I know, basically in Europe, we've seen a lot of situations where we had periods where there were a lot of imports coming into the teams, and sometimes they have been not well scouted and they were just brought in because they were brought in, right? And I think a lot of people jump to conclusions maybe in the off season about the change, particularly for SK, and that might very well be unfair. So can you say anything about how it came about when you knew it was going to change, if you were consulted about particular players, about what kind of playstyle you think they should have, what kind of qualities you think they should have, or something like that?
To be honest, I'm happy with the change, even though I think Exandos weren't bad. But I felt like, I mean, as Swiffer said, I felt like we needed a change. So, I mean, even me, I think I could have been changed, because when you do 2 splits that are, when we started well in winter, then we did bad, then in spring we did top 8, so it's kind of bad. So I think a change is needed. I think if we go again with the same team, you know, you can go fast into the like memories and all that stuff, like bad memories and all that stuff. So I feel like it's fair to change. I'm really happy because it's working well. They have a different way of play than Exa and DOS. Exa and DOS was more like we absorb the pressure and then we will play more top or more like mid or even like jungle. But with this bot lane, it's the other way around. And for now, it's working well. It's working well, and I think in the game it's way easier to play when you play around bot lane than top lane, because I feel like top lane is a hard role to actually carry on, in competitive at least.
Yeah, even if you have irrelevant, apparently.
Happens, you know.
Feel too bad. Okay, let's take a look at the standings, because as Isma is saying, it was only 2 games, but it goes fast in this part of the season, as we've learned, right, in the last couple of months. And you're right in saying that I think you're kind of like your early split Andy sometimes, you know, SK does like super well and then gets a super week and then it doesn't keep going. So, but 2-0 is a fantastic start, I think. Odo, what are you most surprised of? I mean, maybe it's like that every team threw almost or something.
Yeah, the most surprise, it's actually kind of a negative surprise with Team Vitality, because I had, you know, huge expectations and their early games did look very, very good, you know. So it's gonna suck, you know, to go into the end of the week meeting and be like, okay, guys, this is what we need to work on, be positive, because early game went well, but they still have some things that they need to do to push them over the finish line, because they've been looking so promising and so, you know, proactive in the early game, and it's just a shame that they lost those 2 games. But outside of that, and maybe MDK also being at the bottom, because you know, everyone is just kind of hoping for MDK to come back from their winter.
The team above? You know, for no particular reason.
I mean, it's obviously a surprise as well, you know. I'm rooting for my boys. I would have loved for them to be 2-0, but sometimes it happens, you know. But maybe it's a reminiscence of the previous splits where we started bad and then we're making a huge comeback, you know.
Exactly.
So I'm all in for that. But what about you? Any teams that have been surprising, you know, in either a negative or positive way?
Mad Lions Koi in 0-2, I think. But I mean, I have no doubt that they will make it. Like, for example, today's game was won. Even yesterday versus G2, I feel like the game was in a really, really good condition. So I have no doubt that they will make it further. I mean, beside MDK, I mean, I would say G2 in 1-1. I mean, because at the MSI, they looked actually so good.
Yeah.
And they are not showing that consistency. I mean, for now, but maybe it's also because like it was long season and all that stuff. So I have no
and
doubt
you know, at MSI they didn't play versus Isma, so
Oh,
it is what it is. Let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. I'm really excited to see who Vitality is playing if they can get a win. Oh my God, they're playing Fnatic in the first game of the day. Oh.
Well, now is the time for them to show up. You know,
I mean that would be the game. And SK is playing Giantex actually, so there we go.
About time for GX to get a win.
Maybe. G2 BDS, always a banger.
There are some bang.
KC and Heretics Mad Lions. Wow, that's a fantastic last call. One upset, Odo on there.
One upset. Ooh.
Don't say KC because
I'm looking at Rogue versus K-Corp and I don't know which one would be the upset, but I do have some... like Rogue looked interesting today, so I think they might just pull one again tomorrow because K-Corp, the bounce back at the end, didn't really convince me. So I feel like that's one of the games where someone is going to be happy. I mean,
someone's going to be happy.
I mean, if someone wins, someone's going to be happy. So what am I even saying?
Yeah, what's Blood waffling about? We don't know. Thank you so much, Isma. Congratulations on the 2-0. Thank you, Odo. That was day 2 of the summer split, the opening week rather. Tomorrow, Fnatic and Vitality, as you see, they will kick us off, and that will be the last day of the Super Week for this week. That's it. Good night.
Level 16 with his active guys. God help us. Let's go. Shooting. I have him. Nice. Nice, very good. I give you vision. You can end speed by the way, if you kill one guy. Penta. End speed after. Let's go.
Lintus here with the punish is massive as now this bottom lane of Rogue has stepped too far and in the neck of time with a fake sealed video cleans it up. There's first blood, there's second blood. The arrow comes through. Wow! He flashed into it. Lintus flashed into it. Heartbreak around, he's stuck in place.
Good job, guys. I love you. That's a banger game. We don't make it easy for ourselves.
Pull back, solo Polo on kinda taken down by Mirwin. Yeah, still doing okay for now. Hunted back, not ideal. Mounts up into the Herald. It's so big. What? He's a genius.
On level 5, humanoid, no mana. Ooh, the Q flash. It's running. Full steam ahead. Knock up there, call the Forge God, dash back. Juhan finding the lockup. Boris gonna follow. Santa coming in as well, and Jackie's.
No ulti, we can fight now. I shield you, Oscar. No. Or a Nas. I can shield you, Marenko, you're fine.
Fnatic taking the win over GX in a 37-minute nail biter. Going, he's losing fire autos, but press the attack, making him a little bit stronger. The 1v1, he's got 2v2 killed again.
Poppy behind. It's okay, Luan, relax, okay? Yeah, Poppy behind. Oh.
The upset now caught between the tanks. He's speeding up. He's running for his life. He's trying to play as clean as he possibly can. The cleanse is there. The healing isn't enough. The body marks are there. Upset stays standing. KC